TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today. Beautiful Thursday afternoon. I hope you and yours are doing well. Look at Randall coming right out the gate, just right off the jump, throwing $10 down. What's up, Randall? Thank you very much, my buddy, my friend, my brother. Well, I'm feeling good today. We got a lot to talk about today. News coming down the wire live, breaking as we speak. Lots to talk about. Seattle did some more signings out here in free agency. What does it mean? What doesn't it mean? We're going to really dive into the term voidable years as it concerns contracts and what that entails this particular offseason and what Seattle is doing with their contracts to take advantage of the now, to take advantage of this year, to not wait for tomorrow, to not lean back on necessarily a 3-year plan, but to try to maximize the today, if you will. So a lot of this going on in the PAP. I'm going to go through a couple quick early thoughts here. I just want to go out the gate. Of course, Seattle did a couple of quick re-signings here. We'll get to the Jarran Reed news in just a second. But they did a couple of re-signings, or a re-signing and then a signing of Benson Mayowa, bringing him back, coming off of the 6-sack season he had last year. Sounds like it's a 2-year deal with the voidable year thing. Turns into a 1-year deal, around $2.5 million or so, which is, I think, less than what you were necessarily paying him last year, so it's okay in that respect. We'll get around to him in just a second. The more important guy, of course, the more interesting guy of these two is going to be Kerry Hyder Jr. Seattle signed him off the San Francisco 49ers squad. He was a defensive end who kind of got his time to shine last year. A lot of people will tell you it's because of Bosa, but it was mainly because of the D Ford injury, because he got to play over on that 5-tech side mainly. Did a little of the Bosa work over there on the other edge, but mainly did a lot of his damage over there at the 5-tech position and did very well from that standpoint, both in stopping the run and generating pass rush, not just a one-trick pony. When you look at Kerry Hyder on tape and watch him, I try to dive in a bit on the tape here and get a feel for him. He's not going to be necessarily your twitchy type guy, your guy that's going to absolutely just be freakish in his physical abilities, be it quickness, be it power. What he's going to do is mix a lot of different things to make it work, and he's going to combo all that with a high motor, high energy, plays with his hair on fire type of player. So he's going to be a very useful player as a rotational guy in the system, as a pass rusher and as a run stopper at times. Might be a tiny little bit of an indictment on LJ Collier, because you're going for less the pass rush specialist here for the 5 technique and more of the guy that can do it all. Some people I know out there have hit me up on my chat. This is one of the reasons you guys are very smart out there in how you're thinking, because a lot of people were thinking, does this now maybe mean LJ Collier gets kicked inside and maybe more inside on a permanent basis? We'll talk a little bit about that, and it could mean that. I think the one bottom line to get to with both of these two signings is this. They're nice signings. They feel good. I'm glad Seattle's addressing its pass rush. Of course, at the start of the offseason, I said the two top places I want to see addressed are going to be the offensive line and get me two good to great capable pass rushers, because I believed in this market you'd be able to get two good to great pass rushers at a discounted rate from what you would see in prior years due to the cap being moved down to $182 million. And due to the fact that we've not really seen this many pass rushers on the open market. There's not the super studs out there, the guys that are the 5-star talent guys, but there's those guys that just below that waterline marker are getting paid much, much less. So when it comes to where I'm building this in towards with the Hyder signing is that I like Hyder, and Mayowa is a useful player, if a little limited. We saw last year, once you kind of took down some of his snaps, he got through his injury problems at the end of the year. He started to come on at the end of the year. When was playing 90% of the snaps, he was not very effective in that role. He's a guy who, if you get him into that rotational, in a very small rotational role, I'm fine with. If you're asking him to play and be the teeth of your pass rushing attack, I've often talked about replicating the NASCAR package from the 2013s, 14s era of that pass rush front that on known passing downs can attack with all front 4 members of the front 4 able to attack. And you're going to tell me Mayo is one of those front 4 guys. I'm not as on board with it. I'm not. If this comes in conjunction with a Carlos Dunlap, if this Kerry Hyder signing comes in conjunction with a Jadeveon Clowney or a Houston, there's about 6-7 guys you can pick off the list that I would nod my head and I go, okay, I'm fine with that. It was getting the two legitimate rushers, not just the 1 or 1.5, the 2 legitimate pass rushers. And this comes out of the fact of that the last 2 off seasons, when you go back to the year of trading Frank Clark, you went, okay, we'll get Ziggy Ansah and we'll draft LJ Collier and it'll be all fixed and fine and we'll have all this pass rush. And then you got to training camp and you went, holy hell, we don't have any pass rush. And then you had to pull off this last minute trade to get in Jadeveon Clowney, and it kind of worked out, but it still was an indictment of the fact that you needed to address the pass rush more fervently. Then we reach into last offseason and what happened. They basically kind of replicated the same in many respects. We'll count on LJ Collier to develop. We'll count on Rasheem Green to develop. We'll draft this kid, Darrell Taylor, who we're really high on. We'll put that together. And then what we'll do is we'll go out in free agency and we got $50 million to spend. And we're not really wanting to allocate a lot of that to pass rushers. So we'll put, $6 million here to Bruce and a couple million here to Ben Semeoa. And Coach Carroll literally said this. If you combo their sacks, if you just add their sack numbers together, they actually had more sacks than Clowney, who they lost last year at the similar price. This is defunct thinking. This is thinking now over the course of 2 separate off seasons that's gotten you imploded on your pass rush. Last year, through the first 8 games, you were on pace to give up a record amount of pass yardage in NFL history. And you weren't just going to be due to, slightly go over the record, edge over that line. You were going to blow it out of the water. And this wasn't going up against guys that were necessarily upper echelon passers like Cam Newton, just cutting and tearing you apart because you could not generate any pass rush. Why? Because at the backbone of this defense, at the baseline of how you create this defense, in so many respects, we can talk about what it tries to do intending-wise from a purpose standpoint, from a motivation. They want to stop the run, wants to hold up against the deep ball. It'll allow you to dink and dunk, etc. But when I'm talking about how this thing functions, where it needs to function in the modern age, being we are in a passing league now, so you need front 4 members who can generate pass rush. When you don't have those pass rush, and you don't have the ability within your schematic book to go to these exotic blitzes that no one has ever seen, rather your blitzes look really, really vanilla, that leads you to not being able to rush the passer and then giving up a record amount of yardage, or the prior year, defensively not being able to really get it done either there. So this is where I'm coming to on the point of this, and we will bounce over to the chat. Thank you for bearing with me. I just noticed my stupid things over the top for career stats. Where we'll get to on this is the bottom line is this is in the right direction as a step, but it's not the full step. It's not what I've asked for now going on a couple of off seasons. And it's frustrating to watch because I saw them last year. You saw the Irvin signing happen and you saw the Mayo signing happen. You go, they're not just going to hope Taylor and Collier are going to get it done now, right? They wouldn't do that, right? There's no way they would do that. There's no way, right? Yeah. They did. And so that's why I'm a little worried right now that we may be seeing that. I will bend this towards now. We hear in this hour that Jarran Reed in the next 24 hours is going to be cut or / traded. This is the move the Raiders did, of course, a week ago, right? Gabe Jackson is going to be released. Oh, trade phones are lighting up now. And then they get a deal off. They did the same thing with Rodney Hudson. Rodney Hudson's due to be released. Oh, we got a trade offer. So Seattle is trying to shake the leaves right now and see if they can drum up a trade to come out. I would be very surprised to see one happen because Jarran Reed carrying the $8 million hit that he's carrying this year on the cap hit, even post-trade, probably still going to strike folks as being a little overpriced who you're trying to trade him for. And on top of that, what is the draft capital you're getting back? Maybe at the best case, because you're taking that salary on, it's a 5th rounder. It's kind of understanding that that's his market value, even though he's a very useful 3-tech in this league, an upper-level defensive tackle in this league. I just think that that's where the market bears out right now with defensive tackles. So you're probably, at the end of the day, outside of some team who just loves them, Jarran Reed coming at the last second, getting nothing more than really at the top end, a 5th-round pick for this guy. But it does open the window I'm just talking about to what I've just spoken on, being the need for the one more rusher, the one more legitimate rusher. That window opens with the money you clear out theoretically here in cap space to bring that guy in. Maybe it's somebody else that they're looking to target out there. They certainly have to feel like they're pretty fine at the offensive line as it stands right now in the respect of there's not really an offensive lineman out there as a center you'd go out and sign, I don't think. I'm not sure if Austin Blythe's signed or not, but you're into the 2nd tier, 3rd tier guys that are really going to be close to what you're getting out of Posick anyway. Seems like their eye is kind of to the draft with that as it stands. Rest of the line's rounded out. You got your tight end. You could definitely look at another wide receiver. That certainly is a guy that could be freeing up the cap space. Could be for the Sherman rumors, which we've now gotten the rumors out there that both Seattle and Richard would be potentially interested in a reunion. So I know that gets half of you really excited and the other half of you are done with Sherman. So we'll see how that one plays out in the chat. But we'll go over here now to the chat. I'm encouraged by these moves. The biggest last little point I want to make on this, that's the most encouraging of this. I spoke to this last week on the last live stream show, and that was the implicit need this season to go for it this season, and that required you to go after next year's cap space specifically. You stood, as we stood last week's show, you were standing at about the fifth amount most of cap space sitting right now for next season. So you had almost $90 million to spend in cap space going into next offseason. And that's still carrying Bobby Wagner's contract on the book. That would still be with even adding on Rashad Penny's fifth-year option as a first-rounder. So there was still more money you could clear beyond that to get even lower there. My contention on that was then take some of that money, find a way to make these contracts work to where you get these guys the money they're going to get in the here and now. Get every penny they're going to get in the here and now. Just move a little of that money down the line. Just move it on down the line. Just get that, put it on down there a little bit there. Get down about a year there. All right, we'll come back to that in about a year. Right now, we just want space, baby. And that's what they've done. Gerald Everett, it was initially a 1-year, $6 million deal, and certainly that is what he's going to get, but they've actually lowered that cap hit down, turning it into a multi-year deal. I believe we've heard the same of it happening here with Ethan Posick. A couple of the other deals that have been signed in this process, I've also heard Seattle's doing this with. I think the Chris Carson one jumps out at me from last week. Got that down to a $2.5 million cap hit this year because you added in these voidable years. And what voidable years essentially do is it elongates out the contract where theoretically the bonus money can take a further amount of time to then spread out. If you were just intending to sign Chris Carson to a 2-year, $14 million deal, which is where it might end up shaking out at the end of the day, well, the bonus money then's got to half into the first year of this deal, right? So if it's $10 million, $5 million of that has to hit right now. Take it to a 3-year, move it out 3 years now. Now let's say that $10 million bonus money splits 3 ways. The first year hit goes down to the 3.33333, and that's a little more, that's where you lower down that first year cap hit while intending all the while to release them next year, let's say, when you have all that cap space to take advantage of that $95 million in room that we're currently sitting on. I'm very hard on Schneider sometimes with the little tricks of the trade that he does in the salary cap and how he stays so rigid to the program and doesn't move off his spot and doesn't show the same kind of flexibility his colleagues show in order to make their salary cap acrobatics work. This is him doing those acrobatics. I have to applaud it because I've been screaming to high heaven for them to do it. If you want to make Russell Wilson happy this year, if you want to keep Russell Wilson into the fold to the now and to the future, then that means we need a magical season. We need a magical 1995 Mariners run season. We need a 2005 Seattle Seahawks season. We need a 79 Sonic season. We need something like that to, I think, really bring him back into tow where it's firmly there, where he's not just, okay, I'll make do for now. I'll put a smile on my face. Go Hawks. Ha, ha, ha. But get him actually to believing in the program again is going to take getting back at least to the conference championship, say nothing of potentially getting to the Super Bowl. So I've yacked enough here. Let's get over to the chat. Appreciate you all joining me in here today again. Thank you so much. Please do slam that like button if you happen to be in here watching. I do appreciate it. I'd like to watch NFL. Joshua William, Aero, how you guys doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. We need Dunlap. We do need Dunlap. I will not be happy with these moves if you do not bring in that other capable pass rusher. He'd be sitting at the top of my list because I want no's right now. I want things I can absolutely know what I'm getting. I don't want, if we just think of him like that and think of him like that, and if we just use him in the right way, no. He's been in the program. We know what we can get out of him production-wise. I'd be a little concerned with it being necessarily Dunlap at this point. We got to talk a little bit about this. I like to watch NFL because now you're sitting with right now 2-5 techniques, and really your only purified Leo on this team is Taylor, who's a question mark. So this might point a little bit more towards Seattle looking to sign the Leo here in the remaining free agency rather than looking potentially at Dunlap, who is more of a 5 tech himself. You'd end up with 3-5 techs at that point a little bit. But I wouldn't be mad. We can make do with that. We can make do with that. Dominic Siteman, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Dominic. Sean Wright, what's going on? Nothing but this, man. Loving life. Maxwell Stern, did Jarran screw us? Now teams know he's getting released. No, quite the opposite. This is what the Raiders did a week ago. This is Seattle's way of doing this as well. I'm sure Seattle let him know with the intention of knowing that he would leak it out. They want they want to be able to try to build up a trade market for him before they release him. They want to make sure there's not some team that would have called them up tomorrow and said, why did you release that guy? We would have offered you something for him. So this way it's completely clear, completely out in the open that he is due to cut. Then if there is truly a trade offer there to be had, they can snatch it up. Ian Mills, I hope we trade Reed for something. Maybe. It'll be hard with this one because this is if we look at this offseason and we look at who's been given deals, what positions are making money. Tight ends making money. Receivers aren't making as much. They're still getting paid a little bit. Linemen, offensive linemen are making money. Corners making money. Not a lot of defensive tackles making money out there right now. Not a lot. This has not been that way historically. Historically speaking, it's been normally that these guys get paid too. But we saw the Bengals release their old aging their 3-tech that they had down there in Geno Atkins. Seattle's now released them. Maybe there's a little bit of a thought process here in the NFL right now that the 3-tech is not being as valued as it once was, I guess. I don't know. Right now we're sitting with, we got 2 guys right now, so we're all right. But it's definitely, you've also now created a hole in creating that cap space. And I will say this about this NFL draft. When you look at this draft, it's not so great with the 3-techs. It really isn't. And it's not so great with defensive tackles in particular. So if you're having to go into this draft looking for defensive tackles, this is really not that draft for you in that respect. We'll see what they do. Ugly American, 3rd pick. Oh, a 3rd round pick. Ugly American, I don't think you can get that for Jarran Reed. I think you're probably in a 5th because he carries an $8 million cap hit post-trade. We save $8.6 million in getting him off the books, but the team that inherits him at $8 million for the next year. Even on a 1-year deal with this cap where it's at right now, the $182 million that it's at, that's still a little bit overpriced for teams that are all right now getting scrunched up against it. Most of the teams, if they had any cap space, have pretty much used it up. There's very few left that have much space left. So you don't have a wide gamut of teams that you're picking from who could potentially trade. Seahawks Network, so we haven't cut him yet. I thought we already cut him. It's my understanding that you wait till the next day. So if he doesn't get a trade done tonight, it's a little bit of the new way. It's a new model, so it's understandable that it's a little confusing to you, Seahawks Network, because this is what the Raiders did. Raiders, it was announced, well, he's cut. Well, I had Gabe Jackson on the wire as being cut, and then half a day later, he was traded to the Seahawks. So that's what I think is actually going on. Fiji Mark, if Josh Gordon gets another chance, would you like him back? Yeah, because I don't think he's going to cost a lot. I've maintained on this. The contract he'll be due if he were to return right now is a 1-year, $1 million deal that would be non-guaranteed. For his talent level, I'd take that risk. And the fact that it's non-guaranteed means that I can cut him at any point in time and be off the hook for any of the money. I do believe if you have to have him after week 1, being that he's a veteran, that the full 1-year contract then does guarantee at that point. But then you had gotten him through the full offseason. You'd gotten him through the training camps. You'd gotten him through preseason, through 1 week of the year at least. You'll know where kind of he is at that point, I think, as a team. And that's all upside. If you add him and Antonio Brown at that point, pairing in with Lockett and DK, that's a pretty lethal wide receiver core at that point. So I'd be completely open to it. And thank you, Randall, for that $10 donation. I appreciate you, brother. I like to watch NFL. I think he's getting cut. James Glenn, we cut him. We get nothing in return. Yeah, this is why this is going on right now. It's a weird how they do this because I know why would they announce it and then not do it and then trade him? But this is just kind of the way the model is. I don't know why the NFL, for instance, general managers can't just send out an email CCing the other 32 general managers on his mailing list and saying, Jarran Reed's available, who wants him? I don't know why it has to be in this sort of media way, other than maybe they're hoping local fan base will get all hyped up and start to try to push management to go sign a player. So it's a little silly why they do it this way. But I've seen it happen now a few times to go, okay, I see what they're doing. Okay, this is how you get your trade value to where you want. Sean Wright, to this day, it's still crazy how we made Tedrick Thompson a starting safety in the NFL, laughing out loud. Yeah, you could say a lot of the troubles of where we've been at as far as roster building is concerned and missing in the draft really do revolve around that, the 2017 draft. It was that 2017 draft where you had set the stage on that draft to get the reset, the rebuild fully in tow. And you had all these draft picks and 3 or 4 in the 3rd round, another one in the early 4th round, which was Tedrick Thompson. You had a lot of talent there to pick from. You had a lot of swings to be made at that point. And you just had too many misses through that time where you came out of too many drafts with too little help. And that's put you in a position where, right now I believe Seattle's only got 33 guys on contract for next season. That's a very low amount. It's one of the reasons why our cap space is as low as it is. And you don't like to be there as a football team. This team needs to draft better. I think last season was a step in the right direction. First came Brooks isn't great. He should be at least able to start in this league long-term going forward. Darrell Taylor looks like he's going to finally get on the field and do something for us. Damian Lewis looks like maybe a star at the right guard position, if not maybe just a Pro Bowl level type player over there. Don't know what you got in Parkinson yet. Swain's okay. I don't think DJ Dallas is going to be anything sensational. But that was a step to me, at least in the right direction off the prior drafts. And that says something when it's a middling draft anyway last year, but yet you're going, well, that's a success. That's a huge success. Because recently there's just been so many misses. They don't get enough of any sort of certainty out of some of these players like they need to. Randall McDonald says, sprained my thumb smashing that like button. Well, it was in a good cause, Randall. Tell you, ice that sucker up. We'll be good. I like to watch NFL. We saved money. We did save money on the Jarran Reed cut. $8.6 million is the savings on cutting him. Maxwell Stern, I hope Russ gets restructured. We need the cap and would help so much. Well, I will say this, prior to the Jarran Reed restructure, you were slightly over the cap, at least according to the way the numbers all kind of fell out a little bit, or right up against it. That is a place, though, between this $8.6 million you're releasing with Jarran Reed, and if they just convert, I've spoken about this for a couple of weeks, merely convert the base money of Russ's contract, as already is in place within the contract parameters allowing you to do so, and you create $10 million of cap money right now. That's $18.6 million of cap space in the immediacy if they just convert that to bonus money on top of the release today. TLG Kevin, what is going on with my Seahawks? They're making moves, Kevin. They're making moves. I think that they must have felt like looking at Jarran Reed that he's topped out, or that they just, I think he had the injuries kind of going through the last part of last year, and I think they had to wonder, holding on to him again, is that, okay, your production went up a little bit this year once we got Dunlap and we had a competent rusher, but you're kind of reliant as a pass rusher on having a good pass rusher on the edge to force the quarterback up into the pocket to then into your waiting arms. And while that's a good, useful pass rushing skill, and that's going to help out that would help out a lot of different teams, is that worth it to us for $8 million or $8.6 million? And specifically, the thing I would point to with Reed that I've kind of wondered over the last couple of years, I'd be interested to hear your guys' thoughts on it, is while he came along as a pass rusher coming out of Alabama and really, really stepped up in that performance of his game, I also felt like he almost did it a little bit at the detriment of his ability to stop the run. I feel like he's still, to a degree, riding a little bit of his reputation coming out of Alabama as a run stuffer, because he was a one-tech coming out of Alabama. He wasn't a three-tech there. And he's transitioned into the three-tech role, but he was really a one-tech back then. That's why he lasted till kind of late into the second round to Seattle's waiting hands, is because he wasn't supplying enough pass rush for teams. So this is where I think Seattle looked at valuing him, where he's like, maybe he's not as good stopping the run, and maybe he's not exactly your typical three-tech he's going to get you his sacks by just butt-whooping his man off the line. He's going to do it through effort, hand usage, fighting, just tenacity. And that's a useful skill again, but is it $8 million useful? And I think, Kevin, they just thought they could spend that money in other better ways. And thank you, Joshua, for hitting that like button. Seahawks Network, I don't think Reed is that big of a loss, IMO. Certainly not if it's in deference, Seahawks Network, to getting another pass rusher. The defense is going to be at its best with two capable pass rushers on the edge. And think of it through this lens. We've not had two legitimate, capable pass rushers on both sides going back to the Legion of Boom days. When Frank Clark was here, you had nothing on the other side of Frank Clark. Nothing. Then after him, Jadeveon Clowney. Ziggy Ansah? And then last year, Carlos Dunlap. Certainly, Jamal Adams gave you something, but I don't know if you want to count that as what I'm trying to count that as, which is, I'm not looking to try to have Jamal Adams blitz double the most blitz rate he's ever blitzed in his career prior. I'm trying to get an edge guy on the other side who can just get to the quarterback like this guy can. Two good edge guys can really make your pass rush work almost on their own. Helps to have the inside guys, but to me, it's more beneficial getting the two legit edge guys. And please God hope they're not relying on our 4 young guys to be this guy will be a star this year. We know this year Allen Robinson will be a star. You don't know that. Don't count on that. Whatever those 4 guys gives us bonus, in my opinion. You've got to go get some certainty right now. Continue to go get certainty. And thank you so much, guys, for remembering for mentioning to like that, smash that like button. I appreciate y'all for saying that. Devin Marzell, I hear Jarran Reed's going to let go. Bummer. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's just reallocating resources. That's all it is. DLG Kevin says, I'm having no hope this offseason. We're screwed. I understand where you're coming from, Kevin. It started out pretty morose for me and miserable. I'm actually a little bit more on the upswing of things. Maybe it's my eternal optimism at play. I'm so not an optimist. But I can see where you're coming from on that. I can see where a perspective on that's going. This is not, I'm still not seeing exactly the clear plan. I think it's a lot clearer than it's been, though, Kevin. Last year, compared to this offseason, was so much more muddled in their approach, where they just wanted to try to add bodies, it would seem. Let's instead of paying, $5 for the nice pie, let's just go get 2 slices for $1.50. And it didn't work. Not enough people got to eat any pie. That's a horrible metaphor. But I think this offseason, at least, they're laser focusing in on positions, and they're getting positions of value while not overspending for those positions. Witherspoon's not necessarily bargain basement shopping. He's a guy that you're getting a lot of value for, rated well by Pro Football Focus, on the upswing of his game, played better as the year went on, only turning 25 years old, former 3rd-round pick. On the flip side of that is Shaquille Griffin, that much better of a player as we stand right now between Witherspoon and him, because Shaquille's going to make 3/4 more than he's going to make. So that's, to me, smart roster building. Same thing I've mentioned with Gerald Everett in this respect. Jonnu Smith making 3/4 what he's making. Very similar players. Jonnu's probably a better blocker, but they're right on par as far as catchers. Everett's a better yak guy. So they're getting value of this offseason and attacking positions of need. They're not going after old, aging guys like Bruce Irvin and Greg Olson. Like I mentioned, Everett's 26 years old. Gabe Jackson's a little up there, but he's only around 30. He's not completely up over the hill. Witherspoon's 25. So they're not going super old. The Carson deal, $2.5 million. They can get out of it after next year if they want. That's a go for it now move, TL. You got to feel good about that. I'm relatively encouraged. I'm relatively encouraged by this offseason. I can't say I'm down. It started out, I was going to get into that point where I was going to get real dark. I was going to go 0 dark hawk nest on you guys. And I backed it off, took a breath, watched this, said, let's let it play out. Don't freak out. I know what you guys think I know, what you guys think you know I'm going to do, which is freak out. And I almost did. Jeremy Bohm, Sherm would be a nice ad. He'd be a coach on the field. Yeah, another underrated part of our days back when our defense was functioning at its best. I'll just stop referencing LOB because I think that confuses people. Why would I have the LOB days? I'm not trying the LOBs. Reclamating that kind of defense, getting it back to the way it should be working. And having depth at corner was a hallmark of that position because you would get beat up. Walter Thurman would get beat up. And Brandon Browner would go on suspension. And Byron Maxwell would get beat up. And you needed extra bodies out there. And so the more depth you can add out there, the more guys, and again, getting back to that mold that I also love the idea of, you guys have to as well, I'm sure, competition. That was embedded at the foundational root structure of Coach Carroll when he walked in. I mean, it was something that they talked about nonstop. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter whether you're selected. Doesn't matter what you're being paid. Doesn't matter the position you are playing, Matt Flynn. Nothing is guaranteed to you. We will see how it plays out in the practice field. We will see how it plays out on the football field, and let the best man win. And when you allocate guys to being starters and say, hey, you're just the starter, and hey, you're just the starter, you remove that level of competition. And I think it's one of the ways they lost themselves a little bit, not recently, but over the time that they lost themselves as the LOB moved on and the rest of that group paired out, is they stopped being about competition. It was more about slotting the guy in. Well, this guy will be that point, and this guy will be in that point. What if the guy comes up to camp out of shape? Well, what if he's half-assing it? I'm sure they hold them to certain lines on it, but that's a thing bringing Sherman, which would do that as well, as it would push, to me, the competition of things. Who's going to come in ready? Who's going to come in hungry? Who's going to come in trying to earn their money? So I'm on it. And again, Jeremy, I don't think it's going to cost a whole lot. I don't think it's going to be super expensive. Robert Rowett, how you doing, my dude? I'm doing great, Robert. Hope you're doing well. Let's go. I've never really been big on Reed, but truly believe they need Dunlap back ASAP. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, my man. I agree with you 100%. I'd like maybe more to concentrate on a Leo right now. A Leo might be more helpful. But with that said, I'm beyond getting some scheme fit thing. Give me some two edge rushers that know what the hell they're doing. James F., this is not that bad of a loss. Glad to hear you guys. You guys got your thinking caps on today, man. I'm telling you, I got the smartest audience on YouTube as far as my chat goes. I mean, it's by far. Maxwell Stern, who will take Reed's spot? Well, right now, obviously, your two starters you're trying out there are Brian Monet and Puna Ford. Puna's got the body, being 6 foot and three hundo. He's got the body size that would more eloquently slide into the 3 tech potentially. I think Monet's more your 340 guy, though Monet actually is probably, historically speaking, giving you a little bit more pass rush. I think they're going to be probably pretty interchangeable at the end of the day. They like a lot Hamilton, supposedly. This is a guy on the roster right now who is more of a pure 3-tech type guy in size and body. Your 3-tech's usually going to be a guy 6'2", 6'3", and he's going to go more sub 300. Your 1-tech's going to go more 330 plus. So he's got more of that mold in that respect. And he's a guy could be interesting that they're supposedly pretty high on. If you're looking in the draft, the guy that would stand out to me that Seahawks could be high on, that for you local Husky folks, you'd be loving this, which would be the Onawaniki dude from the defensive tackle coming out of University of Washington, because he's a guy, I was watching his tape the other night, who completely misplayed at 1-tech at UW. I don't know why they didn't put him over to 3-tech more. Maybe they just didn't have a 1-tech. But he's the guy to me at the next level who completely grades out to a 3-tech. He's 6'2", 295-ish is how he looks on the field. But a bowling ball in there. Really like how he plays. He'd be a guy maybe they're interested in the second round to look as a replacement. There's not really on the market a lot of 3-techs, but I'm sure there'll be a couple guys before it's all said and done that are going to be released too. I don't think that the market's done releasing these guys. As I've said, I think the cutting is going to last all throughout the offseason. Teams are doing what they can now to get ahead of it to Greece, but it's an ever-fluid situation. Avtar Singh, please keep picking up our trash. Oh, well, Phil, I can show you some screenshots, Avatar, of you 49er fans right up before Kerry was signed. How you guys were just saying nonstop, it's so instrumental we get this guy signed. I was watching comment sections saying, he's better than Armstead. He's better than Armstead. And this wasn't Seahawks fans. This was Niner fans. I was just watching videos on Heidi before he was signed. They were just lamenting how important it was he was brought back. Oh, he makes D Ford look like a kid. Man, this is what we need. We need to pair him with Bosa. And then to watch the 49er fan base pivot. Just pivot right off that back foot and just slowly back themselves out that door. It's been wonderful to watch. You Niner fans in that respect are sometimes the gift that keeps on giving in that respect. But I think he's a pretty good player. I think you guys know he's a pretty good player. And I think it's got to sting a little bit for you, Avtar. I mean, you're going to lose. We're going to take your secondary from you. We're going to take your best pass rusher from you last year. You guys haven't gotten your quarterback this offseason so far. God knows you're probably going to trot back out Garoppolo again. Or not that. What was the latest rumor? Gardner Minshew? You feeling good about Gardner Minshew, Avtar? That's the latest connection. You think he's going to take you to the mountaintop? You can come into CenturyLink with Gardner Minshew and beat us? I don't think so. James F., another reason why this is not that bad of a loss is that Jarran Reed is only good when he has another good pass rusher. There we go. That was my point a second ago. Essentially what he's relying on is those guys to get up around run the arc, get up around the edges, force the quarterback back inside, and then he's very good at essentially he can have a guy he's locked up with it, and he can disengage and then release off to get to the quarterback. He's got a good couple first steps off of his ability to release and disengage. So the thing with that is, though, on the downside is when the edge rushers aren't getting there, he's not really going to get the penetration into the backfield at that point. Not on a consistent basis from a pass rush standpoint. This, again, limits his pass rush effectiveness as a 3-tech. And so it's a good player, not a bad player, but this is just some of the reasoning why little overpaid, doesn't necessarily stop the run as well as he maybe had been sold on him doing, and then as a pass rusher, he's relying on other help to get his job done. you can find other guys like that. You can find other guys like that at a theoretically much cheaper rate. Maybe you get a guy, instead of getting you 6 sacks, that gives you only 3 sacks, but still gives you commensurate a similar pressure rate. Get the quarterback similarly uncomfortable as Reed did this season. Randall McDaniel, LJ Collier slides inside. I liked Reed, 8 to 10 sacks to the inside. Not easy to come by. No, it's not. No, it's not. And we certainly aren't going to probably find an equivalent player of Reed next year. They've taken a step back there, hopefully with the thought process that they're taking a step forward on the edges, a place that's been now over the last couple of years, historically speaking, very, very weak for them. But this is maybe an indicator that they are going to bounce Collier inside. And certainly if you were to bring in another Dunlap type, that, like as I spoke about a second ago, okay, that's another 5 tech. So, both at Hyder and Dunlap, they both can essentially play either side. Their strength is over probably playing the 5 tech because they're not necessarily twitchy, the twitchy, bendy guys that you normally want to have over at the Leo, which is aligned a little bit out wider in the formation in order to give a guy who's bendy and has lean more advantage to get around that edge. So that would be the one wonder I would have with that, but that would certainly, if they do sign Dunlap, be an absolute dead giveaway indicator at that point that they're going to either A, move on from Collier, or look to kick him inside at the 3 tech. He flashed a couple times in there at 3 tech. He did. He's very quick for those guys inside, and he brings his heavy hands with him when he comes in there, which is a lot more useful for him on the inside than it really is on the outside, where tackles are able to just kind of ride his strength out. Maxwell Stern, we have a huge hole at wide receiver 3. Not many free agents left. Does Seattle go for the draft to get their 3rd wide receiver 3? Well, historically, they like to draft their wide receivers, certainly Maxwell. They go a little bit into free agency a bit, but they've not had great results with it. Jarran Brown a couple years ago, they didn't give him a lot of money, but just didn't really pan out a ton. Dorsett last year didn't give him a lot of money, but didn't even see the field, for God's sakes. So they're maybe feeling a little bit burned in the free agent wide receiver market of things. The thing I would say, too, is that it's smart to go maybe for the draft in this respect, Maxwell. When you look at the last 5 drafts and you say, what are the top 3 strongest positional groupings over all of the last 5 drafts? Probably 4 out of those 5 years, you'd point to wide receiver being in that top 3 category, if not the number 1 strongest part of every given, of these given draft classes. There's just more and more wide receivers coming out every year. And they're more refined, ready to roll, all that kind of stuff. So that would lead you to believe that you don't really want to necessarily pay for those guys unless you really have a difference maker or a generational one, like, let's say, DK Metcalf. So I think they're going to do something with it. I like the receivers in this draft, Maxwell. There's a few guys who I could absolutely see Schneider falling in love with. They just go, yep, this is a guy that Schneider just, I mean, I love him, but this is just the kind of player that Schneider would gravitate towards, especially at the wide receiver position. So they've gone that way in the past. They've drafted very heavy in the past wide receiver, and they're not afraid of drafting, even in that 4th round range, which is kind of the place I don't want to see them draft, unfortunately, because when they've drafted that range, they'll often pick wide receivers that they instantly cut. So you had Amaro Darboh right at the end of the 3rd round, basically was a 4th round pick. Chris Harper, Kansas State, a couple years ago, never got even onto the preseason field, I think. He got cut, or he got a little bit on preseason, but he was cut. And then recently we just had this happen with Gary Jennings a year ago, where you had, Snyder collecting all those picks and getting that Chris Harper type. So there's going to be a better player now this year in the 4th round of the wide receiver position than there's been over the times they've drafted that wide receiver in the 4th round before, of where the talent had fallen in at that point. There will, because this one's so deep. So they could go that route. But Josh Gordon's still there. Antonio Brown's still out there. 2 guys that are still rumored to come into Seattle. And if you hear both those 2 guys signed with Seattle tomorrow, you'd feel a whole lot better about your receiving core. James F. Collier was great inside. He's definitely flashed. He's definitely flashed in there. What's weird, James, is they didn't really run him a lot in there. He would be in there you'd see them in little spots and places. The Cowboys on the goal line where he helps cause a safety with his penetration. And you go, why aren't we seeing this all the time? So, I'm interested in what you can maybe see from him with that. And again, the things that he has as problems with his game as a pass rusher on the outside, being that his strength gets neutralized. He doesn't have really bend, or he's not really much of a technician with his hands. And so that's less reliant. He can just kind of be more simplistic on the inside. He can just win with power and push, so to speak. And he's going to seem a lot more snappier, quicker inside than he is on the edge, where he's a little slower off the edge. He's not a sudden athlete necessarily for that edge spot that he plays. So could be just a better overall fit, James, at the end of the day for him. And I would love to see them give him a run at that place. Jeremy Boehm, has T.Y. Hilton been signed? Yes, T.Y. Hilton was re-signed by the Colts on a 1 year, I believe, $10 million deal, something like that. But they got him back on a 1 year, $9 million or so deal. So it looks like we wouldn't have spent that money on him. That would have been more than we were probably willing to throw him. Randall says, if I recall, didn't Raiders expect to release Gabe and ended up trading him? Just odd how Reed news was released by him. Is it, if we can't trade, we're going to cut you? Bingo. That's exactly it, Randall. That's exactly it. You're trying to drum up interest. Again, I don't know why it can't be drummed up by a mailing list to 32 general managers, but that's just the way the NFL rolls. It loves to air out all of its laundry constantly out in the media for whatever reason. The Seahawks Network, we should get a wide receiver in the draft, even if we get a wide receiver in free agency. I'd be okay with that, Seahawks Network. I'm really at my wide receiver core as we stand right now. The only two guys I'm happy with are Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. There's no wide receiver on this roster that sits right now that I'm like, oh, I'm counting on them to give us something vital. Or I feel like they're really a plus wide receiver out there when they line up. Nah, I'm not feeling that. Savage Bob, Rams house. Savage Bob, how you doing? Feeling good about your Rams moves this offseason, Savage Bob? Randall Hyder reminds me of Mike B, 5'10", 40 coming out. He's got some elements of Mike Bennett to his game. The ability with their hands. Michael Bennett was an absolute karate master with his hands. This guy is very similar in that respect. Hand usage is absolutely top notch. Michael Bennett had a first step quickness that was truly elite, was truly difference making. This guy doesn't have necessarily that first step quickness, but he might have more effort. He might have a little more of a motor than Bennett had. So there's some plus sides to him too as well. But this guy's going to give you all he's got on the football field. There's no quit in him. He will continue to fight through a play. He will chase down plays. He is all effort all the time. He's a guy who plays like he hasn't been given a lot of chances in his career to really shine. And when he got it last year, he's like, I'm going to grab this by both horns and hold on for dear life. And I thought he did that last year. Again, too impressive in that potentially you can kick him a little inside. You could have him at both end at either left end or right end, and you know he can stop the run on either side. Very, very useful skills to have. You could have him as an early down Leo, where you know you're not rushing the passer to stop the run, and if you get Dunlap up over the other side, whoo, Poona Ford and Brian Monet on the inside, nobody's running on us on that. That's a wall of Seattle right there. Nobody is running on that front four. And then you flip out to passing downs. You get a Darrell Taylor, and then you rotate the snaps between Dunlap and Hyder over on the other side. Mix in Alton Robinson and Rasheem Green wherever they fit. It's got a nice little mix to it. I mean, it's like a little flavor of it's a little nice recipe. Just enough of the different ingredients we need to make it go. But a good call, Randall. I see Hyder in that same mode. Sort of got a little bit of that Michael Bennett game. I think they didn't do a lot of him. I've not seen a lot of him at defensive tackle yet. But he's got the size and build for it. He legitimately looks like a 275 type guy out there. Enrique M., I'd be okay for trading Tyler and signing AB. You get a quality pick, and I believe AB is cheaper, not to mention AB has way more upside than Tyler. Wow, you guys are on it today. Some smart thinking on your guys' part. It's just about allocating resources in Enrique. It's not about Tyler. It's not about Tyler being not a great player at this point. It's about, okay, I get a guy in AB who's near to where Tyler is. I get a second-round pick back for Tyler maybe. I can go get another receiver now on top of that to widen out the core a little bit more and still go get my center in the second round in addition to that, like Dickerson. To me, that's the smart way of roster constructing for this next upcoming season. Jeremy Boehm, what about Golden Tate? I think Golden Tate's on the table, but I think that the day that the Russell Wilson rumors died of him being traded were probably also the day that the Golden Tate reunion tours, trade, signings also died at the same time. I don't know if this happened or not, Jeremy. This is a lot of conjecture, and this is a lot of rumor stuff background, but I heard it from people that had been close to the team in a respect that it was completely true, and that is that there was all those rumors regarding Russell Wilson's former wife, ex-wife, and Golden Tate maybe having some shenanigans going on. Don't want to say that I know it's true. It's allegedly. Maybe nothing happened, and this is just a weird rumor that just came out of left field. But I would have to think that kind of sting still stings. That's not the kind of thing you just let your bro get off on for. Like, it's all right, man. Let's just go out and do this work on the practice field and forget it, all right? No, I'm not going to forget it. What are you doing here? I don't think I don't think I wouldn't sign off for that if I was Russ. I'd be like, we'll find our slot guy from somewhere else, okay? Anybody but him. And I think that's one where Russ can probably wield a little bit of power, understandably. Rodrigo Naves, why Sherm return? There are Richard Sherman rumors right now. Rodrigo broke yesterday, I believe, where you've got rumors that both the Seattle Seahawks front office and Richard Sherman would be potentially interested in a reunion, back together again. I've said for a while, there's a lot of reason why this makes a lot of sense. And then you've got Sherman with a tweet where I think some local person was tweeting him saying, should I get out the jersey and dust off the jersey? And Sherman said, no, not quite yet. He didn't say no. He didn't say, no, I'm not coming back to Seattle. He said, not quite yet. Not quite yet would indicate that it would happen at some quite time. And if that's the case, then there's an open door to this, Rodrigo. And I don't think he's going to cost a lot of money. Don't think he's going to cost a lot of years. And I certainly think he's going to help round out this cornerback room if you were to bring him back. Emmanuel Mendehane, one of my patrons. Welcome, Emmanuel, and thank you for your patronage. Here after working out, hope it was a good workout. I'm going to go do mine afterwards. How do you feel about the Reed news? Would love Dunlap coming back and Geno Atkins coming to town. Well, Geno Atkins, we'd have to do a lot of film study on Geno Atkins, Emmanuel. I need to look at a lot of them. I haven't watched the recent tape of him. Back in his day, he was a beast 3 tech. I mean, he was the Aaron Donald before Aaron Donald. Not quite as good as Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald blew the outstanding defensive tackle de jure 3 tech of the day out of the water when he came aboard. But nonetheless, he's a guy that if you were to bring him in on a rotational level and limit his snaps, does he have enough juice in those snaps? If it's, knowing passing downs, if it's downs where he's not going to be put up against the run, can he still maybe get a little bit of pressure? I've got to look into that myself and see if he could do that. I'm open to the door of it. And the thing you'd be super happy with something like this is a guy's played for, nothing against you, Cincinnati, but he's played for Loserville Bengals for a while here. Okay? It just is what it is. And we saw the same thing here happen just this last season with Carlos Dunlap. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we see Carl Lawson, who just signed with the Jets and just left the Bengals, if you suddenly see his production also spike over the course of the next year, despite having just signed a free agent deal. Because Robert Saleh's defense is going to allow him to do it, and because he's getting out of the Loserville a little bit. Again, no disrespect to you Cincinnati fans, but I mean, it's just, I don't think a lot of Cincinnati fans are watching this, so I'm just going to let it loose. But I think he may have a little bit of that potential to tap into okay, well, we rotate you a little bit, and then we're going to bring you onto a team where you get to come to a first-rate organization that knows what it's doing. We're going to put you out there to shine and put you out at your best. We're going to take your weaknesses and try to minimize them as much as we can. I think it's got some upside to it. What's it going to cost? A couple million maybe at the most? If. And can he give you 90% of what Jarran Reed gave you in the pass rush game at $2 million? And then is that worth it to then save collectively, cumulatively, $6.6 million? I say yes. Maxwell Stern says, dream free agent signing right now? Oh, what a great question. Can I combo it? I'll probably go Dunlap because I want to go to like Clowney Dunlap combo is what I'd like to do. But I would probably go with those two. That'd be my one of those two. But Dunlap probably first because I know what I'm getting, even though he's a little older. I just feel okay, but I'm intrigued by Clowney because Clowney would be a purified Leo at that point. You wouldn't be throwing him more at 5 tech. He could then take the Leo side. Hyder could take the 5 tech side. LJ backs up Hyder. Taylor backs up Jadeveon, and Alton Robinson and Rasheem Green work their way through the whole process on it in between. I am intrigued by that, but probably one of those two type things would be where I would lean towards. James F., what would be a good wide receiver in the draft, Cameron? Oh, you're asking Cameron, sorry. The good news is deep in the draft. It is. You go a lot of different directions. When you're by the second round, there'll be a fairly good amount of guys off the board. A guy that's got a lot of like up and down with them that people aren't sure on that I would love would be a guy like a Kadarius Toney. He probably won't last into the mid-second round range, but Elijah Moore would be interesting out there. Marquise Stevenson's a guy in this draft that I'm actually pretty high on. We've got some folks that mentioned a couple of names of later round guys you can look at, Ilhar Marset. But there's some legitimately really interesting cats out there, even in that second to fourth round range where Seattle could pick up that wide receiver. You could be really picking through some interesting guys with a fairly diverse skill set. There's not any guys that are very similar to each other. They're all just a little bit different from the other. Raining Tacos, where are you hearing Reed is getting cut? Jarran Reed is released out on his Twitter, Raining Tacos, goodbye to the 12s, and that he's announced that he is going to be cut tomorrow. Jeremy Bones says Alden Smith might be an option at defensive end. That'd be another guy you could add to the mix. I mean, honestly, if I come away with one of Carlos Dunlap, Alden Smith, Justin Houston, Jadeveon Clowney, I might put Ryan Kerrigan in there, but I like those guys a little more than Ryan. Ryan's might be near them, but I like them a little more. I get that. I'm feeling okay. Right now, I'm a little jittery. Right now, I'm a little on edge because there's a part of me that wonders if they're going to do the same thing they did last year because they made the same mistake for 2 years in a row as it concerned the pass rush, so why wouldn't they make the same mistake once again? I hope they don't. I hope they've learned because when you go light, it doesn't work. But it's one of those, we'll see how it goes. We got a little more time, and there's a lot of guys still remaining out there in free agency for them to pick through. Paul Manning says, why are there still rumors of a Wilson trade to the Bears? Well, Adam Schefter's a guy who I think kind of ran a little bit of this on point, and then there's been little flares out and around the sides of this. But Schefter being a guy who doesn't tend to do the clickbait thing, he tends to be pretty well connected into the NFL and the process of things. And basically the day after everything seemed to have gotten finally tampered down, where it was confirmed seemingly that, okay, the Chicago Bears made the offer, Seattle turned down the offer, this door's closed. The remaining teams that Russell wanted to be traded to, that he had submitted to, are all off the board because they've figured out their quarterback situation now and in the long term. And I think that at that point, everybody from our standpoint in Seattle went, okay, he ain't going anywhere. But Schefter came out and said, don't be surprised if this still could get potentially consummated down the road. And the onus being placed upon Seattle having the route to go get the next quarterback, to having the pathway to getting their next starting quarterback. I don't know if it is that. I don't know if that is the truth on it, but that's what has continued to push a little bit of these rumors around. It just hasn't quite completely quieted down. Russell seems fully on board. He's recruiting players now at this point. It would be odd for him to be recruiting, let's say, Chris Carson to come back to Seattle, only with him knowing and having the intention of, I'm going to be moving on. That would be pretty far to take the ruse, if that's what they're doing, is trying to keep a ruse up, that there's the trades in place and the parameters have been hashed out, and now it's only a matter of time. If that's the case, then he's going pretty far and above then to keep the ruse going, and I just can't buy that that's the case. I tend to believe that while next year it's going to get interesting and we're going to be right back on the edge of our seats by the day after the Super Bowl, as far as maybe what could happen at that point with Russell Wilson, I think we're fairly in this. We can feel fairly confident in the standpoint at this point that we're good. We're okay. We're not going to see him do something wild. Eric Vig. Sorry, Eric, took me a while to get your donation. I go through the chats a little slow and low here, but I appreciate your $5 donation, Eric. Thank you, sir. You're very kind. He says, loved your channel. Can't wait until I see a Seahawks versus Bills Super Bowl one day. Eric, I was kind of hoping the Bills were going to get there. I was hoping you're going to get there, this deal. I thought it would have been awesome to watch the Bills. It would have been like just a perfect, if you like to see the closing of a circle thing, Brady and all these years of him winning and getting Super Bowls, and then the Bills with a little bit of the aura of the early 90s and the 4 straight Super Bowl losses still hanging over them a bit, but now finally good for the first time in a long time. And now they come to finally slay the Brady dragon and put him to rest. I like the thought of that narrative, Eric. I'm sure you probably would have too, but you guys are still right there. You're making some good moves this offseason. Can't hate on what you guys are doing. I think you guys are being pretty smart about what you're going about. And if you guys kill it in the draft, man, You definitely got to be considered a front runner at that point. And I am completely behind the chat. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. James F says, I wasn't a fan of us drafting DJ Dallas. Neither was I. Didn't see a lot on his tape that I saw why you would make him a 4th round pick. Still don't understand why you made him a 4th round pick. Just don't really get that one. Insidious says, I think Sherm's going to retire next season. That's probably why he would come back. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think it would be smart from Sherman's aspect if he were to take a little bit less than maybe he could even get at a place like Oakland, come back to Seattle, repair some of your reputation here locally and legacy-wise, and then maybe capture one magical year of something potentially that could happen, and you leave on that kind of note. That would be an amazing close to your career. You couldn't write a better close to your career. I'd love to see it. Ugly American, did you see Jarran's tweet? Yep, Ugly American. It does look like he's going to be either cut or traded in the next 24 hours. So I think that's what is indeed going on. The Seahawks Network, interesting fact, the last true cornerback we drafted coming out of college was Shaq Griffin. Trey and Ugo Amadi were safeties. Yep, Ugo played a little bit of slot in Oregon, so he was moved around a little bit in Oregon's scheme. But Trey was a safety. That is for sure. They've definitely not been looking to take a corner. I think last year, the one thing is with that, I can't speak to 2018, but last year there weren't any corners in the draft that fit what Seattle looks for. Whereas this year there's a ton of cornerbacks that fit to what Seattle looks for. So I just think they just didn't have any guys they liked, They just didn't, nobody was jumping out at them. Avatar Ang fan, I don't think AB will come here. I think Tampa Bay is still probably the front runner. It doesn't seem like they're going to lose anybody this offseason. Isn't that great to see? Doesn't mean they're going to lose a single body this offseason. They're only going to add to the ammunition, if anything, at this point. So that's a little disconcerting to watch, but there's a chance. It sounds like Russell's doing what he can in the background, as he's done twice before. James F says the most I would pay AB would be $6 million. I would probably struggle to even go that high for him, James. But if we're talking a 1-year deal, we're talking about doing that voidable year thing. Ooh, I like that voidable year. Oh yeah. If we can do some more of that voidable year thing, I'm all on board on that. However you need to make it work. However, because even with the voidable years you've added here, at the end of the day, you've taken your salary cap from having $90 million in space next year to maybe now you have right now currently sit at about $84 million. Eat $6 million off your cap space next year. And let's face it, we might also be seeing the cap increase next year because all that gambling money kicks in, the new television deals kick in. I could see it. Domino's says trade Reed for draft picks if they can get it. That's what they're trying to do right now. That's the key, though, is we just don't know if they're going to be able to get some team to be willing to spend the $8 million he's going to cost next year to keep him on the roster. It'd be probably relying on him having to sign a new deal. Tal Thor, DJ is fast and quick. He probably will be better than Rashad Penny. DJ? There's no universe that exists where DJ Dallas is going to be better than Rashad Penny. I know Rashad Penny has his share of haters on even my chat and out there in Seahawk land, but there's no universe that exists where DJ Dallas is on the talent level similar to what Rashad Penny is. Rashad Penny's not a star in the making, granted, but like this, DJ Dallas is just not an uber talented guy, and I don't think he's going to. I think at the end of the day, Rashad Penny is a much better player. LJ is going to ball out this year. We'll see, Insidious. We'll see. He's going to be damn near 30 by the end of the year, so it's now or kind of never. Spud Homer, I can't believe we couldn't at least trade him for a 5th or 6th, though. Plus Collier's as a replacement, he's an immediate downgrade. Well, we're not totally sure at this point that Collier's necessarily going to be his replacement. If Collier's getting kicked into the inside, it's a reclamation type situation. It's them basically understanding and going, well, he's not a good defensive end. He's not getting it done for us at defensive end. We got to kick him into defensive tackle. I don't think that means that you're relying on him then for production. You're saying, if you want to make the team, you're going to have to make the team as a defensive tackle. So I think it's a little more of that going on, Spud. I'd hope they wouldn't think that they're going to just count on him. They didn't certainly want to feature him much last year at the 3 tech. It was just little sprinklings. Why Dude Wise says those. So the question seems to be, did Seattle get a pick for Reed? I highly doubt it. It can't see anyone trading a pick for a dude that would cost them $9 on the cap this year. Yeah, so just again, we'll do the mechanism on this is that the front office, this is what the Raiders did with Rodney Hudson and Gabe Jackson. The front office goes to said player. They say, said player, we're going to be releasing you. We're going to announce we're going to release you, but we're going to first see if we can get a trade for you in the next 24 hours. Prepare your mind, body, and soul. And the player goes, okay. And he goes over and he starts tweeting, which is what Jarran Reed did. I love you, 12s. Time's been great. On to the next chapter. Okay. Now, Seattle tries to shake out a trade over the next 14 hours. I don't think for the reasons you stated the trade's going to probably happen. Why, dude? Why? Who's going to trade in this market with the limited cap dollars that are available for a guy that's going to cost him $8 million on their cap this next year? That's like double the price of what it should be at this particular season. So I would be surprised if they could. They're going to try, but I would think that they probably would have gotten a trade done by this point if there was going to be a deal that could have been out there on the table for them to be had. B. Russ, my gut tells me the Dolphins or some other team is going to blow the Hawks away with a trade for Russ right before the draft, and Russ will okay it. I do not think the relationship is repairable. It's possible. Well, we mentioned about this last week. When you look at the Bears' offer and the pittance that it was, the joke of an offer that the Bears had given us, you look through that and you go, well, okay, if Coach Carroll had to take a night to think about that BS offer, what happens when Miami comes in and they say three ones, 2 2s, and 3 3s? Or 3 1s, 2 2s, 2 and 2 3s? I might have them blinking. Might have our front office and Carroll blinking at that point. I agree with you. And I don't have a gut instinct on this one. It seems just gray right now with the whole situation, but we've still, as of yet, have heard, let's face it, there still has not been that moment Coach Carroll or the front office has come out this offseason and said, Russ is our guy. We love Russ. Russ is going to be here now in the future and forevermore. We've heard nothing but, as Jeremy Irons would say, dead silence. It's been odd. Randall McDaniel says Rondale Moore, Tyreek, Steve Smith, Percy Harvin is 4.2940, probably a 4.33 or so. I read a scouting report that he had stone hands, 120 catches as a freshman. Very difficult prospect to break down. I mean, just a hellacious prospect to break down because he intrigues and he excites, but then you just have question marks for every bit of excitement that he draws out of you. In one respect, he completely looks like, I wouldn't say he's a 4.33 guy. He's probably like a 4.38 guy. If he was at the combine, 4.38, 4.39 type guy, still, I mean, below 4.4 fast. That is incredibly fast. And quick, as you saw with his explosive numbers on his pro day there, a guy that's got the short area to go along with the speed, which intrigues you. Then you pair with this the fact that at Purdue, he's playing with, let's just call it not the greatest quarterback situation. And what they did basically there is they said, what we're going to do is we cannot get you the ball down the football field. Like, we don't have the quarterback with the arm to do it. What we're going to have you do is just run slants and drags and bubble screens, and we're going to treat you like a running back, and we're just going to get the ball into your hands and let you work. He had a stunning opening to his career, but the questions now pop into place where over the last couple of years, he hasn't played in that many games in total. He's been beat up a lot, injured a lot. Last year, he had a hamstring injury that he was fighting through, which really ruined his production. You have to really look at his 2019 tape to really get a feel for the guy. But again, he's 5'9". I don't think he's 5'7". I think he's 5'9". But that's still very small. You know, what is the last wide receiver at 5'9" that's been able to really flourish? Well, Tyreek Hill and, like you said, Steve Smith. But you can't even really add necessarily Percy Harvin to that list. They're few and far between type guys. And that's where the measure of him is going to be really tough on saying, well, this guy certainly is a difference maker. The quarterback play, fighting through the injuries. Once we have him healthy, once we have a good quarterback throwing to him, he could really be something. But you're not watching a wide variety of route tree running on any of his college tape because that's not what they were asking him to do. Still like him a lot. If he ends up on Seattle's team at the end of the day, Randall, because he slides in the second round because of the injury concerns, the lack of recent production, I'm doing handstands. I think he's a phenomenal player, and I think he can do all of that fly sweep stuff. He's got size to him. He benches like freaking 400 pounds and squats like 600 pounds. He's a jacked up dude for his size, so I don't think that the size stuff is going to be as much a problem for him. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. How you doing, Jose? Hope you're having a good one. Thanks for jumping in. Rondale is like 5'7", though. I doubt he plays receiver in the league. I think it's 5'9". I think it's 5'9". Eric99, hey, everyone. Hit that like button. Thank you for mentioning that, Eric. Please do slam on that like button if you happen to be watching. It does help me out, and I appreciate it. Makes me show up on everybody's search algorithm. All those other Seahawks fans looking for a guy to talk Hawk. Joel Tilson, 2 draft picks for Jarran Reed. Ugh, I don't know if you're going to get 1 draft pick for him, Joel. It's not that he's not a good player. It's this particular season with this particular season's cap limitations combined with all those teams have shot their load. No one's got any money left to spend basically. And then the fact that Reed's then carrying the $8 million, just not going to get it done there. Rating, why do why? There are so many small, quick slot wide receivers in the draft. Seattle sure needs a good slot with Yak. Completely, why do why? That's why I think they're being a little hesitant to necessarily jump as strong into this particular wide receiver market, free agent wise, is because this is a draft that's very, very deep with wide receivers. And we're saying it year in and year out, but this one is. And this one's more last couple of years that have had deep wide receiver classes, it has felt like they're a little more top heavy. Like you have 5 or 6 wide receivers in a first round. This one's more of through the first 4 rounds through about halfway into the 4th round, you should be able to find a starter level quality wide receiver, if not a potential upper level guy, depending on the guy you pick, depending on what role you put him into. But that's a lot different than how it's been recently in that respect. Tal Thor, it'll be a waste anyways if Hawks trade Wilson for 3 first-round picks. Seattle was never good at first-round picks. It's been a bust. Well, they've been bad at first-round picks, Thor, in the 20s. That's where they've been bad. And maybe a little bit of their hesitancy of taking on Chicago Bears' 20th overall first-round pick, which was probably going to be due to be the highest first-round pick of any of the Bears' first-round offerings in that particular trade. So when you look at this narrative that Seattle's bad with first-round picks, they're bad with picks in the 20s. They're bad picking the back. And now why are they bad picking in the 20s? Well, there aren't a lot of teams that are really successful at picking in the 20s. You can find outlier teams that, this guy, they got TJ Watt. Steelers did at 29. They're great at picking in the back of the first round. Are they, though? Let's look at the Steelers over the last 10 years because they've picked a lot predominantly in the back of that 20-ish range and see how they've picked versus when they get to pick up in the top half of the first round. My point on this, when Schneider and Carroll walked in the door, they had the number 8th overall pick in the first round and got Russell Okung, who's still playing well in this league. They went and got Earl Thomas with the 12th overall pick in the first round. They got Bruce Irvin, who was never a star, but at the number 15th overall pick in the first round in that draft that he came out of, he has been the most productive pass rusher, I believe, out of that draft, or one of the most productive pass rushers out of that draft. So they're good if they can pick higher up in the first round. It's been that the back first round's been the problem area. That's where they need to get out of. And that's part of, I think, why they said it themselves. That's why they're facilitating the trade of Jamal Adams last season. They said, we don't like what we're looking at this draft and being able to scout these guys in the upper end. And then we haven't necessarily been doing as good in that later first round. James F., I have a good feeling we will re-sign Dunlap. I hope you're psychic, James. I hope there's some clairvoyance going on. I feel like they know they're not going to make the same mistake 3 times. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on. Shame on. Do a little Bush. Shame on. You just can't shame me. You can't trick me twice. Shame on you. But we should, I hope after 3 years they got it figured out. Joel Russell ain't going anywhere. I'd say it's probably more likely he's staying at this point. I think it's a very small likelihood that anything happens. Jeffrey Nicholson, try 5th, at least 7th most likely. Yeah, I think the 7th is probably a likely one, Jeffrey, at this point. 5th might even be jumping for the moon too as well. And again, I think that they probably already had him theoretically out there on the trade market prior to this. They're just counting on maybe a team that's reactively seen the free agent market's not gotten them the defensive tackle they were trying to get for their needs. And so now they're going to say, okay, let's see what we can maybe try to do here. Josiah McNeil, is Sherman coming? The fact that they're exclaiming any kind of interest at both parties at this point, I think is at least an indicator that this is a lot more of an open potential than we thought maybe at the start of the offseason. I thought it made a lot of sense and it thought as a prediction it could come true. But the fact that this gets released out like this, that there's a little bit of this dancing going on between the two parties on this makes a lot of sense. And from Seattle's standpoint, I could see why they would do it. He would round out the cornerback depth. May not be the player he once was, but if you go look back at his Pro Football Focus score from last year, not the year before where he was the number 1 rated cornerback by Pro Football Focus, but go look at last year, playing in Seattle's scheme, still a very highly rated cornerback in the league as far as his rating goes. So it doesn't seem to completely have fallen off a cliff does seem to be a little bit of the narrative from some fans out there. Rating tacos, pity party not needed. Hawks are still a playoff team as is. We're a fringe playoff team. If we got the pass rush we have right now, and we don't add anything, we don't do a trade deadline deal, we don't sign anybody else, then we're going to sit where we are right now at the pass rush, and we're going to say our 4 young cats are going to, one of them is going to explode for us, and we're going to count on it. We're fringe. We're fringe right now, playoff team, if that's the case. You're certainly not a Super Bowl frontrunner at that point. You got to do a little more work. You can get to that place of being a contending team, a conference championship, into that realm of where, NFC class right now sits with the Green Bay Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then there's a second tier below that. And we're in that second tier below that right now. To lift ourselves up into that first tier of being a possible team up there, more moves need to be made. This is not enough. We're in the same top out place kind of where we've been recently overall. It needs a little bit more, Flag Sabbath says the Puna deal made the Breed deal look horrible. Yeah, and they're different players. Puna doesn't give you exactly the same pass rush Jarran does. So they are a little different in what they do. Puna's more of a run-stuffing defensive tackle. Dewey 2K, a player that can play both the 1 and 3 tech positions at an NFL starting level is a tremendous skill, but we need the money elsewhere. Cream dollar bill, y'all. Cash, get the money. Dollar bill, yo. I love Wu-Tang. Yep. Absolutely correct, man. Absolutely spot on. Jeffrey Nicholson says Russ is a Hawk for life. I hope so, Jeffrey. I hope so. This is the year of the great mending. The great year of the mending of fences. That's what I'm hoping that we're going to see this year. James F., all I want for us is to sign Dunlap. I'll feel a lot more happier about this offseason. It's very strange, and one player can give you the confidence and solidarity of going, okay, we're good. I think we're okay. That's enough. He's almost in that respect for me, that enough, just because you can pinpoint so much to this defense and the way the way this defense moves and the way this defense operates and how it needs to look right on the football field is the front 4 guys need to be generating pressure so you can drop as many guys as possible into zones. Squeeze those windows for the quarterback. Get those tip passes. Just make everything harder on them. Make them more patient. Take away the deep ball completely at that point because you're not blitzing, taking away defenders out of the deep edge of the field. Everything will work so much better defensively if you can get that front 4 going. Oh, I just got news. We signed Dunlap. Shout out to John Robinson on the stream for pumping through on my text here and letting me know. Woo! We'll see if we get a confirmation from the rest of the chat, but that'd make me feel good. I'm on live stream right now, John. Here, we'll see. I'm on the stream, John. But thank you for breaking that, brother. Chat, give John Robinson a shout out. I think we just got some good news. Get down here on the chat. Maybe I can stop being behind this so much. Devin Martzall says, I like the direction we're going. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think so too. Everything's been a good step in the right direction. If this Dunlap thing is a signing as John's saying here on the phone, then that would be an indicator that we might be in some good shape here. So, Seahawks Gaming, what's the difference between Jarran Reed and Gerald Everett? About 32 concussions, Seahawks Gaming. Jarran Reed has had the hell beat out of him. And at one point in time, he was a move tight end like Gerald Everett, and he still is probably technically considered a move tight end. But he's a guy that has just been decimated by injuries, not to mention he's one concussion away from leaving the football permanently, I believe. He got battered for a few years there. So you get those lower leg injuries in addition to that, and those start to stack up, and then age adds into it as well, and that's where you lose that athleticism. And those move tight ends like Gerald Everett is or like Jarran Reed is, they don't have the big bodies to fall back on. They need that quickness and speed. And I think Jarran Reed's probably about 4 years older than Gerald Everett. So that'd be the main places. Jarran Reed got a real good chance last year to be featured in the 49ers passing attack. Shanahan spoke to the fact that he was going to feature him in that respect, but didn't get much production out of him, really. They weren't able to really do much with him, in my opinion, and I think a lot of that Seahawks gaming came down to, yeah, sure, there were some limitations at the quarterback play for the 49ers, but that offense is built to get tight ends open with easy completions. And let's face it, Shanahan had a recent history of working with Reed with Washington. Silver Shrew, we could extend Jamal Adams or bring back Dunlap with this cut. For sure. The Adams new contract doesn't really rely on any restructuring because the first year in the way you build that contract out, you can get it below what his cap hit is right now. You could have him on a $7 or $8 million first year cap hit. And right now he's costing near $10 million. So that isn't built on anything else. I think this release, if Dunlap just got signed, especially if Dunlap just got signed, that absolutely would be an indicator then that I just lost my train of thought, that they're bringing back Dunlap. It's Dunlap that allows you to bring that back in for. Randall McDaniels has plenty of 5'10", 5'9" receivers. Oh, there's a lot of them in this draft. That's sure. That's true. Oh, here we go. Mike Maluki with the $5 donation. I'm missing my donos here. Let me get to my donation here, game. I get behind on my chat and I don't get my donations. So we got it. So here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Woo. Love it. Love it. Okay. I feel a lot better. A little bit of a weight is off my shoulders with this one. A little bit of the weight is off my shoulders with this one. All right, so Kyle comes in with the $5 donation. First off to you, Kyle, sir. I effing salute you, sir. Thank you for coming in with the dono game on that. He says, we got Dunlap back on a 2-year, $16.5 million deal. Let's fucking go. Love it. Love it. This is great. And I'm going to totally lose questions in the chat. So sorry, I'm behind on the chat. I'm going to catch up on the chat right now because I know everybody's going to want to talk about this Dunlap signing. So if I missed your question, just pop me back on the question. Why she says, I called it. John Snyder's going 2012 beast mode. Oh, he's going all in, man. He's all in. All the chips just got pushed to the center of the table. We got a mountain of chips right now. The chips are falling over each other, cascading down to the floor because they are pushing him to the center of the table so fervently. All of it. Pete, give me what you got in your pockets. I'm old. I need to save up for my retirement. I don't care. Give it to me. Give it to me now. Okay. That too. Who else can we get? Love it. Love it. Love it. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Kyle, thank you for the dollar donation as well. Came with the double dono. Thank you, brother. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna be cloud nine. Beautiful. Let us not underestimate the impact here of Dunlap. One of the things that was driving me crazy, just driving me crazy with people as far as this narrative that's been hitting with the Kerry Hyder signing is you have folks already starting to try to set the stage for us and telling us that be fine with the fact Dunlap's not back anymore. Be fine that it's not gonna that we won't have him because now we have Hyder. And if you look at their pressures last year and you look at their pressure rates, shut up. That was such a silly thing, wasn't it? No, Hyder is a fine player. He's a good player. Half the season Dunlap played for the Bengals, who basically put him in their version of purgatory, which is you're already in Cincinnati, so you're basically in purgatory. But they had another place where they put him basically for whatever reason they had younger players they wanted to feature or whatever it was. Half the year he's in and out, not really playing consistently, not getting a chance to shine. If you look at his pressure rate last year, if you look at what he did as far as a football player, you've got to divide out the playing in Cincinnati, I've been on this team for 9 years and we haven't gone anywhere or done nothing. And now after giving my heart and soul to this team and still with a lot of gas left in my tank, they're putting me on the bench for these young players who aren't as good as I am. Is it a shocker if that player doesn't play up at a phenomenal level at that point? Does that blow us away? Wouldn't we all maybe be victim to falling into that potential trap ourselves? And then here comes Seattle like a light of God coming down like a... And he gets the light and he gets on the plane and he comes to Seattle and he says, this is the place for me. My goodness. And he's a far superior player. He's a far different player than that early on season. He's a dominant player. And in fact, probably one of the most, if not the most dominant edge pass rusher in the game over the back 8 games of the season, bar none. And was he a one-trick pony? Was he just a good pass rusher who could give you little else? No. He stopped the run too. You get a complete football player, a year younger than J.J. Watt, who's going to give you more production, I would guess, this year than what J.J. Watt's going to get you, except for the fact that Cardinals are going to be down in a lot of games. So J.J. is going to get a more higher volume of rushes because Seattle's going to be up in a lot more games and just be pounding people out. So, I got to factor that in as well. But you get a complete player now. We've solidified things now. I'm going to be just happy all the rest of the stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to respond to the chat, guys. I'm just going to be super happy, just smiling and giggling away here because this is what we needed. Leo's not Leo's. Darrell Taylor's a pure Leo. We'll fill him in with pure Leo when we need. Hyder can play some Leo. We did a little bit of the Bosa role at times. It'll be fine. We got the pass rushers we need now. Dunlap, Hyder, Mayowa, Taylor, Alton Robinson, Rasheem Green. And now it would, unfortunately, we're going to have to RIP Collier a little bit here. That's the one downside is your LJ Collier gets RIP'd just a tiny bit here. But maybe he gets maybe he's into 3-tech now like we've talked about. Maybe they're bouncing him inside to the defensive tackle. Regardless, you now have a pass rush that can get that down to the edges. This pass rush can get you a conference championship. This pass rush can get you into a Super Bowl because not only do you have some frontline guys that can generate the pass rush, but you have depth and you have developing depth with a lot of talent. Alton Robinson's got some talent to him. He's got some high end to him. Pass rushers take a little bit of time. They're like tight ends, man. They're like that, they're like the chia pet you got back in the day. This is for the old heads. You get this chia pet and you got to put some water. It takes a little bit of time for the stuff to grow out on it. But once it grows out, it's like, damn, look at that thing. It's like growing out. And our pass rushers could be similar. Rasheem Green, who's just turning 24 this year, could finally start to tap into that tantalizing potential that had him once projected if he had remained in school to being a top 15 pick the next year. And Darrell Taylor, when Seattle tends to go up in the second round and target a guy, they aren't good maybe the first round. We can talk about that. When they target a guy in the second round, when they say, hey, we're sitting here in the second round, we want to be sitting up there because we want to move up in the draft and get that guy right there. And when they've done it in the past, they've been very, very successful. And they did that with Taylor last year, and he didn't get on the football field. But I'll go back to the past history of them doing that and how that's gone for them. And I'm going to think that this guy should be able to give you at least something there. At least something. So, fantastic move by Seattle. It relieves all the pressure off now of needing to go get another guy or get this guy. Or can we get this guy? What are we going to do now? Do we have to make a last-minute trade? Do we have to overspend for some player to fix this thing that we should have fixed in the offseason and just dealt with? No. It's now handled. And you set the stage as well, moving into this draft, of not having as many necessities that you have to attack. It's one less necessity that has to be hit. One more thing you get to check the box off. Certainly, granted, Jarran Reed moving on this offseason opens up a hole now at the 3-tech. But as somebody spoke about, Geno Atkins gets brought in, rotate him out at about a 40% rate. You're only going to play 40% of the snaps, Geno. Can you handle that and give us like 6 sacks in a year? I can do that. Cool. Let's roll. So here we go. Here we go. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And again, if I missed you in the chat here, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't anticipate the signing today. I just was going live for the hell of it, and now I'm just super stoked. So, oh man, this is nice. I thought they were going to do it like last year, guys. I got to be honest with you. When I was starting this up today, I was like, I've been thinking on my mind, they're going to do us, they're going to Mayowa and Irvin us again. They're going to Marvin us again this year. And they didn't do it. Mayowa now slides into like the 15% of the snaps role, which he's best at. Everybody lots into their perfect little role now. Devin Palmetier says, stupid as F that they are not trading Wilson. It's the moves they have made. I just don't think, Devin, that there's been an offer there yet. I mean, Devin, would you have taken that Bears offer? I wouldn't have. They offered you no high first-round picks, no pathway to your new quarterback, and they're offering you 2 players that they intended to cut. So they themselves weren't really valuing. To me, it wasn't a legitimate offer. Ethan's Tech World, Johnny Boy, rolling this offseason. Oh, Johnny's back in his flow, man. Johnny's back in his flow state. He's got that, he's wax on, wax off. He's got that Bruce Lee thing. Bruce Lee did the arm thing where it does the trippy, like, you see the tracers on his arm when he moves. That's put John Schneider's face with Bruce Lee doing his arm move. And that's John Schneider right now. Shane Hafner, Jarran Reed is trying to screw us over so we don't get that much for a trade and we just end up cutting him. At least we saved $9 million for the cap. Reed cut helped sign Los. Yeah, and this is a better position that you need. This is a better player, in my opinion, than Reed is, and at a more vital position in this defense. So this is smart. Again, just what you want to see your front office make smart moves, thinking through things, not overpaying at positions they shouldn't be overpaying at, i.e. running back. Don't pay Carson this year $8, $9, $10 million. It's not smart football building. The analytics tell us it's not smart football building. Think this through. Think this through. John Robinson says, I think, and thank you, John, for letting me know on that text, dude. That was awesome news. I think you have to think with the Russell trade, what other desperate GMs are there besides Ryan Pace and the Bears? Well, it's true. I think that the Dolphins are certainly a team that jumps out to me, John. I mean, they jump out to me for a lot of different reasons. While I'm certain their coach isn't necessarily in that place, Jerry mentioned they're on the rise, improving team. They've got a Tua problem because the Tua problem could be the thing that upends all of the development that they built there. If he's not good enough, if he's not the guy by their estimation of things. And if that is the case and they feel they are close and they've got the ammunition like they do, I mean, they've loaded to the hilt for the ammunition just to make this kind of trade. They would be a team I've always maintained throughout this process, John. They would be that type of team that would be the one that makes the most sense potentially to jump into that fray. But I certainly, again, don't think with these moves Seattle's making, going again this Dunlap, moving these things around like they have, maximizing out the dollars, the voidable years in the contracts, all of these things point to keeping Russell here for another year, not moving on from him. If you're moving on from him, theoretically, you'd want to keep as much cleared cap space this season as you could coming into the year because you're going to want to deal with the dead money hit. If Seattle was moving on from this offseason, they've still got the dead money hit that they got to create the cap space for. How would they do that at this point? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think that I think that he's here for at least another year. Fish Angel says, I feel like we should rotate Alton, Mayo, Taylor. Well, add Dunlap in there too now, Fish Angel. But yeah, I'd expect a rotation, and that's best. This team had too many players early on in the year playing 85, 90% of the snaps all across the board of the defensive line, and they weren't able to be as efficient playing that many snaps. TJ Pratt says, John Schneider, you beautiful son of a gun. Ah, Johnny. Johnny, we love you. In Johnny, I trust. I'm backed in Johnny, I trust. I'm backed in John, I trust. I don't know I'm fully on in Pete. Johnny, I trust. I'm there, man. I'm there. Seahawks fan, do you think we need a third wide receiver because we didn't sign David Moore back? I do. I would like to get 2 more receivers, that Seahawks fan. I think the Seahawks are going to do 2 more. One in the draft. I think they'll sign another veteran. Maybe Josh Gordon comes back into the mix. It's a real deep draft for wide receivers. I'd expect them to bounce on in there. Stale BR says, Seahawks basically said, bye Reed. We prefer Dunlap. Facts, man. Facts. And smart of them to do. Smart of them to do. I think we've seen, I think we've seen Reed's best football. He's got some injury stuff that's now started to pop over the last couple of years. He had the suspension, which wasn't his fault, but look, there's some questions with him. And I don't have any questions with Dunlap. A complete football player. A football player who played at his best, finally going to a winning organization for the first time in his career. I'm going to value that. I'm going to put more on that. And I think you guys do too. John, free agency, Snyder, I love you, says Ethan Tex World. I do too, man. A lot of love for John. He's earned it today, folks. He has earned it today. Woo! God, so glad we got him back, man. It was going to be brutal going into next season with Mayo and Hyder as your only. Okay, here we go. Hopefully the young guys got something. Whew. Seahawks Network. Wow. Rondale Moore measured at 5'7" at his pro day. Damn. That is small. I'm with you then. I'm back on the board with you then. SN. I'm right on back board with you. I don't know what you do with him at that point. That's too small to play on the outside. He's got to only be a slot guy at that point. I thought he could do some outside stuff at 5'9", get him a better quarterback, but 5'7" is that is Smurf size. Washi says, I loved every move we've made. Every move to me was built a little bit on this coming. It was a little bit of it's almost like, you've got the main course of your meal that you need for me, which was a little bit of the offensive line / pass rush. And they did the offensive line part, but there was still that pass rush part of the main course. I need the potatoes. I got the steak. I need the potatoes. And you had all the initial servings and the desserts and all that. Gerald Everett, a little of the dessert, Benson Mayowa and Hyder is a little bit of your what would be the entree. I'm not a fancy schmancy eater, but Dunlap was the key. Dunlap completes it all up. It really, it's like the dude in The Great Lebowski. It really brings the room together like his rug did. Dunlap really brings the team together, just really brings the room together, And this move does that for me. This move absolutely does this for me, and it was important because of that fact. So fantastic move by our Seahawks, and they're absolutely they've moved this in offseason now with this signing and with the moves they've made up until this point. This offseason, we've moved firmly into an A- territory for me, and we're pushing up into A territory depending on what they do with this draft. This has been a really well executed offseason. Again, understanding that you didn't walk into this offseason with the $50 million you had last offseason, and I didn't give them the greatest of grade last offseason. It would have been like a C+, B- area. So this season, with less resources to work from, they've gotten way more creative. They've been willing to put those voidable years in there and kick a little bit of the money out to next year, as I've been begging and asking them to do, because I think that it's important to do so. That $95 million doesn't help us nothing, especially if Russell's going to be moved. Who cares? We're in rebuild mode anyway at that point. So why worry about 10, 15 million of it if you can, in this season, in the now, right now, go and take advantage? I mentioned that there's another tier, 2 teams above us in the next tier, but prior to this Dunlap move, by the way, I think this might vault us up into that tier as I think about it. But the one nice part about there only being those 2 teams in the NFC is it is in the AFC. AFC's come along in recent years. Buffalo Bills are a problem. The Ravens are a problem. The Chiefs are a huge problem. The Chargers may be about to become a problem. The Browns are difficult to deal with. They might be up in that rung because they've got a lot of talent on that team. You never know what the hell the Steelers are going to do, and the Colts are just sitting there. I don't know what the Colts are doing exactly, but they've got a lot of talent too. You don't have that same kind of complete conference, I think, in the NFC necessarily right now. I think you can easily vault yourself up into that first tier category and land in there. And I think this move does a lot to do that. I think this does a lot to do that. This is really good. This is really good for us, folks. This helps us out to a large measure. Randall says, can't wait for the online gambling to be readily available. Those bookies in Yakima aren't messing around. Part of me will miss the late night meetings at Denny's paying up. Good old days. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of gambling this year too, Randall. I'm going to try my hand out, I think. I've been hesitant in the past, right? I'm going to see what I can do maybe on this. A nice deal too. 2 years, $16 million. You get him. He's going to be 32, 33 over the course of this contract. Again, Watt this year is already 33 years old still. He was very good last year. I would expect him to be okay. He should be fine over those couple of years. Pass rushers can last till they're 34, 35 and still give you a little bit, especially the guys like him that are the 6'5", 6'6" guys, your Julius Peppers types. Those guys can last a little bit longer in the league because they can fall back on the size and the length even once they lose a little bit of the quickness and speed. You see this with a guy like Calais Campbell, another very similar type player in a lot of respects. So you would expect him to be able to still be very productive even as he gets another year or 2 older. Seahawks Network says, I'm not as hot on Dunlap at $8.5 million. You needed to do it. And that's about the right money for me. I mean, look, you're halving down what he was going to cost coming into this offseason, which was over $14 million. So you're nearly, you're paying it 60% what he was going to cost coming into this offseason, minus losing maybe, at the expense a bit of Jarran Reed. I can see why it's a little bit maybe muddled, but this one knocks it out the park to me. This is all day. I think it's Slim Dog Mills. It's my Twitter is SeahawksNester. SeahawksNester is my Twitter. Emmett21, I appreciate everything Reed did. Hey, Reed was a marvelous player for us. I'm not trying to destroy on Reed. This always comes back to just, I say this over and over, it's resource allocation. It's just, you have a finite amount of cap space, especially this year at $182 million. You've got to move the parts and pieces on the board in the right places to make the roster work. And you needed help on a pass rush. You weren't going to be able to go out there and go just cheap. You've tried that. You tried that last offseason and it didn't work. You can't just go young. You tried that over the last couple off seasons and it hasn't worked. You needed to change the philosophy on this one to go for some more certainty at both edge rushing positions, and they have now done that. So it's to me, this is one that it was a necessity beyond Jarran Reed. He's not a necessity. It's a luxury for me to have a guy like Jarran Reed right now. It's a necessity to have 2 edge rushers who can get the job done. I think the defense works way better when that's the case. Joshua Johnson, John getting a lot of love in the chat. Love it. Joshua Johnson, LJ on the inside will be much more suitable for him. Just needs to put on at least 10 to 15 pounds and he'll be beastly. I think it's more of a natural place for him, Joshua. And I just don't think at his age, he's going to be 26, I think, here coming up soon. He's not going to really get the development point on the edge. He needs to learn things on the edge that he kind of already needed to have had learned if he was going to be an effective edge player. He's got some punch to him. He's got some power to him. You know, he's got some effort, high effort to him. He's got some stuff to him in that respect, but there's things that are missing in his game that you got to have to be a good pass rusher on the edge, and he doesn't have it. But inside, he flashed last year on a couple different plays. He flashed. Will be very interesting to see if they go this route with him. Los is back, says Chase. That's right. Los is back. I love that nickname. Doug Mitchell, if the Finns are willing to send a pile of 2021 picks, Young Master Tua, and some extra swag in 2022, 2023, I can see Schneider and Carroll taking that offer very seriously. Yeah, I could see them theoretically. Yep. To me, it's going to take more than it's just going to take a lot of picks. You know, it all just depends on what it is, Doug. Like I've said, here's what it measures out to for me. If I got to take the $39 million dead money hit and give you my Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, I needed an equivalency of 5 first-round picks. It doesn't have to be exactly 5 first-round picks. I need the equivalency. Let's take your Jimmy Johnson draft chart, whatever you need to do. I need the equivalency in the draft chart of 5 first-round picks if you're going to get me to move off my spot on this trade. But I think these moves do tend to lead towards me believing that, you know, if you were going to move Wilson, if you intended to move him down the road or down the line in this process of this offseason, I don't know that these would be the exact moves that you would have then made to make that move. I think these moves are more indicative of the fact that they're going for it with Wilson this year rather than bringing Tua onto this roster. That one doesn't necessarily make as much sense. Seahawks Network says, yep, most teams don't pick well in the 20s. Just want to remind you that success rate in the 20s is 37%. If I was picking in the 20s, I'd trade back every time. I would. It's a tier thing too. I've said this goes, you got your first tier of the first basically 15 players in the draft. Our top is your top tier. These are your difference makers, Pro Bowl level players, maybe even a Hall of Famers in there. Then you got from about 15 to about 45, 50-ish is your next tier of players, and they're all in about the same assemblage as far as potential goes. Kyle Mulkey had blocked me from donating, shaking my head, this dude. I'm sorry, Kyle. I got your donations came in. I think I got a couple of your donos in. Sometimes it's a little slow on it, but it came through. I appreciate you doing that. Yeah, it is on slow mode, and I'll maybe start trying to turn it off slow mode a little bit. I just have it on slow mode because we would get some trolls during the season, and it would be out of control. They just come in, and I was putting my mods to work a little bit too much. Randall McDaniel, Elijah Moore ran a 4.34 at his pro day. Coming out, that's a 4.4, not slow. Nope. He's got a good 4. That's about what I expect with him. He looks like a 4.4 guy on tape too. Small. He's legitimately another one of those 5'9" guys. So he's a slot guy really only, but very quick, very fast, very polished route runner as well. He looks like A.J. Brown last year or A.J. Brown from a couple years ago, but you just take off like 4 inches of height and he looks like kind of the same player. I do get behind on the chat. For the folks that might be new here on the chat, I do tend to get behind the chat because I try to read everyone's comment or question if I can, get into it a little bit. So it gets me behind, but I do my darndest to try to catch up. So bear with me. I do appreciate you watching. Bajim, what are your thoughts on everything that just happened? Reed, Dunlap, and the dude from the Niners. Bajim, like all these moves, I needed the Dunlap cherry to be put on top of this particular cake to fully sign off. I wouldn't have been happy with just Hyder and Mayoa as my top 2 rushers. But, you know, basically when I need my most deadliest pass rush, here come Hyder and Mayoa. No. But I'm happy with this as far as this. Hyder and Dunlap is a lot more of a different case for me, and I like that a lot better. They really work together, I think, too, from their skill set wise. They're going to do a lot of a slow grip closing of a pocket on quarterbacks where there's just nowhere for a quarterback to go, and it's slowly kind of like hands wrapping around a throat, you know. Random McDaniel, Wes Welker was 5'9". Yeah, so Moore's 2 inches smaller than Wes Welker. He jumped like 43 inches too, so he almost jumped his damn height. Doug Mitchell, not so much a rebuild as a high-speed reboot. They pick up their favorite cover corner in the draft, add a first-rate hands receiver, and then stack a couple more defensive pieces onto the roster. Sounds good to me, Doug. I'm on board. Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you and salute you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, blew the surprise. Benji Police, how you doing, Benji? I'm sorry I'm so far behind. I'll catch up here. Doug Mitchell says, imagine Tua running an RPO-heavy scheme and hucking the ball to the likes of DK Lockett, Everett, and whatever hot young receiver they land in the draft. He could be okay with that. I'm not as big on Tua in his ability to throw. I think he's got some limitations as a guy. Now, he's coming off that injury last year, major injury, so maybe he's still getting his legs under him. Certainly your power and some of the stuff I was seeing with him that I don't like about his throw game come from maybe getting his legs back under him and being able to throw with some power again. I mean, it could be may work. There's a lot of teams and a lot of people that like themselves Tua, so, it's possible. That's the thing I think I'll say, though, like the Seahawks Network did. Tua's not as mobile as Russ once was. He's more mobile like Russ is now. Blue Livey says, wasted your money. We got a lot of new people here in the chat. It's good to see. For you guys that are new in the chat here, I'm going through the chat. I'm trying to catch up on my chat. But again, I get behind because I like to try to read everybody's comments. So my heart's in the right place. I'm sorry if I'm not right on top of the chat, but there's a lot of comments coming in. So it gets tough to keep up. And if I skip your comment here, it's because folks are giving me a hard time in the chat for being behind so much. So I'm going to try to catch up here and see if I can get some smiling faces. Kyle, another donation, Kyle. Thank you so much for being so kind, man. He says, AB, Wright, and Sherman, Russ, Wags, and Brown as the rest of the signings. I'd be okay with that. Can you get right back on the cheap deal? That'll be the question on that. But again, you can convert as we stand right now. As I understand it, you could convert the base money of Russell's contract this year, create $10 million of cap space. You could fit then in a Sherm, Wright, AB into that $10 million. So that would fit that at that point. I'm all on board with it, Kyle. Sign me up, man. Where do I sign up for that? That would be a perfect back end to this offseason if that's where they tapped it out at, man. KJ would be huge. If we could bring back KJ, that would be a big deal. Absolutely big deal. If it changes, I love Sean Schneider's getting a lot of love in the chat. Love to see it. Matthias 23451, Dunlap, Hyder, Adams, Wagner, Diggs. This can be a top 5 team, especially if young Dez steps up. Absolutely, man. That's the thing this does as well, is because now you have certainty over at the edge rush. One of those young guys happens to pop. Alton Robinson goes for a 10-sack season, comboed into Hyder and Dunlap. Now you got a devastating pass rush. Now you're moving up from one of the upper level pass rushers to a devastating type pass rush. Certainly need to maybe get a little bit better on the defensive tackle side of it to get real lethal, but you're right on the road, you know. Skyscraper Geek says Darrell Taylor's the big mystery next season. If he gets at least 5 sacks, he'll be a stud. Very well could. And he's got the part of his game that translates to where he should get some easy, clean sacks as he goes through his development. The guys that come out the gate as pass rushers from college, from defensive ends, who are able to generate instant production for you, and not instant production by 10 to 15 sack range. There's very few guys that can really do that. I mean, they're very few and far between. But those guys that can have 2 different things. Usually it's get off and elite bend. Those things will beat professional tackles on the next level right out the gate. He has those on his tape going back to Tennessee. There's a lot of belief here that he's healthy and he can tap into those 2 points of his skill set. That alone, regardless of what he's doing stopping the run or if he's built a complement of other pass rushing moves in this time, will allow him to give you some kind of production on the football field, I think, next season. A lot of it's going to be based on how that rod's doing in his leg. Steven and Donovan Schwartz, Hyder and Dunlap is going to be sick. Reed and Dunlap is worth it for me, especially with Reed being butthurt. Only thing to make this offseason better would be getting Sherman back. Agreed, Steven. Agreed. I think I'm okay with Reed putting it out in the text. I think the team asked him to, if anything, or said, hey, feel free to put it out if you want. I think they're okay with it. I think it's part of the stuff they do to drum up support now to try to get a last-minute trade consummated. Raining Tacos. Dunlap, we're going to blow something up on Woodby Island tonight. Just kidding. That's Fridays. Well, this is the night to celebrate on, man. Oh, man, I love the energy in the chat. Thank you for jumping in, any of our new folks who are checking it out. Jacob McCarthy, do we cut Rasheem Green because he will probably not be played with him and we'll have too many on the D-line? He is right now your main guy, probably up on the chopping block. You could save $1 million off the salary cap this year by cutting Rasheem Green, depending on where they look at his development. He's another guy like LJ last year. They tried to move him a little bit to the inside to see how he could do a defensive tackle. But between LJ and Rasheem, I think one of those two guys is probably going to be cut before the start of the season at this point. Before the reasons that you pointed to, Jacob, being that it's a little bit of a numbers game. Maxwell says, looks like we're going for it. Let's get a ring. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Shane Hafner, Brandon, I watched the 2020 Week 2 game versus New England. Watching Edelman get 179 yards torching our secondary was frustrating. The other thing was watching how bad our pass rush was. Yeah, it's usually at the context of the base problems of our defense when you can find the base problem of our defense. So quarterbacks are hitting us deep. How are they getting these deep passes off? Well, deep passes are long developing routes. Long developing routes usually don't have very good pass rush at the forefront of it. You know, this is the thing I come back to again. Again, it's built within the tenets of your defense. Thou shalt create pass rush and generate thine pass rush with a front four. And thou shalt not need to blitz to do so. So if they can get to that point, that's what this move does today. That's what some of these moves like the Hyder and the Mayoa move does, is it solidifies that front four to be able to generate that pass rush so that you can then speed up that quarterback's clock. It's the little unknown stat I think that people don't give enough credit to from the Legion of Boom era days. The 2013-2014 season, you generated the highest pass rush rate in the NFL, which was phenomenal because you had a defense built to give up short passes, i.e. allow the quarterback to get the ball out of his hands very quickly. So it's getting back to that is going to make this defense look so much better. Dogwater FM says, we got Dunlap. We did, Dogwater. Get geeked, man. Get hyped. Skyscraper Geeks, Elijah Moore would be a great selection in the draft. We could get him in the third and unit him with his former Ole Miss receiver DK Metcalf. That's right. They did play together a little bit, I think, for like maybe a year. He was a young player, but I like him a lot. Yeah, again, a very polished guy. He is a slot guy specifically, but he's going to be very good in that role. He's a guy that I'm not going to worry about on the next level. I think he's going to be very good in that. There's not a lot of downside with him. He's not a bust, really potential player. And like you said, because of the depth of some of the upper level wide receivers in this draft, Devontae Smiths and Waddles and Jamar Chases and even Rondé Moore and a couple of these other guys, probably Kadarius Toney, they're going to push him into that early third round, maybe even mid third round range potentially. But a really good player. Elijah Moore is a really good player. VHawk78, now all we have to do is hope that everyone stays healthy. Yeah, that does remain, of course, one of the things that hangs over the team, because last year you were the 7th most injured team in the entire NFL. Better off the prior year where you were the most injured team in the NFL. Of course, this does come back from what we've talked about many times, being we need to Ivan the Terrible, the strength and conditioning coach who has operated here and has a dark history of training players. Maybe just a little bit time to look at maybe moving on from that guy. But hopefully they can stay healthy. That is true. They do have a little bit of some age at points on this roster. Tommy, I don't think we are trading Russ either. They were very quiet to start the free agency. Then Bears made their offer, and we made a decision. Free agency got fast and hot after that. Says they are in on Russ. IMO. Yep, feels like that to me. Feels like they put that thing into 6th gear and they said, okay, Let's try to make this go. That's why I've contended. Makes no sense to go through this year with Russell Wilson and say, okay, well, we'll just tread water this year. We just can't get rid of him. So we'll hold on for one more year until it's more palatable for us to be able to then offload him into the next season. That doesn't make any sense. If you're keeping him and he's here for this year, then go for it this year. Make it work for this final year. Let's try to reclimate it, try to fix it, mend the fences, etc. And I think that's the direction they've chosen to go. Emma Gaming, go Hawks, go Hawks. Thomas Cox, Rondell Moore ran a 4.29 in the 40. Yep, it was a pro day. All these pro day scores, basically, you probably want to add about, if it's a 4.29, it's probably like a 4.4. If it's a 4.35, he's probably a 4.4 guy. You probably want to kind of upward angle him like that because it's not the laser testing that they do at the combine. It's the hand testing they do at the pro days, which are more prone to human error. Matthias23451 says, go live every day. All these great signings are happening during the stream. It's a sign, laughing out loud. Dunlap, Everett, Gabe. Serious, I've gotten so much luck with breaking stories here. Every time I go live, we always sign somebody. It's almost as though I'm talking to Schneider and he's letting me know. Maxwell Stern, did you see Asante Samuel's pro day? If so, what'd you think? I did not get a chance to see his pro day, but I loved his film. I'd love him as a Seahawk corner edition. Of course, will they go outside their size limitations with him? Because he's probably a 5'10" guy. He's probably got like 32-inch arms. It's going to be a little bit slower, a little bit shorter than what they normally like for that type of player on the outside. But I don't think he's just a slot guy on the next level. I think he can play on outside. I do, especially in our scheme. I think he could. I like Asante a lot. Love his game. And he played in a zone-heavy scheme too, so he'd be a scheme fit as well. JoJo says, I'm crying, tears full of joy. I'd love to hear it, JoJo. I'm crying my tears of joy inside, but I'm right there with you as far as just this. I'm going to be smiling ear to ear about this for the next day because I was so worried about this. Fish Angel says, I wouldn't mind Kadarius Toney, but we can also get Tutu Atwell in the late rounds. You might be able to. Tutu's got a little bit of a wide variance on where people see him. Some people see him in the second round. Some people see him in the fifth round. The thing I have with him is he's very slight. I mean, he looks like he's about 165 pounds soaking wet out there on the football field. And I wonder how he's really going to be able to hold up at that size at the next level. But he's very fast. He's got a gear he can kick into, and he certainly does a lot of the stuff slot-wise that would be effective in our scheme. I don't think you're going to have him block. He ain't blocking nobody at this next level. Seahawks fan says, Super Bowl team. I love it, man. I'm with you. I think this team's got the makings of it, man. They got the makings of it here. Then in Parks, so we have a happy quarterback, a pass rush, a good secondary, and a good coach. Super Bowl, anyone? I'm on board, brother. I'm on board. Thank you again, Kyle, for those multiple donations. I do appreciate it, buddy. AI update came in late. What happened? We signed Carlos Dunlap to a 2-year, $16.5 million deal, which, of course, did come on the heels of us releasing Jarran Reed and clearing out the $8.6 million to make that happen. So I think everybody here in the chat seems pretty happy, AI. Everybody's pretty, I think we're all nodding our head going, yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. James F., offseason's now an A+. It's, like I said, it's moved to A- for me. And if you tap out this draft just right and get the right kind of guys to just get some production on the football field with this draft, not guys that you got to wait or 2 year on. But I'm open to it sliding into that place, James. I am. This is as good an offseason as you could ask with the limitations of resources, both draft capital and salary cap space. Jacob McCarthy, Kadarius Toney won't last when it comes time for our pick. You're probably right, Jacob. The only questions with him has been a little bit with the contested catch stuff and a little bit with his route running that might knock him down a little bit. So that's the only potential. But I agree, man. He is absolutely sensational with the ball in his hands. Electric. He's got like Barry Sanders-like cutting ability to him with the ball in his hands. I kind of more just like the guy than I think he's going to be there because you're right. He's probably going to get taken. Seahawks Network. Last year I was aboard the Rondell Moore hype train, but what the F? 5'7"? When I saw that, I was like, no way. I don't care if he ran a 3.9 40-yard dash. He's not playing wide receiver in the NFL whatsoever. It's going to make him drop being 5'7" for the reasons you just spoke to. There's not a lot of great wide receivers at 5'7" doing anything in this league. Hard to find a wide receiver at 5'7" when you're looking over the treetops of 6'6", 6'5" linemen. Hard to see what you're going to do with them. I think you mentioned something, move him to running back. I don't know. It's hard. Ruvim Menulov, do you think Asante Samuel falls to 56? I do, because he doesn't have necessarily the size of some of these other corners. He's not played a man-to-man scheme, so he's not going to capture a man-on-man team who's looking for that. He's only a zone scheme fit. So there's more teams, in my estimation, in the league playing man predominantly than there are playing zone. Overall, that just is going to cause, for the most part, zone cover corners, if they don't have the size dimensions that are freakish, like Surtain, like Caleb Farley, like J.C. Horn, that will have them then drop a little bit in the draft. He would be a potential guy that would be there, I think, at that point. He might even fall into the third potentially. Ace Osman, Super Bowl contenders. I think it's a Super Bowl contending roster at this point. Your pass rush is now legitimate. Your pass rush can now get it done. I think there is a little bit more work that needs to be done, but by the moves you've made, you've put yourself down the yellow brick road onto that path. There's no reason not to look at that and see that. This is a team that's now improving itself, in my opinion. It's getting better. Yeah, you lose a couple of things here and there, but you've improved the parts that really need to be improved, and the stuff that's taken a step back. You have reinforcements in the ranks, or a way to maybe potentially overcome anywhere where you're taking a step back on. Maxwell says, remember at the end of the season, you said to get to the Super Bowl, we would have to kill it this offseason. I think we've done that so far. I did say that, and we have done that. That has absolutely been the case. Yeah, they've so far have killed like I've asked them to. They've done all the things I asked. Go for it this offseason. Don't be so conservative. Go for high-quality players. Don't just go for the bargain basement dollar store signings. Tick, tick, tick. They've checked off every box. I got nothing I can say to knock it because they've done everything I've asked them to do. B-Russ says, I'm hyped to see a dominant defense in Seattle again. Let's hope we can get some fans in the stadium to help them out. Oh, I hope we can, man. I think even a 10, 15,000 in that stadium would go a long way. I think it would. Washington Fish Quest. I haven't felt this good about a team since 2015, even if this is it. John must be a sub to the Hawks Nest. Go Hawks. I'd love that. I'd love that. Oh, I know. I'm same. This is as hyped as I've been about a team coming in. This will be as hyped as I've been for a team coming into any season. Let's not forget last year. Those who've watched this stream would know I've got some questions here about this team. We got to make a trade. We got to figure something out. This is as we're getting into training camp. We're hearing reports that none of the guys are winning one-on-ones in training camp. That's supposed to be built for you to be able to win one-on-one. There's no other lineman blocking you. It's all one-on-one. None of our guys are winning. We're hearing these reports last year coming out of camp, and you're fretting and you're already worried about it coming in because you're like, Mayo and Irvin aren't going to be enough to get this done. Taylor's fine, but he's not ready. Well, this is not going to be that same year where we come into training camp as it was the prior year with Clowney deal. Clowney deal was the same way where we knew the pass rush. There's question here, question there. What do we have in there? What's this DK Metcalf guy going to be? Is he going to give us anything? Doug's retired. We don't know. There's so many more non-questions now. There's so many answers and solutions to places that have been just a shrug. I don't know. So I think there's a lot of reason to feel as confident as you do, Washington Fish Quest. We to me at this point are vaulting ourselves up to right where we should feel that confidence. Matthias 23451, top three was your top three you think we could go after in the draft. Top three was you think we could go after in the draft. Also, what's the chances we get Gordon back? I think we have as good a chance as anybody of bringing Josh Gordon back. I think he absolutely wants to come back here. Will the league office let him play? I mean, I have no idea on that. They seem to have some kind of bone to pick with that guy who God only knows why or what he did. I don't know if he shagged Goodell's daughter or niece or something in I don't know. I don't know. Top three for the draft. Number one for me in the draft, if I'm going to take top three players and what we're going to pick in the second round there, I'm going to go with, I would go probably at the top of the list being, I was just thinking about it and it left my mind. Well, I would go with Dickerson or Miners. So I'm going to go with two linemen. I like having a little bit more depth there on the line. Or I'll go with Sam Cosmi. So I'm going all line with my potential additions. I want to build back up the offensive line. We've added some guys now for Russell Wilson. You add a guy like AB. You bring Gordon in maybe. You've given him some playmakers. Now let's get the line reinforced. We've added a little bit better talent to the left guard. Now let's reinforce the ranks a little bit. So I would like them to laser lock in potentially on that position. Seahawks fan, we have ours pass rushers, a good quarterback, a good secondary, and a good running back. Super Bowl team. We do. And we got the depth, not just the front line guys, but now we've added in the depth as well. You know, that's what gets you to the Super Bowl is also having some depth in there to be able to handle injuries, being able to rotate guys in and keep them fresh, not just relying on your front line horses. Shane After, Brandon, did you see that Clowney was visiting with Cleveland? Yeah, I would say that this is this takes us out of the Clowney realm of things. I don't see them of signing Kerry Hyder, Dunlap, and Clowney. That would be too much of my own little wet dream to ever have really come true. I got my heads in the clouds, but I don't got my heads up in the stars. You know what I mean? So it's not enough money now to sign Clowney. I think that they just didn't want to deal with the injury thing. And I think with him, they're probably anticipating he's going to take a long period of time, as he has the last 2 off seasons, to determine where he wants to play. And they don't want to wait. And I can't blame him on that, especially when you have something like Dunlap sitting on your plate. Nathaniel Parks, I like the willingness to dip into unknown waters this offseason. Did Pete fall asleep during these moves? Because this isn't Seahawks-like. This isn't Seahawks-like. And for those of us that wondered when John Schneider signed his new deal this offseason, if maybe he was going to be able to pull a little bit of power, wrestle a little bit of power from Coach Carroll in order to make his own choices and determinations on this roster, as we've known Carroll has stood on high for a very long period of time. That does seem to be the case with some of these moves. The voiding, they've never avoided deals before. Now, maybe they're more open to it because of the shortened cap, but maybe they're also open to it because Schneider's willing to take a few more risks for the future for the now than Carroll maybe was willing to in the past. It's all conjecture, but I think it's a difference, and I think there's a lot of reasons to point to that. Seahawks fan 14-2, question mark. I would probably put us, if we round out the roster right in the draft and go where we're going to go, I'd put us more into the 13-3 realm. I would be probably saying we're going to be probably about there. I think we're going to be playing a tougher schedule than we did this last season. So we don't get the easy schedule we got last year. I think the division's going to be really hard, and there's probably a couple losses in the division alone just for that reason. Put you at probably about a 13-3 on an upper end. But that would get you, in my opinion, I think that would get you into the first round bye. Because to me, Tampa Bay, I know that they're re-adding, and on paper, they're going to be able to make it all happen, but it's the same thing that Kansas City was last year. Where on paper, they're bringing everybody back, and so it just goes without saying that they'll be the number 1 seed, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that, and certainly they play in a division that's not going to be its greatest, but I think something weird's going to happen with Tampa Bay this next year. So if 13-3, I think you get the first seed. I think it's done. James F., you shouldn't stop being excited. You should be super hyped by this. This is a team that over the last couple of years has not stacked these moves up to get you to a hyped state. So now when they finally have, enjoy it. Will the moves work? No one really knows. Things can blow up in all different realms. But being aggressive and go for it is all we can ask for as fans. Be aggressive, go for it. I love that you got your 2 and 3 year plan, John Schneider. But right now, upset quarterback, Waters a little bit white-capped and raging. Maybe right now we just try to go for it and go all in. We try to break through this ceiling that we've been banging up against for the last 5 years. And these moves have been indicative of them truly recognizing that and being ready to push forward to that, trying to push up past. You never get guaranteed results, but you get a lot closer to achieving your results when you are aggressive like they are and not just sticking in this, well, we got our 3-year plan, and in year 3, we'll be due to have $75 million at that time, and we can maybe theoretically go forward to that point, or we can just do some 1 or 2 year deals, spread that cap then onto our 4 and 5 year of the plan, and then we'll just see where things are kind of at. No, the here and now. Seahawks fan says we're going to beat the Packers. I love your confidence, man. I think the Packers are another team like the Buccaneers where they step back a little bit. I think they've topped out the last couple of years. I don't think that they get back to the conference championship this year. I don't. So that's another team where I'm like, I'm not sold on them. Raining Taco says $8.5 million is a lot, but Dunlap is worth it and he deserves it. Money well spent. I was willing to keep him on the roster at 14 because I know what he offers to this team. We can't undersell this guy. We can't undersell what he is and what impact he brought to this team last year. He turned the defensive fortunes around between him and Adams coming back off his injury last year. Those two additions into this defense, along with DJ Reed's development, really was what brought that defense back together. You don't have that last year, you may not make the playoffs. Maxwell Stern, the NFC is wide open, and I can't wait. I'm more than happy with this move. Me too. Silver Shrew, the Seahawks front office finally putting on their thinking caps. Shocker. Hey, that's why I'm so excited. I'm pleasantly surprised as well, Silver Shrew. They changed direction. They're moving off their spot. They're getting out of their comfortable zone. And I love it. Ravim Manulov, who would you take with the 56th pick? I would laser lock in on either a wide receiver or an offensive lineman. Receiver is probably the greatest value, the greatest upside where you're selecting there. The lineman has the potential of making your quarterback at his most happiest. I look at a guy like Landon Dickerson, who, if he didn't have his ACL injury issues and some of his other injury issues hanging over him, is a phenomenal center, would be a first-round pick. Sure would like to bring him in and him and Ethan Posick fight out and let the best man win. You know, I've been saying I want to start to bring up a nice, young, cheap offensive line. Nice, young, cheap offensive line where you only have to pay maybe one guy at a time. You know, it's if I was talking about allocating my roster in order to free up expenses to pay for positions I have to pay for, like pass rush or wide receiver, the places I go cheaper: running back, cornerback, and then I go young and talented on my offensive line with draft picks, and I pay one offensive lineman, i.e. a Dwayne Brown, where my lock solid certainty in there. I would look to try to go that if I could as a team. I think that's a smart way, because then you free up the resources to go into other places that are maybe a little bit harder to more find, or that you have to pay for to get the production you want from those positions. Randall McDaniel says Dunlap costs the same as T.Y. Hilton. Yep. And I'll take Dunlap over to Hilton. And I'll take his impact. So yeah, Ravim, I'd seen Dickerson's my first guy. Miners, if Dickerson isn't there, would be a left guard. Like him a lot. The belly shirt dude from the Senior Bowl. And then a guy like Sam Cosmi would be very interesting to me at left tackle as well. With Dwayne Brown probably going into his final year, you get your left tackle of the future and a guy that could push over at the right tackle as well. The whole team gets 6 sacks on Rodgers. I love it. We do them like we did, remember we did back in 2013, Seahawks fan. We had I think 8 sacks in one half on Rodgers. And then they went in the second half and they were so scared that they just ran the ball the whole second half. And they had Rodgers doing 3-step drops because they didn't think their line could block us. That was fun. I was at that game. Nathaniel Parks, do you think Jarran Reed could come back if the market isn't what he thought it was? Maybe. The players in these situations get a little bit bitter. They get in their feelings a little bit, Nathaniel. And what I mean by that is that they don't tend to come back when a team does this to them, even if team is right and will offer them what they had. Now, I say that with Carlos Dunlap, we just did that with. But there's a lot of reason to believe with the Dunlap thing that they had agreed to let Dunlap test the free agent market when they made the trade for him around midseason last year. So it's not exactly the same kind of situation. There's a chance he could come back. I have a feeling Seattle's going to put those resources into other places, though, go get another receiver, bring back a KJ Wright, because let's not forget, right now we don't have a starting Sam linebacker, and though Jordan Brooks is technically the starting will linebacker, we don't have a basically nickel will linebacker, because Jordan Brooks isn't going to be your cover nickel, or your cover linebacker in nickel. You're going to want a guy like KJ or somebody who's better out there in coverage than Jordan is. So there is still some holes there at linebacker for them to potentially fill. KJ would make a lot of sense just to bring him back into the fold on that. But yeah, I think he's probably moving on. Boomers, his best D-line since 2013. Yeah, not even close. Not even close. Maybe 2014. 2014's line was pretty good too, Boomers. You know, I mean, you still in 2014, you still had Irvin, Bennett, Averill. You had lost Cliff Averill at that point. You'd lost Clinton McDonald, I believe, at that point. So I guess you're probably right as I think about it now. Like, that wasn't that deep of a crew there. You know, they were more front line on their pass rush on that 2014 team. So yeah, certainly the deepest since 2013, but right on par. Seahawks, Silver Shrew, who's better this free agency, the Seahawks or the Cardinals? I would probably point to the Seahawks. I mean, the Cardinals, when I look at the moves, they've lost Hassan Reddick, who was their best pass rusher, albeit Chandler Jones wasn't playing last year. Adding Watt is good, but Watt's a year older than Dunlap, and they paid a significant more amount of money for Watt at like $15-16 million per than we're going to be paying for Dunlap, that we're getting about half the cost on. To me, that points to it being more of a Seattle win. They've also lost Kenyon Drake. They don't have a real replacement at running back for him. Seattle was able to retain Chris Carson. Yeah, they brought in Rodney Hudson. Seattle matched that deal with a Gabe Jackson. We got a Gerald Everett. The Cardinals have not gotten a similar player at the tight end position that they brought in this offseason. I think Seattle's got the Cardinals beat out this offseason. I don't hate the moves the Cardinals have done. They've just done a couple of moves. They haven't really done a lot outside of some small things. I like where Cardinals are going, though. I'm not saying I hate the Cardinals. I just like so much of what Seattle's done in totality. Pat Bush says Reed's going to Arizona. I know. I was just thinking about that too, Pat. That That will be the one thing that will suck. That will be the one thing that sucks when he goes to an NFC West team, and the Cardinals will be a tough one because, man, he would clean up there. Chandler and JJ, the thing I talked about with Jarran is that he's a cleanup sacker, so he needs his edge guys to get pressure and force the quarterback up in the pocket. Well, Dunlap or Chandler Jones and Watt are going to do a lot of that, so he would be very successful going to a prove-it-year deal to Arizona, and it'd make a lot of sense for him to do that. Robert Smith, where'd Reed go? I'm going to miss him. He's going to get cut here in the next day, if not traded. Probably why it'd be good for us to be able to get him traded too, right, Pat? So we don't let him go to free agency and just get him to some team. Just give us a 7th rounder and let us send him to Miami. Not have to put him back in the same division. Why Dude Why says, to me, these deals show more certainty that Russ stays this year. Seattle really setting up to be a Super Bowl contender. Facts, man. I agree. Madi, Kubesi. No way they're making all these moves to move Russell. I agree. Just doesn't make any sense that this would be coming in conjunction. They would be going in a lot different direction. It'd be a lot more conservative. They'd probably be holding on to their money a lot more. They'd be not spending the cash if their intention was to eventually move on from Russ. All of these moves, almost individually, one by one, you could go through and say, oh, those are indicator. Witherspoon, 1-year deal. Oh, that's why would you want to go in multi-year deal? Well, they're going for it this year. Carson, $2.5 million, moving the money off. Oh, indicates they're kind of going for it this year. Gabe Jackson, upgrade the left guard position, giving up draft capital, and you didn't have a lot of draft capital to give up. Schneider didn't want to give up that 5th-round pick. That hurt his soul to give up that 1st-round pick. And yet they did it. Those are just all moves that just fashion back towards wanting Russell to stay, towards wanting to make Russell Wilson happy. Raining Tacos, Reed to Arizona would be lame. No more vendetta signings, please. I don't know if it'd be as much of a vendetta signing, Raining Tacos, as it'd be smart for them because he'd be a player who fits well with the two skill sets of their edge rushers. So it would be kind of maybe he could get back at Seattle, a little bitterness thing, but then also like, I'm getting to top out my maximum this year while going to play in a fun city to play in Arizona. I'm sure for a young player, it's a fun place to be. It's a nice, Phoenix is a fun town. So I could see him doing something like that. Raining Taco says they don't need him. No, I don't think they do necessarily. Then they did sign Jordan Phillips from the Buffalo Bills last year, who would essentially be filling the Jarran Reed role for them. James F. says, I don't think Arizona can sign Reed. I thought they had a little bit of money left still. Maybe they used it up. Maybe with the Hudson deal that they kind of used it up. I haven't taken a closer look at Cardinals yet. Mari Moore, go Hawks. Go Hawks. Mari Moore, thanks for hopping in. We had a lot of new people in here on the chat today. Welcome on in. It's good to have you guys aboard. Please do hit that like button, subscribe, all that good stuff if you happen to like what you're hearing. Mary Moore says our offense is shaping up just like Russ wants. It is indeed, Mari. It is indeed. I mean, he wanted not get hit as much. Well, Gabe Jackson should be more of a pass protecting guard than a run blocker at left guard. That on its own should help you out quite a bit. Certainly getting a little bit more of center talent to then pair with Posick would be maybe a little bit nicer, but Everett, get him AB. Hard to not see how you come back to Russ and say, okay, look, we delivered on what you asked for, did we not? And he can look at it and go, yeah, you did. I asked you guys to do something, you did it. I'm here to recommit to you to now in the long term. I'm not asking you to do everything I need you to do and force you guys over the barrel to do exactly as I want, but just steps in the right direction to fixing things. And that's what this did. So I hope so. I think it's going to do that. Mary Moore says, Reed is really in Seattle? Yikes. Oh, Reed is really in Seattle. Yikes. He's Dunlap coming back. Dunlap just signed, Mari, and they did cut Jarran Reed to make it happen. Oh, man. Thought I was getting up on the deal here. But I'm behind. Jay says, hey, Brandon, you should look at your Discord just to see the amount of Carlos Dunlap re-signed. I figured we get a lot of people hyped up. Rushkey11, what do you think of the Carlos Dunlap signing? How'd it happen, Rushkey? This how'd it happen? You had 2 off seasons where you short sold like those suckers on that GME stock are trying to do, all those high-level dividend guys, right? Like you short sold on your team for the pass rush the last 2 years like that. And meanwhile, it just wasn't enough. And you ran into it at the start of every year. And then you had to get desperate and make true trades that weren't exactly you attacking or operating from a standpoint of having an advantage in a trade, but actually operating from a disadvantage, because I would say that whenever you get into a place of operating from desperation, you're usually not getting the best returns, or you're usually giving up a little bit more in trade returns than you really want to get a valuable asset back. So this keeps you from doing that. Now, you're not into that position that you've been the last couple of off seasons. I mean, hell, even going back to 3 years ago, I think it was, when you had, or it was 4 years ago, where you did the Sheldon Richardson trade and gave up a second-round pick for him right at the start of training camp because you hadn't done enough in the offseason to address the pass rush. And it's a very strange blind spot for this team to have, or to continue to have, because Coach Carroll is mightily aware of what his scheme relies upon. He was aware that he didn't used to want to blitz, but the 32nd amount most in the NFL. That's his MO, baby. That's how he rides. And to do that, if you're not going to be a blitzing scheme, if you're not going to build into your X's and O's a diverse schematics to where you're disguising things and making it hard for quarterbacks to know where the blitzes are coming, but rather you want to be vanilla and simple and run your cover 3 looks all day long, well, if that's the case, you need the front four to make that happen. It does not happen without that front four. And this lesson they have seemed to learn this offseason, and it raises the potential of this team wholly because of it. For surely that thing alone, it raises the whole potential of this team and what this team can accomplish because of it. Does it make you a Super Bowl contending team on your own? Not exactly, but it puts you back into that realm of that potential. And that's what I like to see, because that's been the blind spot the last couple of years. John Robinson says, why the hell would John Ross sign with the Giants? He would have had way more opportunity to up his value in future contracts with the Hawks. Our tandem would then be super athletic and fast. John, I don't know. John Ross's whole career going into this NFL has been very much a head scratcher since he's come out of college. I liked him a lot coming out of college. I saw a guy that could run routes. I saw a guy with great hands who then paired that with phenomenal speed. It seemed like a guy that just, was going to be a good NFL player, one of the few University of Washington wide receivers who actually could come out and do something in the NFL. Hasn't been able to do a lot, and then he chooses to go play with Daniel Jones. I will say Daniel Jones, the guy gets dinged around a little bit. He has many big-time throws last year as any quarterback in the NFL when he played. Still has a lot of up and down to his game, but he is a guy that maybe some players are looking at as on the upswing. But maybe he also just went for the most money. Maybe just the Giants were offering him the most above all else, and he just said, whoever pays me the most, I'm going with. I don't care who your quarterback is. James F. says, I like our rotation on the defensive line. I love our rotation. Madi says, that would be crazy. Joey Mendez. Collier could easily slide to the 3 tech. He did it in college and is quick enough to win against guards. They're really high on Lattimore, who was extremely productive out of Iowa. They are. I have heard the same thing, that they like Lattimore a lot as the 3 tech and waiting on this team a little bit. I think he's going to get a chance there, Joey. I think that his days of being on the defensive end are going to be a lot more limited with these two guys. Kerry Hyder and Carlos Dunlap are both run stuffers in addition to being good pass rushers. I think Kerry Hyder, was the 3rd best edge run defender in the NFL last year. And I would probably say Carlos Hyde's probably a top 10. So this means that when you have a guy in LJ Collier who struggles in pass rush, but who theoretically is supposed to give you early, good down 5 tech run stuffing, where does he doesn't have a place on the field at that point, does he? So you probably start to think of him being kicked inside as maybe in seeing what he can do for you as a pass rush. I think it's a big question mark as to whether he can give you anything out of that role consistently. We have room for it. We have a hole for it now that Jarran Reed's off the roster, so he's going to get some chances and opportunities. I agree with you. It fits more of his skill set to do so. It's more along with what he can do and take advantage of some of the things that are his pluses. It takes him from a position at defensive end where he's not very quick. He's not really twitchy. Now he seems really super quick and super twitchy when you move him into defensive tackle. This is a little bit where you could see some of the Michael Bennett. He was getting some Michael Bennett comparisons last year in that respect, because it's a little bit of that when you move him inside. Giovanni Beto says, do I think Swain sucks? I don't think Swain, I always call him Brett Swain. I stopped myself. I don't think Freddie Swain sucks. I think he is just a guy. And I think right now we need a little bit more difference making out there at the wide receiver position. We need, a little less of the Swain. Who's our other third? A little less of the David Moore types. I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more out of the third wide receiver position on this football team. Because teams will try to take away DK Metcalf, and there's times where you can we've seen in this recent season, there's a way it seems that you can take away both of those two wide receivers. So where's the third option coming from? Maybe Gerald Everett, maybe Disley comes up. I sure would like to have a little bit more depth there at wide receiver as well, just to build up against injury, if nothing else. Marty says, I hope we don't trade Lockett. He's a big piece of this team. Lockett is a big part of this team, and it doesn't look like right now they're going to trade him, Marty. The one thing I'd wonder is he's due for a contract extension. They haven't yet given him that contract extension, which is a little strange. Recent history speaks to the fact that they would have given it to him by now. So that's a little bit odd. I wouldn't expect them to just let him ride out his final year and then leave in free agency for nothing after the season, nor will they be able to franchise him, tag him after the year. So he would hit the streets as a free agent at that point. We'll see what they do with it. It'll be interesting to monitor it as a situation, but he is a good player. Maxwell says, went from last in pass rush to top 3. That was amazing. Absolutely. Stuff just kind of came together in the right fashion and the way it needed to. And Dunlap was like I said, he was that piece that cemented it all up. He put everything together. He made Jarran Reed more effective. He seemingly took on some double teams from time to time, allowing the other guys on the other side to operate them in their pass rush. Yeah, it was the difference with his arrival. This is why I'm so hyped. This is why it's like this is such a monumental signing to bring him back into the fray. It was a night and day difference defensively, having Dunlap on the field versus not having Dunlap on the field. And to throw that away and to disregard that to me would have been just insanity. Seahawks fan Sammy Watkins might sign with the Colts. He visited the Colts. Colts got a ton of cap space to spend right now, too, Seahawks fans. So I expect them to start offloading some of that cap space here eventually. And I'd be happy with them taking Sammy Watkins. I want no part of Sammy Watkins. He's in that mode of like Odell Beckham. It's like a guy that's like paid a ton of money, flashes every once in a while for that pay, but you can't rely on him week in and week out. And I wouldn't want any part of that. John Robinson says, we need that Clint McDonald type of 3-tech. He was an absolute beast. Yeah, he was. He had a great year for us to get himself a nice big fat contract from Tampa Bay there back in, I think, 2013. And yeah, we could use some more 3-techs, man. 3-tech is something that they certainly could look to target. Maybe a dark horse pick here for second round, too, because the Onuwaneke of the University of Washington, they're 1-tech who will be a 3-tech at the next level. He'd be a guy they might look at. They certainly are going to be pretty familiar with him. I think he's trained quite a bit with Cliff Averill too, I believe. Lance Johnson, Dunlap was the cake, Hyder and the others were the cherries. Drafting a stud wide receiver in the second, or in our case, probably third after trade down is crucial for leverage on potentially losing Lockett. Agreed. You've got to round out the receiver core at this point as you go forward, Lance, and certainly that would help to do it, bringing on a guy there. I'll be open to doing the offensive line too. I'm a little bit enthralled by the thought process of getting another offensive lineman there in the second round, getting the depth rounded out. You know, we lost our left guard last year. We just re-signed Jordan Simmons. I don't want to see Jordan Simmons on the football field next year. I'd rather have a talented young guy behind who at least may not be as good as Jordan, but at least we got more potential there. I think Jordan's kind of shown us he's not it. He had probably the worst season of all our offensive linemen last year, Jordan Simmons. He got a lot of run. And he did not have a good year. That's one signing I've not been super happy with. Raining Tacos, Malik Turner's a restricted free agent. That seems more likely than Watkins. Probably, yep. Mary Moore, Lockett ain't going anywhere. He's great for us unless Seattle suddenly decides to cut him, which won't be reasonable. Mary, I think it's more likely of a potential where he could be traded. The problem, Mary, comes into place is DK Metcalf is looming on the horizon. DK Metcalf is going to want to be paid somewhere between $23 to $25 million per on his next deal. The cap has not significantly increased over this next 2-year period, probably. Best bet next year is it goes back to $200 million in a best case scenario. So that being the case, if you re-sign Lockett right now, you're going to have him in somewhere in the neighborhood of $14 to $15 million per year. Can you afford to carry on your roster Lockett at $15 million, DK at $24 million, and then you've got Russell up at about $40 million at that point on a salary cap that's sitting at about $200 million? 3 players, $80 million. I don't think that that's a tenable situation. So it's really about that more than it is about the talent of Tyler or whether or not he's a good player or not. Is a good player, but it's the DK Metcalf thing that's really looms over the whole situation. Maxwell says, so we upgraded defensive end, offensive coordinator, tight end, O-line, and we aren't done yet. That's right. Not done yet. Still got some moves to be made. Still got some moves. And we still don't know if they've converted that base money of Russ to bonus yet, which would create the $10 million more in cap space, and which I wouldn't expect them to do until they absolutely had to do it. Until they determined Jarran Reed might be the first domino of that needed to fall before the Russ conversion. Spider Rico says, who will win the next championship first, Russell Wilson or his little sister Anna at Stanford? Well, I'm going to say Russell Wilson, but that's just because I'm emotionally invested in it, Spider. Nathaniel, can we still be able to stop the run, though? Well, that's the part where I think Jarran Reed was running a little bit on his reputation coming out of Alabama, because he was a prolific run stuffer coming out of Alabama. He was really good in his first year with Seattle in run stuffing. And then to my eyes, and I'll listen to your guys' feedback on this as well, but to my eyes, then over the course of the next couple of years from that outstanding opening year, stopping the run rookie-wise, he became more pass rush-centric and a better pass rusher than he was a run stuffer. You could push him off the ball. He used to stand up against double teams at Alabama, and you weren't going to move him an inch. And you could move him an inch with double teams over the last couple of years. I don't know if he got a little lighter to get a little bit better in the pass rush game of things, but that was a part that I think you're not going to take a hit on as much, Nathaniel. You're going to attack. You'll be handling the edges phenomenally. You're not going to get around Dunlap or Hyder on the edge. They're going to force everything back inside, which instantaneously makes your running game better. Now, Monet's a good run stuffer. Poona Ford's a good run stuffer. You do need to add a little bit more depth there. But I think stopping the run is not as elemental. It's not as important in this day and age as generating pass rush. It just isn't. It's helpful, but teams don't commit enough to running the football to have to build your defensive line around stopping the run per se as a first priority type situation. Quite the opposite. We saw even over recent years where teams would run the hell out of us. I go back to that Cleveland game a couple of years ago with Nick Chubb, and Chubb is running all over us. But the teams determine that they can get the passes off, and they get so greedy and they want to throw the ball over the football field that they'll just automatically go away from running the ball. You don't end up even having to stop the run. They're just going to they'll move off of it because they get bored with it or whatever. Teams aren't as committed to it fully. So I go in that realm. Corbin Smith just said KJ is likely next, says Brendan, with the restructuring. So Corbin Smith's breaking that KJ Wright might be the next guy coming with the restructure. It'd be a new contract, Brendan, not a restructure with KJ. So you'd be going brand new. He's not under contract right now. Jerry O'Malley, there's like 10 receivers with legit upside in the draft, maybe more. Can't believe T.Y. Hilton got $10 million. That is high for Jerry. Me too. I'm surprised $8 million, even though it is on a 1-year deal, so those go up a little higher because they are only 1 year. But I thought him at half. I thought him more in the realm of 30 years old plus, 32 years old, $5.5 million maybe is what you're looking at with him. But Colts wanted him back, man, and the Colts don't have a lot of playmakers out there on the outside. You know, I think Michael Pittman's interesting, but then from there you would have had Pittman and I think the one other guy, I can't think off the top of my head what his name is, but they got like one other guy there who's somewhat Paris Campbell, but he's been an underperformer for them. ATK Hunter, Bills fan checking in. How you doing, ATK? Thanks for hopping on in. You remained a sub after that game you guys whooped on us on. I appreciate you. We're feeling stoked, man. We're feeling good about our offseason. You guys should feel good about your offseason too. You guys are doing pretty good. Just quietly kind of killing it with the Bills right now, the offseason. They're not doing any major moves, but just rounding things out. You didn't have to do any major moves this offseason. Mark Hawk, counter moves, handwork, and film study will come as they coach Taylor up. He has the sudden burst and the bend. Exciting to know he will get 1v1 chances with Dunlap in the fold. Yeah, he's going to get his chance to operate in space outside, and he's the most purified Leo we have on the roster by far, Taylor. In what they look for in that Leo, he's a very specific player in his measurable size dimensions of what they want over there on the outside, and he fits that. But yeah, you're right, Mark. Bend, the quickness and bend, quickness to bend. First comes the quickness, then to the bend. So first you're already out ahead of the tackle. He can't even get into a set because you're so fast. Then once he finally locks into his set and he's bending down to try to catch you because you're so quick around him, now you get to the edge, you get this high up off the ground, and he can't get his big frame to get around you because he's also late because he's not as quick as you are. This is the quick transition into production on the football field from a college pass rusher that you will normally see with those guys. You saw it in a guy like Bruce Irvin. Bruce Irvin didn't come out as a guy with a lot of refinement in his pass rushing game. He had basically one move. I'm going to get around the edge around you as fast as I can, and if that doesn't work, I've got a one-handed stab move to your throat that I'll try. No, that was all he had. He didn't even have a counter to the inside. I don't think Irvin really ever developed a counter to the inside, frankly. I think he was always a guy it's coming outside or I'm going to bull rush you. But he was able out the gate to generate 8 sacks for you out the gate because it's very similarly set up to how Darrell Taylor set up. Quickness off the snap to the bend. And that's going to get you some production. Chris Nam, thoughts on Dyami Brown? Man, I'm all over the place on Dyami because I initially watched the tape and I thought, like a lot of people said, okay, deep threat guy, got some stuff, got some elements of explosion to his game. Fairly competent wide receiver, not featured a ton with North Carolina because they had 2 very talented running backs there that they were going to feed the ball to. So he's not fed a lot. And then they had him running a real limited route tree. I mean, he's essentially running the DK Metcalf Ole Miss route tree out there with North Carolina. But when he flashes and when he shows up, you sit up. You go, okay, this guy actually might have some real legitimate talent. Now, we've got Chris Sims out there putting Dyami Brown as like the 3rd or 4th best wide receiver in this draft. I think that's pushing it up a little bit too high in my opinion. I don't think he's got the production. I think that's a lot of extrapolation off of limited glimpses of a player to make that kind of projection. I do think he's a guy that probably should be picked later in the 2nd round. If I was of the opinion, 2nd round, 3rd round is really the spot to go because there is so much projection with him. Just not enough production there to necessarily match up. Not enough of him running a complete route tree. Is he a guy that I'm just going to be able to have him, run go balls all day, and that's pretty much all he's going to be able to do? That might be where a little bit of my hesitancy comes in on him. But that stuff would fit in with Seattle, and Seattle would certainly target him. They're going to love his spark scores and his dynamicism. That would jump out to Seattle, and he would be certainly the type of player mold that they would look at wide receiver. I didn't see his length numbers. I didn't see if he got the 33-inch long arms that they like to look for. But as far as the player goes and what he brings to the football field, he'd be a target for them. It's just about you being able to develop him into that more full complemented wide receiver. Why do why? Pass rush wins against good quarterbacks in big-time games. Adams now free to roam and not have to blitz as much. More nickel because not needed to blitz linebacker. Defensive backs don't have to hold the coverage as long. Oh, man. Agreed, why do I? It makes everything fit so much. It's that last puzzle piece that you slide in that completes the picture. It really does that. Linebackers are fine. Getting a Sam starting is fine. Getting a Will in there is fine. But you don't build your defense to the linebackers like a 3-4 does. A 4-3 builds it to the defensive line. So the onus has got to be building the talented defensive lineup. This is why San Francisco was able to thrive 2 years ago, where they went from being a league worst team, picking number 1 in the draft, to flipping the script and getting to the Super Bowl. And they almost did it specifically on the back of Mike Shanahan's offensive mastermind and having a front 4 that could generate pass rush like nobody else. They didn't have to blitz you at all out of their wide 9 scheme. That's the key, man. And it sounds simplistic, but that's the nature of this defense. This nature of the defense is simplistic. It's not a complicated scheme. There are those schemes that exist out there. This specific one that we run is not that way, and it's not built to be that way. And so I agree with everything you said, why. It's going to free so much up. Raining Tacos, KJ. Let's hope so, man. Maybe the next one. They just round things out much better. John says, thanks, KJ, for your service, but I want to see us get faster and younger at linebacker. Guys that fly around like our defense used to. I'm okay with him from the aspect of this, John. What this will allow you to do is put him at the Sam early downs where his speed isn't going to be. Sam linebackers just really got to take away the flat routes most of the time. They're not asked like the Will is to do as much covering. So you limit some of the Will snaps he gets, and then the Will snaps you do give him, you have him a little bit in coverage at that point, but that's just because he's better than Brooks is, not because of any other reason. Maybe Cody Barton develops in this game. He was supposedly a couple years ago one of our best coverage linebackers on the team. We just have never seen it on the football field. But I would say that if you're talking about flipping him from Sam to Will like they did last year, using him in that role, John, I'm on board if they'll do that. Him as a Will only and just he'll only play Will throughout the year, no. Sam early downs to the Will late. You can pair that up with Jordan at that point. Phantom US. So in the 2nd round, you think a player like Trey Sermon or maybe another receiver like Tylon Wallace would be available? Wallace is probably a guy you can get in the 4th round, Phantom US. Sermon probably goes 3rd. That's a little early for Sermon as well, too. I know UI2K would be on board with that. I would be more from a value standpoint, Phantom US, There's a lot of left tackles that'll be sitting there in the second round. There'll be left guards looking at you in the second round. Brooks from Notre Dame. Miners is there. You got a couple, David Moore from Grambling. I mean, there's some really good guards there. And then again, just the acknowledgement that you can get a wide receiver like Wallace in the 4th round. So pick towards, to me, the value of what's there and looking at you, which would be offensive line at that point. That's to me. If it's a wide receiver, I think you're going to get a bit better player than Wallace, though. I think that you'll go a little higher up on that tree if you go with that realm of things. I certainly don't want to take a running back in the second. You got Carson, you got Rashad Penny, you got a couple guys you drafted recently to give you some depth. I wouldn't mind adding another body, but if I'd add another body, I'd rather it be in the 7th round. I don't want to use our high picks, which we have so few of for a running back at this point. UE2K, Schneider shouldn't get a cookie for just doing his job. Up the quality of his free agent acquisitions slightly. Needs to do well in the draft. No excuses, and everyone stop whining. Drafting's hard. Yeah, I don't think, drafting's hard in the respect of, it's not drafting's hard, it's that show me the general manager out there knocking it out of the park every year in and year out. There isn't one. Every general manager struggles. Every general manager has their fails and their hits and their misses and their things they don't do good at. I've maintained for a while, I think John Schneider is overall a general manager who's upper level, and he's a general manager that sometimes is tough to judge on how a job he is doing because of the fact that Coach Carroll does wield more power than him. He is higher on the food chain than Schneider is as far as this organizational control goes. So it sometimes gets hard to split it apart. But 2K, I mean, they've done a fantastic job this offseason. To me, it's been absolutely, again, measure it up against what you see out there with commiserate players and the money they're making. You take a guy like Gerald Everett, 1 year, $6 million deal. Jonnu Smith's making 3 times that, 4 times that amount of money from the Patriots. That's a good deal to me. That's smart money. That's a smart way of putting it. Take a Witherspoon, guy at 80 Pro Football Focus, scored in 25 years old, on the rise. And you look at what he's making, $4.5 million versus what Shaquille Griffin's making, another organization paid him, which was $14 million. Don't undersell the fact that there's a lot of organizations that are doing things incorrectly and not smartly out there versus moves that are much smarter in retrospect. This is where I think it opens the door to John having kind of killed it this offseason and doing much better than he's done in recent offseasons, Zooey. Last year was the one where it was a fail. This has not been a fail. But I can understand why you're hard on him as well because he's had some recent really bad drafts, and there still is a high importance upon him doing very well in this upcoming draft and not getting some guys that can get out there and give them production next year. Not 2-3 years down the line, but next year. John Robinson says, I don't like Diami Brown. He seems like a slot type who has to be schemed up to get open. Too many contested catches and not a great separator. I'm not as on that hype train as either. Second round, I could be maybe okay on. He's got potential. Again, limited route tree too. Seahawks Network says, hashtag fire Ivan the Terrible. Facts. Seahawks fan, we need to draft a wide receiver in the second round. I will definitely go through those options we got there, Seahawks fan. Let me see what I have on my big board list. And you could have some guys that drop. I mean, there's some guys out there like a Rashad Bateman. A lot of people, he's got a wide variance. Some people think he's a first-round guy. Some people think he falls in the second round. Marquez Stevenson is a guy that I think has been undersold quite a bit. He's kind of like tabbed as this speed-only guy, but another guy that played with horrific quarterback play and had to get the best out of it, but he's good after the catch, good hands catcher. Yeah, he is explosive and fast, and he has that element to his game, but he also runs pretty good routes. I like him too a lot as a potential guy there. Probably not second round. He'd be more of a fourth round probably guy, but a lot of options, man. A lot of options. UE2K still need a center. Yep, that's why I say my number one UE2K priority for that second round pick would be Dickerson. Dickerson would probably be the guy for me at the center thing. And if not Dickerson, then I think it's the kid at Ohio State. There's a center out of there, or even the other guy, Humphrey, might be options I'd look at. Somebody to compete with Posick. Raining Tacos, Posick may be the best available center at this point. Probably wasn't the open market where they selected him at the time. In the draft, they can get somebody with maybe a little more potential. Madi says, I think if we can make it past the wild card game, Russ would love to stay. If not, he'll want to leave again. Agreed. I don't think if you can get past I think anything short of like a conference championship is going to be probably hard to hold on to Russ, and that he's going to feel like the situation's topped out a little bit. Brendan Eichrick says, I'd rather have Green than Collier for sure. Maybe even try and trade Collier. I don't know what you're getting for Collier. I don't know what he's pulling you, Brendan. He might not get you. You might be in a place of just having to cut Collier at that point. But I agree. I probably like Rasheem Green maybe a little bit more. I wonder if Rasheem was banged up a little bit last year. He was banged up a little bit last year, and that was affecting him a little bit on the field. But he's in a prove-it year this year. I mean, he's going into a contract year. He'll be a free agent if he doesn't produce this season. John Robinson says drafting is not that hard. You should at least hit a 40 to 50% clip, meaning a guy reaching his drafted potential. Round 1 being high-end starter, Pro Bowl. Round 2, high-end starter. Round 3, starter. I think it's that in general terms, John. I agree with you there. I think that you do have to delineate, especially in the first round, between the top 15 picks to the back end of the first round, because I do believe that the number 16 on just about every year to about 45, 50 in the draft is pretty similarly talented players. But if I'm picking at 25, I've got a lot more pressure to hit that right than the guy that picked at number 39, despite the fact that those talents and those projections and those upsides are very similar. So I think that sometimes gets lost in the misses of the draft and those general managers that miss picking a little bit later in that first round. But it does show. I mean, the draft data shows that it's tough for everybody. Nobody's necessarily destroying it, from the standpoint of the draft year in and year out. There's some that are a little bit better than others. Everyone's got their years. There's just like, what do they do this year? What the hell happened? Raining Tacos, Hawks need a jar in the weight room, and every time someone says legacy or brand, they put $100K in the jar. I'd be okay with that. Okay, my cat's gonna knock down the camera because she's in a mood. Don't touch the camera. Raining Tacos, Collier is going to look better on the inside. I hope so. I'm glad. I think he's probably better suited for it. Raining Tacos says Russ is in the mood for a Super Bowl for sure. Get it. I hope he is, man. I hope he's like Creed and Rocky 2, just down in his little dungeon basement, just doing pull-ups. Rocky. John Robinson says, man, if we get Sherm NAB, I'm liking the look of our team. I am too, man. I like that. I like that team. That team's got a little bit of an edge to it. I like it. Cade McGee, should we get Richard Sherman back? I think it'd be a smart move, in my opinion. I don't think he is as cooked as many other people do believe. I think he'll know the scheme inside and out. I think he'd fit right back in and know exactly what he needs to do. I think in having a guy like Quandre Diggs as a single high safety, that's a reasonable facsimile for Earl Thomas. Those things all make me feel a lot more assured bringing him back into the fold. And it'd be a one-year deal with not a lot of risk to it. I like it. Carmine Burkhardt. Carlos Dunlap is back in a big way. Carmine, chat's been stoked for the last 45 minutes. We're riding high. Everybody knew that this was a very important key puzzle piece. This was something that couldn't be undersold. You couldn't just go Benson Mayo, Kerry Hyder, and call it a day. You needed to bring this extra last part in to at least finalize the pass rush to a base level point to where it can thrive, to push you up into that conference champion, Super Bowl contending type team. It was absolutely a necessity, and I think there's not a single person in the chat I think has really been upset with it, past maybe a few folks not loving the $8.5 million cost. John Robinson says, and if we get Sherm, AB, and recoup some of our draft capital, bravo Schneider, and if we get a comp pick on top of that, oh my God. Probably not going to get a comp pick at that point, John. That's the only problem with that one at that point, because you're at a fourth rounder post the Witherspoon signing by my metrics of things. Now you re-sign Posick, but then the Kerry Hyder thing probably then takes you off at fourth round and takes it to like a sixth round compensatory. So it's really getting pretty thin right now. You bring in Sherman, you bring in AB. Those are true street free agents at that point. You probably then take away the compensatory pick, but it's worth it. It's worth it at that point. Nathaniel Crenshaw says, Super Bowl champions, future for our Seattle Seahawks. Oh, I love the optimism in the chat. I'm loving it. Seahawks Network, there's one 5'7" receiver, Jakeem Grant, nothing special. No, he ain't anything special. And he's a guy that's been a great kick returner for them, but just can't give him the ball, too small. Every once in a while they get the ball in his hands and he does something dynamic, but it's just such a struggle to get the ball into his hands. Jerry O'Malley says, don't know if you guys heard Collier's interview on the Seahawks Man-to-Man podcast, but I love where his head's at. Dude is a worker. He needs to, Jerry, and that's good to hear. I mean, I hesitate with the buying into the work stuff because I don't see it necessarily displayed on the football field. He took a step forward last year from his rookie season, admitted. He was better than he was in his rookie year, but it wasn't by a wide margin. And the tough part with Collier that I go back to time and time again is this isn't a guy like Rasheem Green who walked in onto this team at 20 years old coming out of college. He came onto this team out the gate, out the box at 24 years old. He's going to be like 26 years old next year. His time to develop, his time to get better. You don't see guys usually develop 27, 28, 29. That's supposed to be when they're in their prime. That's when they're supposed to have hit the ground and be rolling. But with that said, kick him inside like I think we're going to see him do now, Jerry, and maybe he's still got a little bit of potential there left. Silver Shrew, what do you think of our cornerback group? Witherspoon, Ugo Amadi, and DJ Reed. Add Trey Flowers in there as well, Silver Shrew, because he's still a part of it. Though I would say I would not be the least bit surprised if they did bring on Sherman, if they then turned around and then just released Trey Flowers. Because if you sign Sherman on a 1-year, $4 million deal, you could release out from Trey Flowers $2.3 million, and then collectively you're only taking on like $1.7 million more to bring in Richard Sherman to flip him out for Trey Flowers. But I like the group as they stand right now, Silver Shrew. It's a solid group, if unspectacular. I think it's a group that can get it done. I do think that you don't need stars in our scheme as much because you ask your corners to play so much off, and then you ask them to play to cover 3 so often post-snap after playing off coverage. So you don't always need a good press guy. You don't need a man-on-man guy. It's really where you just need a guy who's not going to get beaten deep, who's going to be a sure tackler. It just removes the skill set down just a little bit. And again, one of the reasons why I tend to devalue the cornerback position as it pertains to our given scheme. UE2K, wide receivers John Amatorhibe and Ilmar Smith-Marset, both good and probably in the 4th round. So I wrote down UE2K Josh's name, and I've been meaning to look at him, and that's one I've been a little bit late on getting to, 2K, so I'm sorry about that, but I will, he is on my list, I promise you, and I will be taking a look at him. I don't think I looked at him. Double check. I don't think I did. I've been going through the names, but I think that was the one. That was the one I probably didn't touch on. Yeah. He's on my list, though. I'll get to him. Michael Ryan, not sure if you answered this question, but what do you think the moves are? Also, what do you think the moves are? Also, what do you think about the wide receiver position? I think you're saying, what do you think the next moves are? Oh, yeah, you did say that. It sounds like KJ Wright. I'd expect them to bring KJ Wright in the fold. You need a Sam linebacker, and you need to cover Will linebacker. He covers that. He did it for you great last year. Had the best year of his career doing that role, moving to that role for the first time in his career, and just kind of specified. Early down Sam, passing down Will. I love that for him. Don't think he was ever going to make the money he thought he was going to make on the open market. I'm sure he's at a point of realizing that at this point, so it'll probably be a pretty cheap deal. Next thing after that, let's say I could see you bringing in Richard Sherman, like I said, for the reasons of flipping him out for a Trey Flowers. He'd be the next move that I would expect in this. And then I'm going to just throw Antonio Brown. If you've taken steps through this offseason to start to make Russell Wilson happy, here's a lineman, Russ. Bring back Posick. Here's another pass catcher for you, Russ. Carson's still back here, Russ. Oh, maybe we'll draft a center. Oh, hey, we signed your good buddy Antonio Brown. If you're talking about mending fences and that being truly the intent of this front office and Coach Carroll, if that's where they are lying, and I don't know, nobody knows, they've not saying a whole lot about it, but if that's where they're lying on it, then that would be a move that would allow you to do that. And I think that, as we've heard, Tampa Bay doesn't have the money to give Antonio, like Seattle may be able to give him a little bit more than what Tampa Bay maybe would be willing to give him. Tampa Bay is in the same situation as Seattle, stacked up at their wide receiver position. So if it's a matter of him trying to get in a place where he's getting a high volume of targets, Tampa Bay's not really going to offer that. So those would be my next couple of moves that I would anticipate in addition to this, Michael. It looks like they're going for it. Looks like they're going to maximize this roster out, tap into every last bit of space they can. I'd expect them to convert Russell's base to bonus at that point, with that being the case. Seahawks fan, we need Sherman, quarterback number 1, Witherspoon at number 2. I'd be okay with that. DJ Reed with some depth, or DJ Reed then fighting it out with Ugo Amadi for the slot. I love it. Again, competition. Todd Liebert, we got Dunlap signed. Woohoo! We're going to get after it. You damn right we're getting after it, Todd. We're in this, man. We're not trying to plateau. We're not doggy paddling on the top of the water. We're full on Olympic style kicking the legs through, using the gills, flapping the fins, whatever we can do to get that forward motion going, they're doing it. And it's great to see, Todd, that chat's hyped. I'm hyped. Seahawk land should be hyped. This is phenomenal to see. Our team has not been placated by, just being good. These are moves that are indicator that says, no, we don't want to just be good. We want to be great. That's the thing we should all want our sports organizations to aspire towards. Being consistently good, putting a good product on the field. These are things that shouldn't really, in my opinion, factor at the end of the day. It's about winning. Seahawks Network, I see more as a good career special teamer, but I think he'll be a very good one, like an all-time great kick returner, but not drafting a kick return, punt returner with less than 5 picks. Yeah, you wouldn't do that. And again, 5'7" is going to be a thing that's going to make it real tough on him, man. That's going to make it real tough on him. Makes it very interesting to see where he goes because you see so many of these draft pundits pushing him up into the top of the second round type territory. But 5'7"? 5'7"? I mean, that is baby small. Baby small. Cage McGee says, I think our cornerbacks are good, but they'd be better if we got Richard since the Hawks got rid of Shaquille. Yeah, I think it would allow everybody to slide in right, too, because Richard becomes your starter on the right side, so Witherspoon doesn't have to be up against the toughest wide receiver out there. Richard knows how to play that strong side of the offensive formation role and defensive side of the ball. Now Witherspoon slides into the number 2, or he fights it out with DJ Reed to see who's the better guy at that point. I love it, man. It just works all the way down the line. Maxwell Stern says, what do you guys smell? What do you smell? I smell Lombardi. I love it, Maxwell. Nathaniel Crenshaw. So the Seattle Seahawks are the best team in the NFC West. I'm putting them there now. I thought we were right on the line with the Rams prior to these moves, but with these moves and with the fact that the Rams have taken their share of hits this offseason, losing a couple of guys that are very key to their scheme and what they do, especially defensively, I'm of the opinion that we're the front runners right now. We should be the lead dog in everybody's projections. It's going to be a tight division. It's going to be a tough division. The Niners don't have a quarterback. The Cardinals haven't made enough moves for me to give them the go-ahead. And right now, to me, the Rams, with the losses that they've had, too many losses, too many hits to expect them to just be good when you know they're not going to have the draft capital to recoup those losses in this particular draft. I think they're still going to have to make a couple of cuts, by the way. Silver Shoe says, I think everyone forgot about DJ Reed. He's still good. Put him alongside with Sherman, and yep, it would be better. I just like the thought process, Silver Shoe, of everyone competing it out. Let the best man win. Let it not be like last season when you had Dunbar operating on a single leg. So you had to trot him out against Buffalo because you didn't have any other better options. You know, I don't want to end up in those situations. I want it to be a situation where you have the best guy on, where you have a deep enough cornerback roster to where you can be able to tap into that. Let's not forget, there was a time in 2013 when you had a guy named Antoine Winfield, one of the best cornerbacks over the last 30 years in this sport, a guy who is probably the best all-time tackling cornerback in the sport. And he'd become kind of a slot specialist by the end of his career. But the Seahawks had such good depth in 2013 when he was signed onto the roster, they actually released him at the end of training camp because they're just like, man, we just feel so good about Walter Thurman and Byron Maxwell and Sherman and Brandon Browner, and we just don't have the room for you, man. I'm sorry. And that said something about the level of talent they had at the time that they could do that. And they're getting back to that point. You bring in Sherman, you're starting to get back to that kind of point. You're rounding that room out in the way you need to. And more, I mean, hell, Cardinals are going to run spread formation at you all day long. You're going to look at 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. More often than not, you're going to be in that nickel and dime. Getting the extra cornerback out there could be very helpful for that respect of things. Tommy Eden says 10K, 12s equals full stadium in most other venues. Oh, Tommy, facts, man, facts. You know it's going to be loud with just 10,000 in there. You know it is. And you know it's going to be a 10,000 that's not going to be like the wine and cheese crowd that was leaking in there at the end before stuff shut down. These will be the true bluers that are out there yelling. And if they're not, they'll be on full display on television, and they should be tarred and feathered if they're up there while they're sitting on their hands or not screaming when they should be at that point. Raining Tacos says Dunbar over Sherman for my vote. I understand that, Raining Tacos. I wouldn't be completely against going in that direction as an alternative. So they both are going to cost the same. Dunbar maybe has a little more potential upside, a younger player for you, but fairly similar as far as injury concerns. If not, maybe Dunbar's got a little bit more of an injury concern than even Richard does. Sea Whales 24. Does Seattle make another move before the draft? I think they do. Yeah, I think there's a couple more moves in free agency that they make on some of these second and third tier guys. They're probably going to add another wide receiver, I think, before the draft so that they're not over a barrel and having to draft a wide receiver. I expect them to add another linebacker at this point and potentially another 3-tech. Those would be the 3 positions I would look at being added before we get to the draft. Tommy Eaton says, does this mean anything for KJ now, do you think? I don't know if it affects KJ, Tommy. I don't think it's a big, largely impactful on KJ having signed Dunlap, but I think KJ is still in Seattle's number 1 priority. And I think from KJ's standpoint, he's probably not got any of the offers he thought he would out in free agency, and he's probably leaning back towards Seattle as well. Nathaniel Crenshaw says, we will repeat as NFC West champions. Go Hawks for life. It's our division, man. This is our division. You all can borrow it for a year or two here and there, but it's ours. This is where it's going to reside. This is the class of the division. I'm sorry y'all have to hear that. Cardinals, 49ers, and Rams. I know we get a few of you fans in here listening. I'm sorry. Just is what it is. Your time in the sun will come here and there, but it's a flash. For the shades coming very soon after. And the next run has begun. The next great run has begun. You had your chance. You had your time. You had the crack was open for a moment. Now it's shut. Now it's ours. Too bad. So sad. Wide do wide. After John trades down, we can still get a good old lineman and a slot wide receiver. We could, for sure. Bender Nykrich, I really like De'Ami Brown a lot. Gets no buzz, and he's incredible. He's getting more and more buzz as this process has gone along, Brendan. I think Chris Sims had him as his number 4 wide receiver on his board. So he's definitely vaulting up a lot of things. He seems to be a guy that is very divisive. You either love him or you hate him kind of guy, you know. So I think it's kind of goes one way or another with that one. Dunbar at cornerback 1, Reed at cornerback 2, Witherspeed, Flowers 3, 4, or bump everyone up and draft instead of Dunbar. We've got to draft a cornerback in this draft. I would really like to see them do that because it's such a Seahawks cornerback-y kind of draft. There's 6 foot, 33-inch long zone corners all over this draft in every single round going even up to the 7th round. And there's a lot of guys in that 5th, 6th, 7th round range who, quite frankly, would be probably 1st, 2nd, 3rd round picks if they had played last year and not opted out. Paulson Acebo. So I would think that they would look in the draft at cornerback as well. I think if it's not Sherman, it's probably a draft guy. That's my instinct on this. Washi says, I'm going to go watch the top billing video on Dunlap signing. Awesome, Washi. That get you hype, brother. Get you hype. Tommy Eden says, Kate, I agree. I think the signing of Dunlap assures KJ is done in Seattle. That is kind of sad. KJ was our Scottie Pippen. He was kind of our Scottie Pippen. Thomas Cox, Clowney was okay, but if I had to pick between Dunlap or Clowney, I pick Dunlap. I probably have to fall in line in that same place, Thomas. I begrudgingly, I've got some my own personal biases with liking Clowney, but I would probably have to land in that same realm of things. I don't think KJ's market has been what he thought, says Maxwell. I think if we clear up some space, then we re-sign him. Yeah, I don't think it's precluded yet. And remember, folks, don't forget, Russell Wilson's base salary this year has it built within the contract parameters of his contract that Seattle can just convert that to bonus at any time without his signing off on it. And that would instantaneously create $10 million of cap space. In that $10 million of cap space, you could fit Antonio Brown, KJ Wright, and another player, another decent player. So I think that we still have some room here. We're not completely up against it. Raining Tacos, it's going to be weird seeing KJ in a Trailer Blazers uniform. Nice reference. Aaron Capoci. Antonio Brown, I think he's a definitive possibility, Aaron. With the move Seattle's made this offseason, it seems they do want to make Russell happy in some manner or form. Or they're going for it this year. Either one of those items or both of those items, if they're both true, that would open the door to you wanting to then take a look at Antonio Brown thusly. And I would expect them to do that thusly. The other content, we're going wild. Oh, we're wilding out, Deadly. We're going buck wild. And I love it. I love it. My John Schneider's in kill mode right now. He's hitting the kill button. Initiate kill mode. And he's killing it. Oh, yeah, it's the extra game this season, Jerry. I'm sorry. Okay, so I think they can go 14-3 then. with the extra game on our schedule. Because I don't see the Steelers being, that's the extra game. I don't think the Steelers are going to be all that great next year. I think they're going to take a step back. So I could see us going 14-3 with the schedule. And yeah, I do think that that's going to be enough to get us the number 1 seed, because I don't think that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to top out like they did this last year. I think the Buccaneers on back-to-back years have gotten to the conference championship and they've kind of shot their wad. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to get now up into his late 30s. He's a guy who has been injured in the past at certain times. I think the potential of that pops back up to a wide margin, a high margin. I don't think that they've got a lot of answers right now at right tackle there. Blog is gone. They lost their starter last year, their right tackle. They lose Lindsley as center. They've taken a couple little tiny hits. They still have not upgraded the wide receiver position substantially like I think they needed to do. And they don't have a pathway to doing it outside of drafting a guy. And does the guy they draft able to hit the ground running next year? I'm not so sure. So, yeah, I think it'll be enough. Seahawks fan, oh yeah. Why? Seattle now about 6.5 million over the cap. Is that why? Have you incorporated that with the 8.6 million you saved off the Jarran Reed deal? Because you got to incorporate the 6 million. I think we should actually have a little bit of space right now where we stand. But I got to see what the first year hit on Dunlap is. Kyle Mulkey says God. Chris Maddox, you think the Seahawks have a chance with Golden Tate, or will Russ veto that? Chris, I think Russ will probably veto that. I think that was a potential signing at the time when maybe there was a thought process that Russell might be more likely to be moved out of town. But I think the rumors that you've heard on that situation are true. Seahawks fan, no, don't sign Brown. We could sign D.D. Westbrook or get one in the draft. Seahawks fan says, no, I don't want to sign Antonio Brown, but we could sign D.D. Westbrook or get one in the draft. Don't think D.D.'s on Antonio's talent level. Certainly going to be a better locker room guy. Or the guy that you're going to probably draft is going to be on Antonio's talent level either, where you're going to be picking in the second round, which is more of a guy that can only play within the slot, whereas Antonio can do a little bit of both. But I don't question those people that don't want Antonio Brown. I understand where you're coming from. I don't hate the fact that you got your issues with him as far as being a head case and that you just can't trust him. Kyle says, another YouTube that's a Seahawks fan saying we should trade Lockett. I think it's idiotic, but he says he doesn't fit Waldron's scheme. Do you agree? Oh, you're gonna think I'm idiotic on this. Let me walk through you on this one a little bit, Kyle, okay? Because this is a conversation that's one that you've got to elaborate past just, I want to trade Lockett. Let's move Lockett and do this. This is what I call a logic experiment. And what you got to do is walk through it logically. Start with me first on this base point. If you sign Tyler Lockett, he's going to be signed market parameters. He's going to make more than he's making on his current contract. He has outperformed his last contract. So he's going to make $14 to $15 million. He's going in the last year of his deal. Seattle, historically speaking, when a player outperforms his contract, they give them a contract extension in the last year of that deal. Historically, that's been how they've done it. Okay? So they're not going to let him sit on this last year of the deal no matter what. You sign him to the $15 million per, okay? You've done that. You love Lockett as a player. You sign him to $15 million per. Now you have DK Metcalf come up in a year from now, due to have a new contract, due to be paid, and you will have to pay him. He's going to make $23, $24 million. Russ is going to be at $40 million. So the thing I'd ask you, Kyle, is are you comfortable spending $80 million on 3 players with a salary cap that's sitting at $200 million? Seems like that's squeezing things a little bit too tight to me. The other part of this process that comes into play is you don't have a lot of draft picks this offseason, as we're seeing with this Jarran Reed deal, where there's not a lot of suitors out there willing to take him on and recoup back a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. Tyler's one of those few players who actually brings you back draft returns in a draft season where you only have 3 draft picks as it stands right now. And the final part of this logic point that I'd have you consider is the $11 million that you would save by moving off from Lockett. You could do a lot of things with that $11 million right now. You can make a lot happen with that $11 million. And when I look at Tyler Lockett at this point in time, I think he's become a little bit less effective on the outside. I think he's more of a slot-only type wide receiver, which to me limits his value. He's not a big yak guy, one of the worst yak guys in the league if you look at him on a statistical basis. So this offense is relying on yak guys. This offense is relying on giving guys short completions and having them work in space. That's why you bring Gerald Everett, one of the best yak tight ends in the sport, probably the best yak tight end that the Seahawks have had in their entire history. And then the last part of this that I'd have you consider, Kyle, that speaks to what you spoke to on the Seahawks fan saying that it doesn't fit Waldron's scheme is, What Waldron's scheme asks for is for the slot wide receiver specifically to come down and perform a reach block on a defensive end a lot of times. In order for you to move all the offensive line down on a reach block, in order for you to get the front end of that offensive line, the front side of where you're blocking, to get some pulling guards, to get a pulling center and a pulling tackle both out in space. And so what happens is you're going to tell me that Tyler Lockett at 5'9", 180 pounds is going to come on and take on a defensive end. And think of this through the lens, Kyle, of how the Rams have looked recently. Cooper Kupp, 6 foot, 195 pounds. Robert Woods, 6 foot, 195 pounds. These guys can come down on a defensive end and lay a relatively good reach block. They can get the job done. Doesn't have to hold up for a long period of time in the blocking system, but there's got to be at least a couple seconds there. I don't think Tyler is going to be able to do that element in his game. I think he's going to be able to struggle with it. So take all of that together. It's not just I don't want to move Tyler Lockett, I don't like Tyler Lockett. Take all of what I just said in totality. The money saved, the draft capital that you can recoup, the type of receiver that you could get with that draft capital, because you could go get a slot receiver who can give you exactly what Tyler gives you 90 to 95% of what Tyler gives you right now for 1/10 of the cost. Just factor all of that into play, Kyle. And that's where I look at it, is it's a big picture thing more than it's about Tyler Lockett or his talent as a wide receiver or his connection with Russell Wilson. It's more of the grander scheme here. I'm totally getting behind the chat again. Seahawks fan Bobby has like 6 more years. I don't think Bobby's got 6 more years. I think he's got another year, maybe 2 at the most. Deadly content. Anyone notice how quiet others are quiet when we're making moves? They all be crickets. It does seem like it is quiet when we're doing stuff. Kind of like the NFL's holding its breath. Daniel Pollock, I didn't pay much attention to Penny's news last season. Why did he get so few snaps when he came back? Just not ready after the injury? Yeah, he had the prior year, he had the ACL injury really late in the season. And the ACL injury tends to be one that takes, at the very minimum, a year to recover from, to get on the field. And then it usually takes that additional kind of year-ish to get your legs fully back up underneath you. You can recover from it fully at this point. A lot of players have, but that tends to be the timeline you're looking at with it. So he was struggling coming back from it, did come back from it, and then had kind of a soft tissue injury, which is something that you tend to see in the lower legs after a torn ACL. Not unusual in the least. That happened, that popped up. He went down with that, I think it was like a calf injury or something that he had to kind of deal with on top of that. So it knocked him out last year. He is a scheme fit here for what Waldron does. Seattle may look to move on from him as well. There is an open door to potentially looking to go a different route with it. But with that said, I think that they're going to take advantage of him much better in this scheme and the way this scheme attacks outside zone. Wide dude wide, if the new scheme helps like we think, then Seattle is a top team in the NFL. Seattle is one good cornerback away from being a complete D. Watch for Witherspoon. Hey, Witherspoon's still a young guy, and he's on the upswing. So I'm completely on board with Witherspoon. I liked him in the draft. Not a tackler. You guys are going to hate Witherspoon as a tackler. I mean, he was god-awful coming out of college, and he's not necessarily gotten that much better in the NFL. But he can cover. The man can cover. HV Swan, the Seahawks should not trade DK or Lockett. So I know a lot of you guys are on the Lockett train. Just again, the one thing that, and this is a little bit back to, my comment to you, Kyle, on this. Just you guys have to tell me then, because I've yet to, I've mentioned this, the other aspect of this of, okay, let's walk through the experiment. I signed Tyler. I signed DK. I'm not letting any of my guys go because I love my guys. Okay, warranted, understood. Now I'm spending $80 million on 3 players. Are you comfortable doing that? And do you think that the roster can be sufficiently built on $120 million for the 53 other players that you have to round the roster out with? I struggle with that one myself. I struggle to understand how you can necessarily do that. It doesn't mean it's impossible. I just don't know if I think you're going to be pushing yourself up against a place as far as your roster construction goes where you're going to have to be limiting other positional groups to a very extreme degree. Sabertron, hoping we hang on to KJ. Well, Corbin Smith right now has been breaking the background on the Sabertron that this seems to be the next hat that's going to fall. The next news that will be coming will be potentially KJ. And right now they do have a hole at both the starting Sam linebacker and passing downs the nickel will essentially. So that would be something KJ could do 2 for 1 on. No one's going to value him on the league like we're going to value him. No one's going to pay him, I think, at the price that we pay him. I expect him to probably come back at this point. Silver Shrew, Saints haven't been doing much in free agency either. Hawks versus Tampa Bay in the NFC Championship. Sounds good to me, Silver Shrew. Let's finally kill that Tom Brady crap from 2014. Put that to rest on our way to the Super Bowl. So I'd love to see it, my guy. I'd love to see it. And yeah, I think the Saints, look, they're trying to do what they can to get themselves competitive this offseason. They've tried to they're franchising their safety when they didn't have any money, and they moved Taysom Hill's money all over the place, and they're still going to try to kick the can down the road and be something. I'm not buying it this season. I'm not buying that they've got the same kind of strength that they've had previously. I think that the roster's gotten a little bit older on them as well. A guy like Cam Jordan's getting to that stage of being kind of ancient. I think that they kind of dial back this year. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Saints don't even make the playoffs this year. Seahawks fan says restructure Bobby's contract. They could. They could do that and free up some money if they wanted to. I think it comes down to how soon they expect Bobby to retire. And if they're expecting him to retire in a year from now, they'd probably keep the contract as is because they're not going to want to increase the amount of dead money hit if he's going to be due to retire in a year from now. I like Turtles. Would you be upset if Seattle picked Creed Humphreys over Dickerson in the second? No, I like Turtles not at all. In the one place I think Creed Humphreys is like Dickerson is actually he can give you some snaps at guard if you need it as well. And it wouldn't be like with Posick where you're just completely moving a guy off of his natural spot. Creed Humphrey played guard throughout most of his college career before he slid in to play some center. So I'd feel still pretty good about Creed in that respect. He doesn't have some of the wow factor that Dickerson has. A little bit of what I would call more of a meat and potatoes type prospect. But he's not just a guy either. He would be a guy to me, a little bit of above average potential there at center if he can tap into that potential. I like him in competition with Posick out the gate as well. So I'd be okay with it, Turtles. I'd be okay with it. It's a little high for him in the second. I think Humphreys is more of an early third rounder where you could probably get him there. You could trade back and still get that guy in the third, but I'd be okay with it. Joseph Smiley. How you doing, Joseph? I think one of the reasons they also brought in Shade Waldron is to self-scout and find out how the Rams were able to figure us out in the playoffs. Could be. I think that there's been a general motivation this offseason and a strategy this offseason, if you look at the moves they've made, Joseph, to target within their division and the familiarity they have within the division. You went with Witherspoon, starting cornerback for the Niners. You went with Kerry Hyder, their best pass rusher last year. You went and got Gerald Everett, tight end for the Rams. So you did, on top of bringing in Waldron, you also brought in players from the NFC West as well in addition to. So it seems like they just generally favor some of what they've seen within the NFC West. But you would hope that he would maybe be able to give them a few of the tricks of the trade of how McVay has kind of owned Carroll a little bit over the last couple of years. So I hope you're right. I do hope you're right. Sabertron, the league has figured out Kyler Murray. He's at a place where he needs to take his next step in his development, Sabertron, because you're right. The team has, what they've done is what they did with Russell Wilson out the gate after his first couple of years. The tapes start to get out on the guy, how to play him, and it gets to be a pretty expansive tape. It gets to be a pretty elaborate strategy for how you start to deal with some of these players, the more of that tape you get on him. And with Kyler, I think accuracy is a little bit of an issue with him. I think he's down the field accuracy is good. Short accuracy not as great. Deep accuracy not always as great. And I think teams are going to kind of test him out on that and force him into trying to make the throws that aren't necessarily the strength of his game. He's got a strong arm. He can sling it, and he certainly is one of the more mobile, if not the most mobile quarterbacks in the NFL, next to Lamar Jackson. But he's got to learn to round out his passing, and specifically, I think, to get a little bit more accurately and a little more consistent. But we'll see. We'll see with him. They're starting to bring up the offensive line around him, which I like to see with him, which I think is going to help. That's going to help in his development if they continue to do that. And if they go draft a lineman on top of last year drafting their kind of future left tackle, the guard round his position there that they drafted a couple years ago started to round out for them now, the highly drafted one they pick, and now they're starting to build the offensive line into a strength, and that's going to give him a chance to really flourish. But I agree. He's got some question marks still about him, around him. JDM boy, does this mean no Diggs? I think Quandre Diggs is coming back for another year. I don't know if they're going to sign him to an extension or not. That's a question. He cost you $5.5 million this year on the cap. So I don't know where they're going to go with him necessarily as far as long term, but I expect it to be your starting free safety at the beginning of the year. Seahawks fan OC will know how the Rams play. Waldron will know how the Rams play. I think he will. I think he'll be able to give us some I would hope he would. And I hope Carroll would tap into him a little bit on that, at least a little. HV Swan, do you think the Seahawks will trade DK? Well, I'd say that if you do sign Lockett to a extension, then I would say it might be an indicator that there's a much better possibility of DK being traded. You certainly could get a huge return for DK, but I don't tend to think that Coach Carroll, being that he took 10 years to find the big wide receiver that he wanted here. People forget that when he first came in the door, he was trying to get Brandon Marshall here and couldn't get that deal done, and tried to get Vincent Jackson here and couldn't get that deal done. And he was looking for years and getting that big wide receiver. Settled on Sidney Rice. Sidney Rice got kind of beat up and injured here really early on. I think he really does value a big wide receiver in his offense. Carroll did back to his days at USC. I don't think he's going to want to necessarily give up on a guy who could be very well a generational type talent. Nathaniel Crenshaw, I believe the Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl contenders. I think we are in the contender phase of things right now, Nathaniel. I do. With Dunlap being brought in, I think that puts you in a contender phase. More work needs to be done. I think you can't just sit back on pat and go, okay, well, we'll just draft and call it a day and we'll be fine. Nope. It needs a little bit more, I think. But this does move you out of that territory of being the fringe playoff team to being a contender. I think it takes you from that one step up, just almost off this move, because it completes the room. It rounds the room out, rounds out the team. Brandon Eichrick says, I think Brooks will be the nickel linebacker. He wasn't bad in coverage necessarily for a rookie. Everyone loves Queen, but he was worse than Brooks by far in every stat. Brooks is also favored by Film Geek. Well, let's just look at it like this, Brendan. Last year, Jordan Brooks was 93 out of 95 linebackers in coverage. That's by Pro Football Focus rating scores. He was not good in coverage. I mean, teams attacked him. And so this goes back to his college tape, Brendan. I've scouted the guy as much as any prospect I've scouted recently for anybody with Seattle Seahawks. I've looked at as much tape on Jordan Brooks back in college as anyone after we drafted him. And the coverage isn't there. And we play zone with our linebackers. And he struggles in zone. He had 88 snaps in his senior year and in zone, not one pass breakup, not one play on the ball, not interception, nothing. He really struggles in zone, and it goes back to his college tape. The Pro Football Focus scores back this up, being 93 out of 95 linebackers in coverage. You mentioned Patrick Queen. Yeah, Queen wasn't good either. Guess who was 94th out of 95th linebackers in coverage last year? Patrick Queen. So, neither guy was good in coverage. And it's not good to use him necessarily as a metric, being Patrick Queen, because it's very similar in how they're playing in that. And it's a problem I have because we're in a pass-centric league. It's great to have Jordan Brooks be the run stuffer he is, but part of my issue with picking him at the time and picking a middle linebacker for the future last year was that you're not going to play him at his best position over the first couple of course of his years, and you're going to put his weaknesses wide open and glaring spotlight on him, which they get a little bit more minimized when he gets moved to middle linebacker, in my opinion. NFC East is still going to be the worst division in the NFC again. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think the Eagles are going to be trying to play for quarterbacks and play for an overall pick. The Giants are going to be okay, maybe. I'm not buying the Cowboys though still either. Seahawks Network, Michael Butler sucks. He should retire. If he didn't have that game-winning interception, he wouldn't have gotten the big contract. He's had some interceptions through his career after that. He had a couple of years where he played all right. Brandon Eichrick, how many times do you really face palm at all when Brooks was in coverage? Well, a lot of times it's hard to see in coverage with the linebackers when they drop off your screen, Brendan. So unless I'm looking at the all-22 tape, I'll fall back a little bit more on the statistical basis for this and the people that are watching play in and play out. Pro Football Focus scores are looking at the all-22 tape of the player and they're watching him. And when they rate him at 93 out of 95 linebackers, it's not about how many times he's face palms. It's about whether or not he's doing his job at executing it correctly in zone. And a lot of times with him, he has not good awareness in zone coverage. You flood his zone, he's going to take the first player and leave his zone and then leave his zone wide open. Well, then a player catches it and it's wide open and you don't see Brooks in the frame, so you don't necessarily ding Brooks in that moment for the coverage, but it's him getting flooded through the zone and leaving the zone in the first place that allows for the opening and for that completion to be had. This is the stuff that, again, shows up in his film again and again and again, and it goes back to college. It goes back to his junior year in college. Junior year, Schneider said on draft day, you got to go watch his junior tape in college and see how he did back then to see how he can do in coverage. Yeah, it looked better in coverage. They were asking him to play man-on-man as an outside 3-4 linebacker in his junior year. So he's not doing any of that. It's not man-on-man. He's playing more zone. We've yet to see him be able to play good zone defense yet. I don't know if that's really a part of his game that's going to develop. I'm less convinced. Klasda, they might as well trade Reed to the Jags. They've been poaching our players all offseason. Facts, Klasda, facts. Probably just no one's really wants to pay the $8 million. I don't think anyone's willing to swing that for him. Seahawks Network says, I still think we're a 10-7 team. I can understand why you think that. I hate that. I understand. I like Turtles. I'm excited for Hyder and Dunlap on the D-line and seeing more of Alton Robinson and Darrell Taylor. Yep. And less pressure on those guys. Those guys should just come out and just show out. Do your best, guys. They can sell out for every play that they're in there rotationally. I love that thought process. Thomas Cox, card signed Butler, so it might be difficult. UE2K Reed's got a right to make a living. No hard feelings, no matter where he goes. Probably headed to Jacksonville. Probably close to where he played in Alabama. I got any hard feelings on Reed. He signed a 2-year deal last year, So he took less, he didn't get a lot of extra years last year. Can't hate on him for that. Why is it me, or does this draft have just a ton of Seattle needs and types in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round this year? Yeah, strength of this draft's probably in more of the 2nd to early 5th round range. Rain Taco says AB just wants to be in Tampa Bay. They just have to agree on money, I bet. That's okay, I'm back. Sorry, we got a little bit of a freeze there for a second. Yeah, Antonio Brown wants to be in Tampa Bay, but last year he chose the more money. Who's going to be paying him more money last year? He didn't go to Tampa Bay because Tom sold him on it. They were paying him a little more money than Seattle was able to offer him. So, turnabout's fair play. If Seattle can offer him a little bit more money this year, it might be the bit more to throw him over the side to bring him over to Seattle. UE2K, need to get a starter in the 2nd round. Prefer a center or tight end, but we'll probably take another linebacker. I'd be frustrated if we take a linebacker in the 2nd round, do we? I'd be so frustrated. Coming off the heels of you took Barton in the 3rd round a couple years ago, Ben Burkervin in the 5th round. You took a 1st round pick on Jordan Brooks last year. Oh my God, it'd be silly. But you're right. I could see him doing it. Hunter, why the F would you get rid of Tyler? You guys are crazy. So Hunter, again, you guys that are on the Tyler Lockett bandwagon here, you can see now where some people that are on my side of the fence are a little bit like, but you're not addressing the thing. You're not addressing the 800-pound gorilla in the room. You're not. And I've seen it now going back months at the thought process of Tyler being moved on from. And not one person has yet. I'm just waiting for the one person that's willing to say, I'm willing to spend $80 million on 3 players. Because I think that the hesitancy of those people to come in the chat and say, I'm willing to spend that, is based on the fact that you guys recognize the fact that it's lunacy to spend $80 million on 3 offensive players with a $200 million cap, but then you still don't want to get rid of Tyler. So it's like, you're not answering the question at hand, but then you're also not getting rid of Tyler. And you kind of have to make a decision on one or the other. You make your peace with, I'm going to spend $80 million on 3 players, or you got to move on from Tyler. It really does come back to that a little bit, Hunter, and it's less to do with wanting to move on from Tyler as much as that gorilla that sits in the room. The $80 million mark is what you have to concentrate on, not Tyler Lockett as the player. $80 million money mark, and then the other thing too is we're moving into a different scheme, Hunter. What Tyler was asked to do prior is not what Tyler is going to be asked to do moving into the future. He's going to be asked to block way more than he was ever asked to block in the prior scheme, and block a lot harder players. UE2K says this offseason wouldn't have gone like this without Wilson's shot across the bow. Russ saves the day again. I'm open to it. I'm going to wait for this to fully play out and see how this all goes before I fully give him the credit on that. But we'll see how it plays out. I like Dickerson, but the injury history is a huge worry. There will be guys like Quinn Miners. Dickerson's injury is a huge worry. You're right about that. Quinn Miners and Josh Myers in the third, or even Trey Hill in the fourth and fifth. I could see JS doing these moves. I am of the opinion, my bold prediction, why is Miners is going to go in the second round. I think he's vaulted himself up with his Senior Bowl performance to get himself into the second. Myers and Hill, yeah, you're right on where you've got those guys slotted there. So I'm not as much on Hill. He doesn't do much for me in that respect, but Myers is fine. He'd be all right. Daniel Pollock, do I see Robinson as a potential starter down the line? I do, Daniel. I just didn't want to rely on it. He's got the potential to do it, but I would rather for him to tap into that potential while we've got other guys up on the front line and come in rotationally wise. That's a good problem to have from my standpoint of things. But he's the most certain bet of the four developmental guys as being an upper-level starter in this league. Question mark with Taylor, question mark with Rasheem Green, huge question mark with LJ Collier. I don't have that same big question mark with Robinson. I don't know if he's going to get to a top-end 10-sack-a-year type level, the Everson Griffin type level that you would look for in Everson Griffin's type prime, which is what really his top end is as a potential. But he's on the road. He's on the road to getting there. And he certainly didn't get a lot of opportunity last year. They were very hesitant to put him even on the rotation consistently. Michael Ryan, could we trade Jarran Reed for a wide receiver? We could, but I think it's going to be hard enough to get draft capital in return for him, Michael, much less getting a receiver in return. But maybe. I think at this point he's probably just going to get released. Randall says if Darrell Taylor is who they think he is, will he be awesome coming off? Will be awesome coming off the edge. Not so much on his shoulders. Too bad he lost a year. How does he compare to Frank coming out? Completely different players. Frank actually lost a lot of weight coming to Seattle. He played at Michigan, rounding out about the 275 range of things. He was a big boy at Michigan and more of a run stuffer. It's why you've seen with Frank Clark his run stuffing ability since he's come to the NFL completely fall off, because he's completely concentrated on rushing the passer since he's arrived in the NFL. And he's done it pretty well, but he became a lot lighter in that respect. He was always a guy that a little bit more was going to be reliant on the power element to his game. Clark was to get his pass rushing work in and to get his production there. Taylor's more of, I guess, finesse is the word you could use with it a little bit. He's not going to use as much power as he's going to use finesse. He's much more quicker in his get off than Frank is, though Frank was relatively quick. Darrell's kind of got more of a freakish quick to him. Darrell also has way more bend than Frank Clark ever had. So Frank never had the natural bend to his game that Darrell Taylor did. But Darrell Taylor doesn't necessarily have that strength or ability to theoretically anchor down and set the edge. So I would argue Frank Clark's really gone downhill with being able to set the edge. With every season that he's in the NFL, it seems to get a little bit worse as he goes along. Maxwell says, when is that Jamal extension coming? Weird that it hasn't come yet. Hard to say. It may not come this offseason, Maxwell. They may be coming back to him and saying, look, you didn't play for a full season for us last year. We gave up a huge amount of draft capital for you. You didn't earn for us a new contract. You weren't good in coverage. We'll go with a year on the $10 million, and we won't franchise you after this year if you play through that and go as you go. But they could be looking at it from that standpoint of things. I don't know. I'd probably, when it's all said and done, there'll probably be an extension that gets done, sooner or later. They probably just had bigger fish to fry here as we've gone through the start of this offseason. I don't know if I'm doing the call-in show today, Washi. I'll definitely do it on the next show, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes today. I'm a little bit behind the chat, and we're not even. I'm not going to catch up with the chat till I'm about 5 hours into this thing, probably. Landon Dickerson, second-round target, or will he not be there? He will be there because I think of the injury situation, Tommy. I think his spot to where he would be picked would be somewhere around the mid-second round to early third, maybe even mid-third, because teams might really knock him with the injury situation. He's got not just the ACL, but he's got like shoulder and ankle things too. So there's some big question marks medically with him for sure. 283128. I think DK pushes up past $20 million a year. I think that he's going to push it up into the $23 million, minimum $23 million a year range, in my opinion. I don't think Jamal Adams gets $19 million per. I don't think he's going to break the safety market past $3 million per year past what it's been set at as a margin. He makes $500,000 more per year over the top of the last guy that just signed his deal. That's been how it's tended to work with the next guy up at the safety position, which is tends to be a somewhat devalued position in the NFL anyway. Randall says guards in the draft from Bama, LSU, Tennessee, all round 2 to 3 guys cut from the same cloth as Lewis. I wouldn't be mad if they drafted Leatherwood either. Leatherwood's got all the potential in the world. He's got all the physical tools you look for. I wonder with that guy about loving the game. Does he love football? Is he tenacious? Is he what you want out there at, out there at left tackle? I have the same problem with Trey Smith from Tennessee. Him and Leatherwood are very similar prospects in that they've got the build, they've got the makeup, they've got the way you draw them up in a lab and want from a guard or left tackle in Leatherwood's case. Just about, do they have the love of the game? Do they have that love? Who's the I can't remember the LSU guys you're mentioning on. He's slipping my mind right now. Brendan Eichrick, you got to keep Lockett at this point now. Have to go all in this year. Either let him walk or tag and trade him when that comes, or just extend him, and you can deal with that money. Understood if you want to keep him through. I don't think it comes down to an extension. If you're keeping him this year, you're just going to let him play out the year, and then he walks in free agency next year, which Seattle may be willing to do at this point, because maybe they just have a disagreement about where his value should be. When they look at him, they say, you should be in the T.Y. Hilton 8.5 a year territory, Tyler, not up in the 14, 15 million a year territory. And maybe there's a little bit of a disagreement between the two parties on that in that respect. Raining Tacos, DK is going to get franchised before this front office pays 20 plus million per. Well, again, some of this comes into Raining Tacos looking at the history of the front office, because this front office has had times where players who've come up who could have been franchise tagged, could have franchise tagged them at a cheaper level, theoretically speaking, and not had to commit to them in multiple years or in order to keep that cap hit down, like you're talking about potentially doing. I don't think that they're going to do that in this case, Raining Tacos. Number one, the wide receiver market tends to be one that's paid pretty high anyway. So the top 5 of that position, franchise tag, means that he's going to cost you probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 to 17 million a year if you don't sign him to a contract extension, which is not that big of a difference off the 20 million per upwards per year. As well, if you look at the history, Raining Tacos, of John Schneider and Coach Carroll, they do not use the franchise tag. I believe they've only used it on a kicker in the past. And when it was used on Jadeveon Clowney, it had already been used on him, and it was done with the agreement they were going to let him be a free agent after the year concluded. So it's just not something that they tend to use, and they're certainly not going to use it for a player who's outperformed his rookie deal. They want to reward those players who do what DK has done. Vastly outperformed where you were drafted. Vastly outperformed expectations. It's not the MO of this front office to say, we're going to try to grind out every last bit of inch we can before we have to pay you. Randall says, if we converted Russ's money, we'd all know about it. Some good PR on the situation would be welcomed. I agree. I also have thought, Randall, for a while, that it's been one that they're not going to necessarily do until they have to do it. And so if they looked at, we're going to be more willing to give up Jarran Reed than convert that base money to bonus. We look at wanting to release Jarran Reed first above doing that with Russell for whatever reasons they may have to do that, then that would have come first. But it still is an option that does remain on the table. I like Turtles. The Seahawks are missing a guy like Doug Baldwin, who was so damn good at getting open when the play breaks down. They haven't been as good at off-script stuff, that's for sure. And especially the second half of the year, that was absolutely sure. Raining Tacos, Adams is a big contract. You got to sign. He's got the Hawks over a barrel with what they gave up for him. He does have him over a barrel a little bit, but this would be one place where I think Seattle would make an exception in utilizing their franchise tag. This is the one guy you would do that. You didn't give us the performance that's commiserate to us you didn't perform to us Jamal Adams last year at a place to where we're going to set the market, the safety market. We're going to reset that market in a year where the cap is depressed at $182 million for the performance you gave us on the field last year. I think Seattle would look at that and they could potentially say, we're going to let you play out this year on the $10 million deal, and we might just franchise tag you next year. And if you have a problem with it, kick rocks. This could be that place where you do it, where he's not vastly outperformed the prior contract to their estimation. They're not going to count what he did with the Jets. They're going to count what he did with them last year. So he doesn't have him over that much of a barrel. They could use 2 franchise tags on Jamal Adams past this year. They have 3 years of club control on him. And as we've seen in this offseason, who's getting franchise tagged this offseason? Marcus May with the Jets, Williams with the New Orleans Saints. Why are they getting franchise tagged and not paid? Because you can franchise tag a safety at $10 million a year. It's going to cost you, what, $12 million next year to franchise tag Jamal at that point? You'll do that. You got no problem doing that, and he could squawk all he wants about it, or he can sign a deal that's more commensurate with what the market has set as a standard, which is where Seattle then gets the leverage back to cause a deal to eventually then, I think, get done. I like turtles. Lockett is good at getting yak. Lockett is not good at getting yak. This is an incorrect statement. He's one of the worst guys at yak. Look at his advanced statistics on expected yak versus what they get yak. You can go look at some of the next generation stats on this. He is the worst. He catches the ball and he falls down. That's Tyler Lockett's game more often than not. UE2K, think we still need to consider a tight end early in the draft. Everett only on a one-year deal. Tommy Treble or Drevin Jordan paired with Everett could be epic and difficult to depend. Fourth round draft, Hainsey. A lot of hype for Hainsey going to center, Yui. I was listening last night to a lot of people feeling like he might just be a really, really good center. Played it, I think, at the Senior Bowl. Looked really natural after playing a lot of right tackle at Notre Dame. Jordan, you're probably not going to pair with Everett because you only are going to have one move tight end on the field at any one time, really. I do like the thought of Treble, though, because with Tremble, at that point, you've got a guy that you could put even at fullback from time to time. I just like Tommy Treble because it's like what you get both a tight end and a fullback. I love 2-for-1 players, and that's what Tremble is in a lot of respects. But he is more of an inline guy, too. He's less of that move tight end. He would be more of an inline traditional guy, in my opinion. Cade says it's sad that Doug failed the physical and got released and retired. Yeah, I think he was going to retire regardless of the failing the physical thing. Brian Myers, Brady Henderson reporting Carlos Dunlap has been resigned. We've been celebrating it here, Brian. Everyone is stoked through the roof, man. Big time move. The key signing of this offseason that needs to have to make all the other moves work, in my opinion. Seahawks Network, we either make less than 5 picks in April or we trade Lockett. The latter seems much more likely. It does. Tommy Eden, Bruce also had the move where he literally just jumped over the dude. I don't remember that move. Jumped over the dude? Antoine and Elizabeth Cobb. Any chance of the Hawks signing Aldon Smith? No, this closes the door. And more of the Mayoa signing you can look as in addition to that. You've got 4 young guys in Collier, Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor, and Alton Robinson. Those guys are all going to, as we stand right now, I think, make the roster. You then have signed Kerry Hyder and Carlos Dunlap. I don't think that there's any more moves than you can make on that at that point, nor do you have really the money or resources to spend on that. Sean Harker, a very good thing for us, this team, to have Carlos mentoring Taylor and Robinson could be huge. Could be, for sure. And also just that it takes pressure out of them, allows them to develop, Sean. Less of them needing to have to come out the gate and give us something on the field now. Less we get them rotationally, let them work, let them develop. I like that. The edge rushers, tight ends, these tend to be positions that take a little bit of time to develop. Randall McDaniel says tackles, Liam Eichenberg, Tevin Jenkins, Leatherwood, probably all gone by day 2. Interesting kid from Iowa, Alaric Jackson. Randall, you and 2K like yourself, Alaric Jackson. He is a very interesting guy, and guy's going to go probably a little bit later, more into the 4th, 5th round range of things. I think Tevin is probably a day 1 guy. Leatherwood's 2nd round. That's for sure. Eichenberg is also a 2nd round guy. Leatherwood, Eichenberg, Cosme. These are part of that collection, the 2nd-tier tackles that are like guys that are not going to probably be starters at the next level, but who are going to be really, really solid. Should be very, league average, a little bit above league average as far as players at the position goes. Have a good night, Magic Vlogs. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate you. Brendan says, when I talked about KJ likely being next, I meant a restructure or somebody else. At least that's what Corbin mentioned. Well, the amount of people they could restructure moves down at this point. Unless you're looking at moving like Dwayne Brown's money around or like we talked about Russell Wilson's money around. There's only a certain set couple of players now at this point that you really can move any money around on. Kate says, I think the Hawks should get Aldon to replace Reed. Aldon's an outside guy. Reed's an inside guy. Hunter says, the Seahawks network, in my opinion, this is last year. The Hawks will have a good chance at Super Bowl, so I wouldn't trade Lockett. Understandable. If you're letting him ride out on the deal, Hunter, then that makes sense. If you let the final deal, you're the deal right out on him and that you're just going to let him go in free agency, I could wrap my head around that. I might argue that I'd rather try to get something back in return from him because you're not going to get compensatory returns next year when you have $95 million out of the cap. You'll sign Wayne Moore in free agency to offset the loss of Lockett, so you get nothing in return at that point if he does walk. Silver Shrew, the Rams gave Deshaun Jackson $4.5 million with incentives. How are the Rams doing this with their draft, with their salary cap? Cards signed Malcolm Butler. 49ers did nothing. Man, our division rivals got to keep up with us. Yeah, those moves are not going to work for me on that. I mean, cards go from Peterson to Malcolm Butler. Wah, wah, wah. And you're talking about Deshaun Jackson, who is like, he has somehow like performed some sort of hypnotic spell on general managers throughout the NFL to always seemingly rattle around $5 or $6 million per year out. And he plays like 2 games and then he's done every single year. It's amazing to watch, but hey, we'll see what he can do. I don't think he's got a lot left there. As Seahawks Network said, I think they're both washed. Lance Johnson, one major important thing to this year's draft is John finding the diamonds in the rough. Undrafted free agency, a.k.a. finding an angry Doug curse. Having a few picks may make Seattle desirable. Could be, Lance. Could be. That's a great solid point, is that the fewer picks you have, and it's always hard to recruit these players, and when you have an undrafted rookie free agent, you have a guy that when he's picking the team that he's going to go to, because he's a little bit of the bell at the ball, he gets a little bit of the pick if he's a really good player, then he's going to want to go to a place that he has a good chance to catch on and stay with. Not a team that's going to be stacked up and he's going to be competing and most likely then just released anyway, because he doesn't have that draft pedigree to fall back on and say, well, I'm a second round pick, so they'll at least give me 2 to 3 years to develop. LG Collier. LG Collier. So I think that's a good point and solid point for that reasoning. Certainly like a receiver, I'd expect them to be able to find it. You mentioned Angry Doug or Curse. You might have just done that subconsciously, but I think receiver would be that position that's going to fall in this draft where you'll get a guy who maybe doesn't have that last year of performance on the field due to COVID. Other receivers are picked up ahead of them, but then falls in the draft and just gets undrafted, and you could pick him up at that point. Very, very solid point, man. I think it's something we could see. $6 million for Butler and $4.5 million for Jackson, as Silver Shrew said. That is crazy. That is dumb. That is dumb money right there. That's poor moves on their part by both of those teams. 2 organizations that have made otherwise some smart moves this offseason. That is not it. Silver Shrew says, haven't seen Earl Thomas in months. Nor have I. Seahawks Network, Mark Huck, yeah, my favorite comment I've seen all night. The LOB era on Hard Knocks would have been fire. Yeah, they would have. Randall McDaniel, heard anything about Joe Tyron workouts? He's got so much upside. If he'd pop up as a junior, kid could have been a first round easy. 6'5", 260. If he blows up workouts, you think he goes round 2? I've got him slated right now in round 2, Randall. There's not a lot of edge rushers in this draft. It's a very, very, very thin, it's a very thin edge rusher draft. So if you've got a guy that's got some upside to him, and specifically I'd say, Randall, the twitchy guys. So Ojulari, I guess Basham's a little bit of that. This guy is certainly very twitchy, and the word on the street was that he's changed himself this offseason with his workouts. He's just rebuilt his body. He's like Adonis type guy and how he looks now. And I liked his tape. I liked his first step quickness. I liked his bend, especially for his size being 6'5". It shows an abnormal bend for being a guy that tall and that big. And he was so skinny in college that if he has added that weight, he's really closed one of the true question marks to his game down at that point. But I like Tyron a lot. I think he's going to be a very good NFL player, and he's even got a little bit of star potential to him when you're operating off the aspect with a lot of these kids where you just haven't seen all the tape with them, man. It's so limited the amount of tape on some of these guys. Brandon says, I'd like to think you can teach a route tree. Teaching the explosive plays Miami makes aren't really coachable. Yeah, I'd agree with you on that, Brandon. The lack of running a route tree is not necessarily an indictment in itself. It's just as much that you can't necessarily give him a good route running grade necessarily. And at the NFL level, I don't know that you can do as much of the limited route trees. I think that holds offenses back. So he could have it in his game. It's a part of your game that you can develop. It's just something that we don't have to operate off of his college film necessarily. I'll watch a little more of his tape, Brendan, because admittedly I watched some of his tape, but because he's getting hyped up by some folks like yourself, by like a Sims, maybe this is the time that you got to go back and double check a prospect on and make sure that you were right about him in what you saw, and maybe that you should be elevating him more. UE2K says 56 is too early for Sherman value-wise, but I'm a screw value guy. If the guy you want won't be there when you pick next, but I love Sherman, and I think we need a feature back. I understand, man. I do. I know you love Sherman. Do you have any hesitancy, UE2K, with the thought process that, number one, the Big East doesn't play any defense, and number two, a lot like you get with Najee Harris getting knocked for, where he's got the 5-star offensive line across the board blocking for him. Do you look at any of that? You had that with Oklahoma as well. Is there any part of that that gives you any hesitancy with Sherman as a player, especially a guy whose game is reliant on finding the open hole? So much of what he does is the slice and dice vision stuff. Do you have any worries with that? Big Elijah Moore fan. I am too. The Seahawks Network. I like him a lot. He's a real complete receiver. I like just a lot of stuff that he does that's good. Best center additions we could make. I haven't gotten did not look at it. I meant to look this up, Matthias. Austin Blythe might still be available out there in free agency. I'm not sure. But there's not a lot of other available guys. They've all been basically swallowed up. But I think the best center additions come from the draft at this point, Matthias. The value is right about there in the late second round where we pick for the guys that will be available. Michael Ryan says, how do you feel about Moore from Ole Miss? See, I was just talking about Elijah Moore. Really good. He has the number 1 on him, so he's carrying the same number 1 that AJ Moore did a couple years ago. But they both have this body type that looks very similar. It's just that Elijah Moore looks like he's about 3 inches shorter than AJ Brown. But same in his ability to run routes, in his ability to win with contested catches, good in the open field, a great yak guy. There's not a lot of negatives about him outside of what you can point to him being his size limitations and maybe not a large catch radius. But I think he is a slot guy specifically. Maybe that's the other place you can knock him for. But I think he could be one of the better slot guys in the NFL when he comes into it with the skill set he provides. I like Elijah Moore a lot. There's not a lot you can really knock in his game outside, again, of the size stuff, catch radius stuff. Hunter, what chat is he reading? I don't see these comments he's reading out. I'm a little bit slow, Hunter, on the comments. So I'm sorry about that, but I try to read all the comments, which makes me a little bit get behind, unfortunately. And if Austin Blythe is out there, I think he would be a nice addition because he has scheme knowledge and he gives you a little bit of a competition point at that point with Posick and shouldn't cost the sun, moon, and stars if he is still available out there. Nathaniel can't stay any later tonight. Just keep the Dunlap excitement party going. Sounds good, Nathaniel. I'm stoked. You're stoked. We're all stoked on it, man. Red McDaniel, so what do you think Alt Robinson's upside is? Give me a pro comp. Believe me, I believe he had a small issue in college with a girlfriend, maybe pushed him down. Plus, he played at Syracuse. The guy that I went to over and over again that not a lot of people were going to like with this Randall, I think I've mentioned this one before, was, and maybe it's very apropos because he had the girlfriend pushing down issues as well. Greg Hardy is the guy that comes to mind with me. One of your more just a guy that's a traditional size defensive end that then actually moves a little quicker than a guy of that size. And then a guy who's got really good hand fight ability. He's an upper level technician with his hands. And in doing that, then creates the quick pressure. He's not a Kerry Hyder guy that's going to rely on, fighting his way to create some pressure eventually. He's going to create an instant pressure with his hands. He's going to swat hands off, redirect back around, come up over the top with his arm, flip back inside, get skinny, and get the sack. And so you had a play against the Cowboys where he got a really important sack early on in the season in that game. And you saw just that kind of play where he comes off the snap, he starts to the outside on the tackle, gets to that tackle to overset slightly, then long arms him at that point, keeping his arm on the tackle as he long arms him to bend back inside and counter back inside to get to the quarterback. And it's just that kind of just ability to be a technician with some of the quickness in combination of it, I think gives him sort of a Greg Hardy type upside to him. Greg Hardy was a fantastic player before he became kind of a nutcase, but he was a really good player on the field, especially rushing the passer, and even stopping the run was pretty good. Have a good one, Nathaniel. Appreciate you. Sam Z, we cut Reed for what? So we could sign Carlos Dunlap, Sam Z. You needed to create the space to then bring Dunlap. They determined Dunlap's a more vital player to them than Jarran Reed is. And they're trying to get a trade right now. You've got maybe a trade tonight that they can maybe find, but more likely than not, it's just going to be a cut. Geno Turtles, how about finding a better backup than Geno Smith this year? How about Sam Ehlinger in the draft? I like Turtles. You want to get a little bit of a hedge for Russell. You want to get a guy that's maybe an interesting prospect. Not a lot of upside, not going to be picked really early on, but a guy that's very mobile, team leader, works his butt off. I think he could be an upgrade over Geno Smith. You can run a lot of that just read option stuff if you need him come in a press. Brian Myers, Reed has to be moved to make room for Dunlap. Yep, bingo. Hope they can make a trade for Reed, hopefully. Sam Z, what pick can you get for Reed? I think that the upper end of it, Sam Z, is you get a 5th rounder, but the likelihood is that if there is a trade that could happen for Reed, the best case scenario is really going to be a 7th round pick, in my opinion. Sam Z, he was going to hold out. No, I think they're just doing that because they're just signing Reed because they got to bring in Dunlap, but you need to free up the cap space. Kyle Mulkey says, how do you think Russ would react with Sherman if he came back? Any bad blood? I think at this point, Russell wants to see the team improved, and he would recognize bringing back Richard would improve the team. I think that wins out. These are not the two guys that are ever going to come together and be the tightest guys. But I think for the most part, there is a make peace between them, and I think they could make it work. So I don't think that would inhibit it as much as, let's say, Golden Tate. I think Russ would have some issues with that one. I don't think he would have the same kind of issues with the Richard Sherman. And I haven't heard any holdout rumors either with Jarran Reed on that. 283, he wanted a contract extension, but the talks didn't go anywhere, so they're going to move on from him. Juan Angulo says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Juan. Thanks for hopping in the chat. I like Turtles. It's going to drive me crazy if Dunbar goes somewhere else and they get him cheap and he becomes one of the best top cornerbacks next season. Could drive me crazy. I mean, like, there's some problems with him. I like Turtles. I mean, he's got the off-field thing now that he entered into the fray on last season. The knee thing, where's his knee at? Is his knee going to suddenly become healthy now after knee surgery this last offseason? Is he going to get a full recovery? And the thing is with this guy is he's been beat up for a large part of his career. I don't think he's played one full season of a full allotment of 16 games or even come close to playing a full allotment of 16 games. He's a guy that just seems to get beat up really easily. As well as, I didn't really sit well with me when he came into camp last year after going through all of that drama this offseason with what he had done. And then he comes in and he says, yeah, I didn't really work out this offseason. What? And you could make the argument that a lot of the reason he had the injury in the first place was because you weren't working out in the offseason. So I'm a little bit lesser on the Dunbar deal. But I'm okay if they could bring him back on a cheap signing. Sam Z says Reed and Dunlap would have been godlike. Yep, you're not going to be as good, Sam, at the defensive tackle position, probably. You probably did go back a little bit defensive tackle-wise to improve the edge. Kyle Justin, Dorsett's going to be an awesome player. Dorsett? I think, didn't he go to Jacksonville? Kyle? I thought he went to Jacksonville. Maxwell Stern says, I find it crazy that Chris Sims has Wilson over Lawrence. Wilson's one of those guys in this draft that has been one of my misses on Maxwell. If I was to go through a list of guys that people are hyping up that I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I think I can see Wilson being a functionally decent quarterback in this league, but the star potential of Lawrence and picking up in the top 5 for a Wilson guy, I think people are just kind of looking at, I don't know. I'm not as on board with Wilson. I could just be completely missing on this one. He's one of those guys. Rashad Bateman's another one of those guys in this draft I look at and people are like, oh, first round talent. And I go, huh? Really? I don't know. I don't see it as much. And I could be just missing it on this one. I could absolutely be missing it on this one, but I don't get that one either, Maxwell. He's on it. He's going to die in that trench for Wilson, it seems. UE2K, if we bring KJ and Bobby, which makes sense from a game plan perspective, but that means we've once again wasted another first-round pick. John is good at free agent signings, but his drafting has been unacceptable. Agreed. They've got to get better at their drafting. I think last year was a step in the right direction, but certainly the Jordan Brooks thing sort of looms over it, with that being a head-scratcher. And why did you do this signing? What was the point of this? Why? But this seems to be one that I think we'd be frustrated with that. I think he does get on the field a little bit in UE2K. So look, he will be out there on early downs as a will. He will get his share of snaps. He is there if Bobby, who is an aging player, goes down. You now have an upper level middle linebacker replacement if something happens with Bobby, which you'd expect sooner or later. Bobby might go down for a few games here this year. He does give you a little a buttress for that, but that would not have been a motivation for me in and itself to draft the guy. Juan Angulo, is AB a potential wide receiver for Seattle? Yeah, we're one of the top 2 teams, I think, in regards for his services, Juan. I think it's between us and Tampa Bay at this point to see who can go get him. So I think we're there. I think we're fighting for it. Sam Z says, who's going to pay DT? Who's DT? Mark Harbercorn, if the Hawks don't make it to the NFC Championship this year, then it will be time for Pete to go. We need one more good wideout, and I'd be happy. KJ and Sherm would be a cherry on top. Same, Mark. Another receiver. Got to get a little bit more at the linebacker position. Be great to round out the corner role, but I'm feeling pretty good about this team where it's sitting right now, man. Feeling pretty darn good. Sam Z says, I'm so confused. Oh, who's going to play defensive tackle, says Sam Z. Well, Sam Z, you currently right now on the roster have Brian Monet, and you just signed Poona Ford to a 2-year deal. So you have 2 defensive tackles. You've got Hamilton, who they're very high on as a 3 tech. We haven't seen a lot of him, but the front office and the coaching staff are pretty high on that guy. I'd expect them to make another signing at the defensive tackle position. So they're probably not done there. It's just going to be a little bit more of a cheaper signing. So think of a guy like maybe Geno Atkins, who's a free agent from the Bengals, a little bit of an older guy. The Silver Shrew, should we get Josh Norman or so he can be stiff-armed by every running back we go against? No, he got his soul stiff-armed out of him by Derrick Henry, and he's been a shell of himself ever since. Nathaniel Park, Seattle will move next year's draft capital for capital this year because next year's draft looks real bad. Doesn't look solid right now, that's for sure. Doesn't look solid. Kyle Mulkey, normally I would be good with $80 million with Lockett, Metcalf, Russ. Normally I wouldn't be good with $80 million with Lockett, Metcalf, and Russ and Wags in the contract. But if we move off of Lockett, who is our number 2 wide receiver? We don't have a number 3 wide receiver. That would piss me off. Well, I don't think that number 1, Kyle, and this is just maybe my opinion on it, but I don't think if you're going to make that $80 million decision, you're making it with the thought process of we can't get a replacement for Tyler Lockett. I think you very well could get a replacement for Tyler Lockett. If you had put, I think that there's going to be receivers out there. This is the wide receiver class in this draft, Kyle, is maybe the deepest positional grouping in this entire draft. Wide receiver positional groupings tend to be the deepest in every draft year in and year out. So it tends to be one that you can go out there and get a lot. The thing that you didn't address in there, and I'm glad, thank you for at least addressing the $80 million, Kyle, because it's one of those things where folks that are in on Lockett don't tend to respond to me on that. So I don't get an answer back. I appreciate the fact that you did post that at least in, because it gives us something to talk about here. But yes, I think that the one last thing that I'd ask you just to keep in mind with Kyle is the aspect of the blocking. And do you trust Tyler Lockett to be able to go down and block a defensive end, which this scheme is going to require him to do? Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods with the St. Louis Rams the last couple of years have had to do that. They've had to go down and down block a defensive end. Do you think Tyler's got that in his game at his size? I don't think it is. So not a scheme fit and the $80 million, I don't know as much. If you're talking about bringing in Antonio Brown right now and you're bringing Antonio Brown on a 1-year, $4 million deal this year, is Antonio Brown that much worse than what Tyler Lockett is right now? And then you're getting him then at that point at 1/3 of the cost without the multi-year commitment. I think there's a smarter way just to allocate the resources. I think you could find the replacement. If you got Antonio Brown, you brought Josh Gordon back in the mold in addition, Kyle, and you drafted a wide receiver, you'd feel pretty good about that wide receiver core even moving on from Lockett at that point. Wheeler, can't roll with one great wide receiver. Hopefully Lockett doesn't look for top dollar, but I think we need him for wide receiver depth in the future. You can't find slot receivers that get 1,000 yards for a tenth. You can't find slot receivers that get 1,000 yards for a tenth. I don't know what you mean by tenth on that, Wheeler. So Wheeler, are you okay then with spending as Kyle was? You're okay with spending the $80 million and then having a receiver in Lockett that can't do the blocking items that you need him to do in the scheme? Are you okay with that then on the other side of it? Pat Bush, Reed will end up in Arizona guaranteed. He may. Sam Z, Quentin Jefferson come back. I would think he would be a target, and certainly they would look at him and he wouldn't cost a lot, Sam. So that would be a fill-in spot that you could flip out Jarran Reed for Quentin and maybe think you're getting a reasonable player fit. Certainly not what Jarran Reed is, but reasonable. Randall sure like to see a couple more weapons added. I maintain Marvin Jones would be a nice 3. Yeah, he would be. I'd like me some Marvin Jones. Good fit with Russell too, Randall. Kyle, Reed will go to Jacksonville just like a quarter of our team. I'm cool with trading Lockett if we have a decent replacement, but you're forgetting the cap will go to $200 million and then add the TV money. We don't know what the cap's going to be at right now, Kyle. And we know that this year, when they took it down to $182 million, if the NFL took into account, if the NFL just made the pain of last season bear out into this year's cap, it would have been $160 million. They choose to finesse that over time, over the course of a couple of years. So I think it's a wide stretch to say that the cap's going to get anywhere past $200 million. And that was the example I set, was saying you're going to then be paying $80 million on a $200 million cap. And that's where it's, to me, I just don't think that that's a tenable thing to do, Kyle, because you've got to round it out with 53. You got to find 53 other players on the roster, not to mention find 53 upper level guys. And then you got to find a lot of cheap talent. And that all sounds good and well, Kyle. But the last part of this to consider is you have 33 players under contract moving into next offseason. If you're to look at all the teams in the NFL and look at the teams that have players allotted to their roster moving into next year, Seattle has one of the lowest amount of players allotted for their roster moving into next offseason. What that means is you're going to have to go out in the open market and pay. You're not going to have cheap players on rookie deals because you've had a lot of draft picks that you've been able to utilize those picks on. You're going to actually have to be paying for those on the open market. So it's going to be harder to round out the rest of the roster cheaply in the way you would need to do if you paid that $80 million. Wheeler says, name a wide receiver who gets 1,000 yards nearly every season for a tenth of what Lockett makes. Number one, here's what the question comes into: is 1,000 yards a requirement for what we need from our slot wide receiver right now, Wheeler? Because when you have 2,000 yard receivers on your team, on a team that wants to maintain balance in the offensive game, you show me a team with the 2,000 yard receivers on a balanced offensive attack. That's a team that was down by a lot of points, oftentimes, or they have a defense that's giving up a lot of yards and a lot of points. Not a good thing to happen. And I would argue that one of the reasons that you saw two wide receivers this year, Wheeler, break Seahawk receiving records in this season, being most catches and most yardage, was because your defense early on was a sieve and giving up yards and putting the offense back on the field again and again and again and again. So it's not always a good metric to say we want to have a 1,000-yard receiver out of the slot. If you're going to say, if I can go get a Kadarius Toney, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, are they going to be able to give me 90 to 95 production of what Lockett could give me out of the slot at 1/10 of the cost? Yeah, I think they could, Wheeler. And again, the thing that I think there's the last little part of this that you guys are not thinking of, the folks that are on the sign Lockett and then sign DK and then sign Russell Wilson and don't let Lockett go for anything. He can't block a defensive end. This is really geeky scheme stuff, but what you have the slot receiver do in this scheme is he comes right down to the line of scrimmage, okay? And then he's going to come off that line of scrimmage off the snap, and he's going to put his hands on a defensive end. And he has to hold up that block for a mere 2.5 seconds, but he cannot get blown off the ball. He cannot allow penetration of that defensive end to blow up the play. Or it doesn't matter how many guys on the front side you get blocking, setting up the lane, the backside's going to blow it up at that point. So Lockett at 5'9" is not going to be able to block a defensive end. That's not his game. The other part of this is that you ask the wide receivers to be very good in yak, yards after catch. Lockett is one of the worst receivers in the league at yards after the catch. He is not a yak guy. Cooper Kupp's been one of the better yak guys in the league. Robert Woods has been one of the better yak guys in the league. Gerald Everett is one of the best tight end yak guys in the league. The offensive scheme that we're now constructing that is different than the Schottenheimer scheme that was here prior builds into it to have the wide receivers have to block and show yak ability. Lockett does not have these abilities in his game. This is a tough one because, again, folks, I understand the love you guys have on this, but I think sometimes the folks that are on board with the Lockett get very simplistic thinking and wanting to keep Lockett. They go, well, what else do we have? Well, I love Lockett. Well, 1,000 yards. Isn't that kind of simplistic thinking for a problem that's actually really complex to solve? You got to implement the salary cap, implement the new scheme. Think of it in more of those far-reaching terms rather than just thinking it through a narrow scope and through a narrow lens, in my opinion. I could be wrong on this, and maybe Lockett's the future and the way for us at the wide receiver position. It just doesn't make sense as I look at it in factoring all of this stuff together. Gary Werner, our Hawks need to give Russell the pocket with strong options. Keep DK, keep Lockett, and look into double tight ends after securing the run game. I like it, Gary, and I'm okay with keeping Lockett if we just make our peace with the fact he leaves at the end of the season without any returns. Then he's just moving on. We're going for it this year. That's part of the go for it mentality this year. I'm fine with that. Raining Tacos, we're flush with cash next year. We're going to have lots of options. Yeah, we do. We got a lot of money. Donnie Pearson, how you doing, Donnie? Hawks Nest, hello everyone. Hello, Brandon. How you doing? I am doing great. I hope you're doing well as well. Donnie, thank you for jumping on in the chat. Appreciate you. Gary Werner says strategy, baby, strategy. That's right. It's all about strategy. Randall McDaniel, did you read the report on the relationship breakdown between McVay and Goff? I haven't, but I heard it was bad. Basically, McVay just beat him down and berated him on the regular. I like McVay more now. Hey, he's an intense guy, man. He's an intense guy, and yeah, I did hear those reports. It sounds like McVay really went after Goff as Goff was slow to develop along, and McVay inherited Goff. He didn't draft him, he inherited him. And he had to make the best of a bad situation. And certainly when you're hearing about the reports initially, even when Goff's having his greatest success, and that he's having to have the coach is having to call the play in really early so that he can stay in the quarterback's ear to let him know what he's seeing pre-snap in order for him to have the best success post-snap, essentially that everything had to be really good and easy for Goff. Nothing could be really complex or hard to diagnose. And that was driving him crazy because probably from McVay's standpoint, he felt like he was making the game a lot easier on Goff with his play calling. It was almost like McVay felt like he was being put under the gun to have to be perfect as a play caller because Goff wasn't able to be anything outside of structured and having everything work, be set up perfectly easy for him. Silver Shrew, Kyler Murray is going to say hi to Carlos Dunlap's new but familiar friend, Kerry Hyder. That's right. Kerry got himself a sack on Kyler. Got that on film last night. Grabbed him by the jersey, and then Kyler's trying to do his little mouse. I'm going to run around in circles, and Hyder just holds him by his jersey. He's just letting him run around like a dog on a leash. Just, yeah, you go ahead. I'll pull you down when I feel like it, and then just pulls him down. Gary Werner, Russell shows the franchise degree of vision. He's asking for a pocket. Give him a pocket. He is indeed, and he should have one this year with what we're seeing. Ethan's Tech World. It all started with getting an outstanding score on my biology assignment. Then we cut Reed, which I approve, even though he is quite good. Then we get Dunlap. It all calls for a Ric Flair. Woo! Woo! I can't do it right now. My voice is going on me after 4 hours, Ethan, but you know it's in there. It's in there. Woo! I can't woo right now. Oh my God. UE2 cases, the number one seed's not coming from the NFC West. Division is too good. NFC South and NFC North will be weaker, and it will allow for better records from those division winners. Maybe. Hard to predict. Hard to predict with that type of stuff, but you are right in the respect of those are weaker divisions. I do wonder if those teams might be just weaker than they were this year or weaker than they've been historically speaking as well. Jackson Braxton, if DK can beat Jalen Ramsey this year, he'll get an extension, yes or yes. I think he gets an extension regardless, Jackson. And I think he had a lot better game in the second game, and I just think he wasn't targeted very much in the first game. Seattle really didn't even try to go after him. Russ seemed to be trying to avoid Jalen Ramsey as much as anything else. I didn't buy into all that talk. I think the talk of like cornerbacks getting credit for locking guys down when guys don't even get targeted, I think I can't give a quarterback as much credit for that. It's when guys get targeted a lot and they're not getting the completions. Like you target DK 13 times and he's got 4 catches, you locked him down at that point. Or he's targeted 10 times but he got 2 catches, you locked him down. But when he's not been targeted through a whole game or he gets 1 or 2 targets, I have a hard time with that one. I have a hard time giving the cred. Hold on. I need to eat a little something here. Let me just get some water. 1 sec. All right. Sam Z says Green Bay lost an all-pro lineman. They also lost their right tackle, Sam Z. So they've taken some hits. That's my thing with it, is that it's very easy to put Tampa Bay and Green Bay in the same place they were last year or where Green Bay's been the last couple of years. But there's also things that come up. Both of those two teams being Green Bay and Tampa Bay are also relying on very, very old quarterbacks to get the job done. And that's always, I know Brady's had a great run. I know Rodgers has stayed healthy the last couple of years, but we'll see. We'll see. Raining Tacos, Cody Barton still in the mix? He is. He's still in the mix there. I was just not impressed last year. They finally put him at the will. His first year, they put a lot of him at the Sam linebacker when Michael Kendricks went out, and he didn't do well with that. They put him at the will last year, and especially in that Vikings game, it was brutal watching him. It was brutal watching him take on blocks. Wasn't as good in coverage as he's been labeled as being, but hey, he's a highly drafted guy. Maybe with some potential there. Maybe another year of development, he kind of comes along. D-Nugget, let's go. The great Brendino is the best. Thank you, D-Nugget. Appreciate you. Bakhtari's going to be on it. What do you mean by that? Kwa Bucko, how do you feel about cutting Jarran Reed getting cut? Kwa, I think it had to happen to bring back Dunlap, then it's fine. Then I'm fine with it. Dunlap's a more important, vital player to this defense than what Jarran Reed is. It hurts. You got to now go get another defensive tackle, but I think getting the 2 bookend pass rushers this offseason was more important than holding on to Reed and getting 1 bookend pass rusher. So I'm in favor of it. I'm on board with it. $8 million is probably too much to spend in this market for a guy like Reed and where he's at right now in his career and the production he's going to give you on the football field. Raining Taco says, Pete loves Book's potential regardless. Loving the Hawks. Love here. Go Hawks. And Raining Tacos, I do like Brooks at middle linebacker long term. I think he could potentially be a star at middle linebacker long term. Because when you're middle linebacker, you're not going to be as much out on the island with the tight end. You don't have to carry a tight end up a seam 40 yards or worry about, there's a little bit of zone coverage, but you stay between the hash marks for the most part. You're a little bit of a smaller area that you got to, pay attention to. I like him a little bit more in that mold of things. But I think he'll come along. He'll come along. Ironhide, thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. I really do. Welcome aboard. Mateus Grito. Andy Niska subscribed. Thank you, Andy, for subscribing. We got some new subs in here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mateus says, big Seahawks fan from Brazil. Welcome on in, Mateus. Do we need... Oh, Carl H. just subscribed. We're going back to back on the subs, huh? Okay. All right. I love it. You guys are awesome. He says, do we need more players on the D-line? Will DJ call it TJ Pratt just subbed? We got lots of subs going. Thank you guys so much for subbing. Will LJ Collier have snaps this year? I think the Collier thing is a question mark with the signing of Dunlap, Mateus, because now you do have basically 2 5 techs, which is LJ's position. He's not a Leo. And so this takes away a lot of his snaps between Hyder and Dunlap. There are not a lot of snaps left on the bone there for LJ Collier, which would tend to lead as many smart subs here on my chat have posted in there that he will probably be bumped inside to the 3 tech. And he did do a little bit of that last year. He got his feet wet with it last year, Mateus. So he looked good in that role in flashes at moments last year. But I do think that that's probably where they're going to look at him long-term, where they recognize he just doesn't have the development on the outside to really get it done. Do we need more players in the D-line? Yeah, you're going to need a 3 tech. So LJ is going to be there in competition, but I don't think that they're going to rely on him for 3 tech. They'll probably go get a veteran 3 tech guy. The guy that makes a lot of sense to me right out the gates, a guy like Geno Atkins. He'd be a pure 3 tech fit. If you have a guy in Hamilton on the roster, they may be very high on too. But I'd expect them to get one more player for that defensive tackle, the 3 techs especially, because Puna and Brian Monet can play the 1 tech. You need a 3 tech in there. You need more of the pass rushing defensive tackle. Sam Z says, how do you sign Jack Rabbit but cut Butler? Who's Jack Rabbit? Jackson Braxton, nose tackle, defensive tackle, heavy draft. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for a 3 tech, but I would not expect them to go in this draft with a 1 tech. And there's not a lot of good 1 techs in this draft anyway. You probably have somebody on the street that you could sign as a better 1 tech than what's out there right now in free agency. Rabbit, better than Butler. Who's Rabbit? I'm not sure on Jack Rabbit, Sam Z. That name's not ringing any bells to me. Patrick Malone says that is BS. What's BS, Patrick? U2K, the only mix Cody Barton is in the special teams mix. Yeah, true, 2K. I think Cody Barton's probably his long-term future in the NFL is probably as a special teams specialist. Mateus Greedo, if Russell Wilson agreed to restructure his contract, would be possible to bring in AB? Yeah, and he doesn't even need to agree to restructure it. He's got within the structure of his deal that he signed, Mateus, that he could convert this year's base to bonus. And if he did that, they could save $10 million off the salary cap like that. So they could create that room. You could bring AB in and still bring another guy like KJ and probably even another person on top of that if they went that direction of it. So I'd expect them at one point or another to probably do that. I would. Jace, what have you talked about for the last hour? I was watching the show about the insanity of Scientology. We're just talking about the signing day. We got Carlos Dunlap brought in, Jace. I think everybody's just kind of just living in the glow of getting back Carlos Dunlap, just living in that glow. Rainy Tacos, Hawks are winning life, and that shows. Crazy. They are winning life. UE2K, I say keep Tyler for the run this year and just let him walk next year because the band is breaking up after this season anyway. I can get behind this methodology, 2K. So for those folks that want to hold on to Tyler, but then say, but I won't sign him to extension. I'll let him play out his last year, get one final good year of production, prove it deal. I'm okay with that. I'm in a go for it approach this year too, just like you are. So Mike, that cap's on. That means that you will, potentially then do lose players for nothing at the end of the year, but so be it. So be it. I'm perfectly fine with that if that's the route they want to go instead. I'm completely comfortable with that. Random McDaniel says the thought is by Russ speaking out, in effect, he's held Pete and John accountable, forced them not to rest on their laurels. Interesting theory. Yeah, it's a very interesting theory. It's one that I've been open to. This maybe could be where we need to laud Russell at the end of the day. We get through the full point of this offseason and we say, well, we got to give him props. He forced the change. He wasn't just trying to burn every bridge he can on a town and get the hell out as quickly as he could. He wasn't going to put that kind of pressure out there. He understood the reality of the situation. He understood I need to force change. There's not an owner here to force change. Pete sits atop this mountain alone. He's sitting in his iron throne and he's super happy. I'm the only potential part of this process that can force this anew, that can change this. And I'm open to that being there. I'm not completely there that that's what this is. But I certainly think there's been indications of that. And certainly this front office is more going for it this offseason than they went for it last offseason when you had way more money to spend being $50 million and you had way more draft picks. What do we have? 8, 9 draft picks going into the draft last year? So yeah, I think that there's something to potentially that theory. And I'll be standing up and applauding Russell along with everybody else if that is the case. If he's pushed this towards remaining here long term and also forcing the hand of the front office and Coach Carroll to win for the now, not for the tomorrow. Raining Tacos asks me about Amon St. Brown from USC. And I did scout him. He's one of the guys I've looked at. Let me bring up my notes on him. Amon St. Brown. I think I have him St. Brown. Got a couple of Saints in this draft. Jeez, there we go. I watched a lot of tape on St. Brown because he was a real tough player to get a read on a little bit. He's listed at 6'1". He looks a little more slight to him. I think it's probably a little bit of the USC connection, but I do see a little bit of Robert Woods to Amon-Ra St. Brown's game. He's got an awesome name, by the way, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got a little bit of Robert Woods to his game. A little bit of that, just he's a complete receiver. He can run all the routes in the book that you need him to run. He's fully capable of playing on the outside, I think, at the next level or inside, so he can go both ways. He's very competitive at the moment of truth. He's going to go up there and he's going to be competitive. He's going to make a catch. He's going to get it more often than not on those contested catches. He's got a step and plant to change direction on a dime, and that's going to help him on his yak. So he can just stop, go. His stop and start's really good. It's not so much a juke. It's sort of a stop start he does to then sort of change his changes directions, where it's more of a subtle movement as far as his yak goes. He's fluent in the fly sweep game. They ran a lot of the fly sweep stuff. That would be a fit with his offense. You'd figure with his 6'1" frame, he'd be a fit there as far as being able to run some of the stuff that they want to run in the blocking game of it. He's not as quick as you'd like. He's not a burner, but he's okay with both of those two aspects of his game. Just kind of solid all the way around. Not a lot of wasted motion. He quickly turns into a runner after the catch. This, again, will help him with his yak. A lot of guys will sometimes have to kind of catch and then look the ball in and then really make sure they're securing it, and then they'll finally look upfield. He's almost kind of one of those guys who can make the catch and be looking at the next move he's going to be making in anticipation. If he gets a free release, he's going to kill people. You've got to get your hands on him. When you do get your hands on him, you can sometimes turn him into a vastly different receiver. You can lean on him up the football field, and you're going to take away a lot of his ability to create separation. This is a little bit why I think he drops just a little bit in the draft because of that, where people are going to maybe question him physicality-wise when people lean on him a bit and get handsy with him. He tracks the deep ball excellently and jumps his speed to keep the defender stacked. So what I liked about him is he does this. This is a little bit of Tyler Lockett's game where a deep ball will come. The player can realize if I just run full speed on this, I'm going to allow the corner to catch up with me, and then he's going to be able to make a play on the ball. If I sort of stutter my speed as I'm tracking this ball deep to where I basically have it, where I sort of get right at the ball, whether I'm outstretched with my hands when I arrive at the ball, but I keep that corner stacked on my back so he can't get up and around me. So I like that aspect of him. Amon-Ra Raw's got a lot of complete aspects to his game as a receiver. He does get a little bit dropsy. His hands are not the most consistent. Does not have the largest catch radius. I would probably estimate that he's got a little bit of some short arms to a degree, but there's a lot of polish to his game as a receiver. There's a lot of that aspect to him where he should be able to come in and hit the ground running, relatively speaking. And I've got him slotted right now for somewhere in around the realm of like the 4th to 5th round range. A guy Seattle I would hope would take a look at if they were in that range. I think he would be a pretty good fit for us. D Nugget, thank you for the $3 donation, brother. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much. Brian Myers, how about Marvin Wilson with our second to replace Reed? I've not looked at Wilson's game. He's on my list, Brian, so I'm sorry I haven't gotten to him yet, but he's on my list. Kwai, Bucko, yes, I am answering all the questions. So for those of you that might be new on the chat watching right now, I get behind on the chat. It's because I try to get through all the comments or as many of the comments or questions as I can. So if I don't get to yours, I will try to catch up to get to you on the question. Just bear with me. I try to go as quick as I can, but sometimes you guys got some great questions that take a lot of elaboration. Raining Taco says if Robinson plays 16 games, he gets snaps, he'll get 8 sacks easy. I can see it. Bucko, do you think that after this season we will go into rebuild mode knowing that a lot of people will be leaving next season? I think Bucko, it has a lot to do with what the season bears out for us as far as results. If this team gets to a conference championship, if this team can get to a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson, now I think you can mend fences and be being here for the long term. And you could see the pathway for that working. If you find that same point that you found over recent years where you plateau out and you hit that glass ceiling of 1 and done, 10-6, 11-5, then at that point I could easily see them moving into more of a rebuild mode and moving off of Russell Wilson at that time. So it's a large swing. It's a large variance as far as where the results could bear out. And it could go either direction, really. But it's going to be a key reason. This is going to be a key season for that reason. It's very key as much as any other time. And one of the reasons why I think you're seeing them go for it. Kyle Justin, Jamal Adams is the piece when I come to rushing now. So that's why they would keep them for anything. Jamal Adams is the piece. Kyle, can you write that again? I don't know what you meant by that. Sam Z, oh my God, Seahawks suck. They don't suck, Sam Z. Slow. Raining Tacos, have you seen DK kick though? He kills it. Just kidding. Good points. D, what's up, D-Mac? How you doing, D? Random McDaniel says Adams 4 years, 65 to 70 million, maybe a 5-year to give flexibility, 35 million guaranteed. Probably a 4-year deal, Randall, just because the bonus money doesn't come off on that 5th year, and the 5th year always seems to be just a no-nothing did. It seems to be everyone knows it's fake anyway, and it's not really ever going to come to fruition no matter what, one way or another. But that's probably about right. Yeah, I've been slotting him at about $16.5 million per year on a new deal. That's been about where I've got Adams slotted out. Probably not that much guaranteed, probably more like 30 million, 25 to 30 million, I think would probably get it done. And remember, Brian, I'll take a look at the Wilson guy. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, but he will be on my list. Louis2K, we have too few draft picks to waste, even one. So we have to select guys with the greatest chance of success. Offensive line, tight end, running back, early, and cornerback, wide receiver, defensive tackle. I think offensive line, cornerback, and wide receiver would be my biggest things. Maybe defensive tackle in there as well. I'm okay a little bit with not necessarily having to attack tight end or wide running back. Green Earth, trading Lockett is very risky. I don't think it's very risky myself, but again, I've tried to elaborate pretty hard, Green Earth, on just my reasoning behind this, because it's not just about not liking Lockett. I like Lockett. I think Lockett's a fine football player. Don't think he's a scheme fit. Don't think I want to put $80 million on 3 players when DK is coming up for his new deal next year. Don't like the thought of him walking for nothing next year when I could maybe get a second-round pick this year. And then he's not a scheme fit as well. So there's a lot of different aspects that come into play for me with this one. S. McDonald, who do we draft with such little draft capital? Any ideas on how to acquire more draft stock? Well, I've been speaking right out, S. McDonald, on being a guy like Tyler Lockett. You could move for a second-round pick, and then you could move back in the second round to the third with that, and then get extra picks on top of that. You could end up with like a third and a fifth for Tyler Lockett, which I think holds a little bit of That's the one real key way to me that you had draft capital. I've never thought that Bobby Wagner was really going to get you much in draft return. You're not going to move on from Quadri Diggs. There's nobody else that really gets you anything back as far as draft returns go. This is just about it. There's nothing else really left there, unfortunately. Kyle Thoroserd, how do we have any cap space left? Well, Kyle, we just released Jarran Reed, so that created the cap space to then sign Carlos Dunlap. We're probably right up against it. Probably only have about a couple $1 million in cap space as we stand right now. But with the releasing of Jarran Reed, you've created that cap space. Ethan Tex World, I can't wait to see the Seahawks punish Malcolm Butler for not 1 but 2 games. Ha ha ha. I hope so. Raining Tacos, Tyler Slevin out of LSU. Looks like a Reed replacement to me. Another guy I need to go watch. Haven't had a chance to check him out. Sorry, man. But I will add him to my list. Chuck Seeger, Seahawks. How you doing, Chuck? Randall McDaniels is a UW fan. You could see Tyron develop on the field. I'd be okay drafting him. Can never have enough pass rushers. I like him. I'd be okay drafting him too, Randall. He's a very good player. I think he's going to be a very good player in the NFL. In Utero says, I told you all Dunlap would be cut and re-signed at market value. You did call it, Utero. Props to you, man. Big props. And yeah, we're able to do it. It's very rare you're able to release a guy out off of a contract and then bring him back. Usually once you do that, they're gone permanently. See Jarran Reed in the situation right here. So glad they're able to pull that off. Super stoked they're able to pull it off. And I feel much better now. I'm so much more relaxed now knowing we got Dunlap back in the fold. Paul Manning, does the 2021 Seahawks schedule favor the Seahawks? I don't think I'd go as far as to say it favors the Seahawks, Paul Manning. Let's go on 2 opposite ends of this. If you look at 2019 season, you had the toughest schedule in the NFL. You played the toughest one. And I thought that impacted really their top end that year. Then you look at last year, you had one of the weakest schedules in the NFL. I think next year's schedule probably sits a little bit somewhere right in the middle. So it's not incredible, but it's not super easy, a little bit like last year's was to a degree. Darius Stills, defensive lineman. You guys got some good defensive lineman suggestions. I got to look at these guys. Randall McDaniel says these 40 times coming out are definitely padded. Usain Bolt would run an 8 flat 100 meter with these handheld times. Facts, man. There's something a little bit off on these. And you knew it was coming, Randall. You knew these 40 times were going to be ridiculous. Like, give me a break, UE2K, Sermon is big and does well after contact. Reminds me of Gurley a little bit, but I'd much rather more comfortable to take him in the 4th round. Had Ohio State played more games, he'd be much higher drafted. Had Ohio State played much more games, he'd be higher drafted. Solid points, man. And I like him as a prospect. So I don't necessarily not like him. Wide. Atkins in the defensive tackle rotation would be nuts. Could they get him for $3 to $4 million? Yes, do your magic. I don't even know if he's going to necessarily cost that much. I think he's lost a lot of tread off of his tires. But yeah, he would absolutely be, I think, a guy you could target and would be a fit in the rotational defensive tackle rotation. He's a pure 3 tech. He's not a tweener or a hybrid guy. He's a pure 3 tech. Random McDaniel, what do you know about the two wide receivers from Auburn? Seth Williams is a bigger, taller possession guy. Anthony Schwartz, smaller speedster, not a great quarterback, played Auburn last few years. That's certainly a big factor into it, in that you look at him and you go, I don't know on that. Williams got shut down by a couple of good NFL cornerbacks over the last couple of years, last year at least. I think he's just a guy to me, Seth Williams. He's just a guy. You pick him in the 6th, 7th round, and he's whatever. I don't think he's got a lot of top end to him. It's a little bit to me like a Freddie Swain from last year type guy. I haven't looked at Schwartz's film yet, but I'll take a look at him. Put him on my list. B-Russ says, pass on Dunbar. Hate his body language. I'd rather have a young, driven guy like Reed. Me as well. I'm not on, and I think it's more of a choice, really, B-Russ, of Dunbar or Sherm. I think is more of the choice. I think Reed stays regardless. Rating Taco says, you convinced me Dunbar is dead to me unless we resign him. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I've got you on board. Why? With how John Schneider is doing all of these moves, many of our this would be a cool move hypotheticals are coming to pass. We can still hope for a center, wide receiver, cornerback before the draft. It's been odd in that way, hasn't it, wide? Usually we've got a lot of moves we hope come to pass, and then the Seahawks don't do any of them. And then we come to the draft, and we've got a whole bunch of guys we think they target and would be good fits, and then they don't pick any of them. This has been an odd offseason in that respect, that we've looked at guys and said, man, we'd like to keep Dunlap back in here. Yeah, maybe if you get Gerald Everett in here on a guy. Oh, Gabe Jacksonville. Wow, they're doing him. Oh, let's get Poona Ford and keep him in. He's still a good player. Oh, did it. They are. They're hitting the things that we would like to see them do. It's odd to watch. I don't know what to think, frankly. I'm a little thrown off, but it's beautiful to see. Percy 2K, do I think the Seahawks should sign Geno Atkins? Yeah, I do, especially if he comes in on a cheap enough deal. I'm not paying a lot of money for him, but if I can get him on a cheap deal, I think he's a guy who could be a very interesting 3-tech here. I've got to watch a little bit of his tape from last year specifically, because a lot of what I go off of is going to be more of his early career tape. But if you can bring him in, as I've said, on a 40% snap basis, don't play him early downs in the run stuffing game. Let Poona and Brian be those guys. I think he could be effective in that role. Rating Tacos, awesome job, HawksNest. Good night. Go Hawks. Thank you, Rating Tacos. Appreciate you jumping in. Silver Shrew, I was very hesitant in AB because of his off-season drama, but it seems like it died down. Hopefully it stays that way. I've maintained there's times players know that they get to their last chance, their last opportunity. There's no more room for error, and you can get a player at that point snapped into place. Some guys need to just know you've got no more mulligans, no more whoopsies. If you step out of line, you're done with this sport. Your career is finished. And I think AB realized that, and you saw that with him in Tampa Bay last year. I think you'd still see him that way up in Seattle. I don't know if he's completely fixed all of the problems that he's got going on upstairs, but fixed him enough to get through a year, fixed him enough to go win a championship with Tampa Bay and be enough of a valuable asset with them without being completely featured, where he might have had a room to open his mouth and start popping off a little bit, but didn't. Bought into the process, which shows that he's able to do it. So why couldn't he be able to maybe do it again? I like Turtles. I was hoping for some magic with rookie free agents. Would love to find another Doug Baldwin this year. This would be the year to do it, I like Turtles, because the wide receivers are going to fall off the board in the draft. There's going to be more quality of depth of wide receivers than are going to be making and picked in this draft. So there'll be guys you can go out there and maybe target and look at. Maybe could. Tamira Rochelle says, why didn't we extend Jamal yet? Hard to say on this, Tamira. The one thing I'll say is maybe Jamal has still not yet come down to the fact that the safety market is not getting paid. Two safeties that were up to be paid new deals, Marcus May with the Jets and Williams with the New Orleans Saints got franchise tagged. And the franchise tag sits at about $10 million. There's not a lot of impetus on teams with safeties to think that they've got to be forced to get a deal done at $14, $15 million per year when the franchise tag is going to cut that down by $5 million. So I think this is what Seattle's looking at, like, why should we be forced to pay you up at 18, 19, 20 million a year when we can hold you for another year at 9 million and then franchise tag you 2 times at a $12 million per? I think at that point, Jamal Adams has to make some of his peace with where the market is at and accept what really would be the next guy up. He'll make a little bit more money than the last safety who just got paid at like 16.25 or something. So he has to make his peace with that, Tamira, and I think he probably will eventually. Percy 2K says, do you think we should get D.D. Westbrook for wide receiver number 3? He doesn't do a lot for me at wide receiver number 3, Percy. It's a little bit of a Tony Dorsett type move from last year, where it's just kind of like, again, a guy's maybe a little bit better than okay. I'd like to get a little bit more impactful there. I'd like to get a little bit more legitimate there. Was there a wide difference between what DD and David Moore gave you? I don't think there is at that point. So I'd like to get a little more production. I'd be a little bit more of a threat. So teams can't just take Tyler and DK away, but we got an actual third guy that can really go out there and eat. Inudoro says, Pete often overrides John and tells him, I want so-and-so, and find a way to get it done. That's why we give up so much to get Adams. Pete told John he had to trade for Adams. I agree, Inudoro. I think Carroll pushed that completely, especially with the amount of draft capital they gave up for a safety. It was a huge, probably, it wasn't huge, it was a little bit of an overpay, and done probably because Carroll did just what you said. Why? If you think they would have traded Lockett, it would have been when better wide receivers were available. I don't know if there's in a given time period that would have made more likely of when they would have traded Lockett to when they wouldn't have traded Lockett. Maybe a little more likely would have traded him early on, but maybe as well as some teams were thinking they were going to be able to get a wide receiver in free agency, and now that wide receiver has gone out of free agency, and they see with Seattle with Lockett, and they need a slot guy, and they want a guy that's going to come in and hit the ground running rather than a rookie that's untested, unproven. Maybe there's a team that jumps into that fray because of that. Dom Weirdo. Hey, not sure if you already answered these. Do you believe we can get Antonio Brown, and could we get a third-round pick or better for Jarran Reed? I do think we can get Antonio Brown, Dom. I think it's between us and Tampa Bay at this point. I think it's a two-man race. I do think money's going to probably be the deciding factor at the end of the day, and I think we can offer a little bit more money. Antonio's from Florida, though. So what wins out at the end of the day, I'm not sure. But I think we're in on it. Absolutely in on it. Jarran Reed, I don't think you get anything back from him draft compensation-wise. Hard not to think he hasn't already been on the market throughout this free agent period, and no one's brought an offer to play. This is the last Hail Mary by announcing he's due to be released to see if you can shake the trees and get something to come down the pike. I'm not expecting that to happen. So I think you probably just end up releasing him for nothing at that point. Best case scenario, you probably get a 7th-round pick. He carries an $8 million base salary on whatever team trades for him, Dom. That just eliminates, it's too high a cost in this year with this cap, with this so few teams with any sort of cap space. In Utero says there's a plan when it comes to cutting Reed. A few good run stuffers out there still. Yeah, and in Utero, I think that's the run stuffing nature of his game has been a little bit overstated. A little bit of him riding on that reputation coming out of college. He was a lot better run stuffer at Alabama than he's been with our Seahawks. Seahawks reign. Laughing out loud, Hawks Nest, like meet Kevin's dad. That's a reference I don't know. I'm probably too old to understand that reference. Kyle Mulkey, you changed my mind. I'm on board with trading him. I was going to get you over eventually, Kyle. I appreciate you being open-minded, man. I got to give you props for being able to just... not props for agreeing with me. You could disagree with me too. I'm okay with disagreement on my channel, Kyle. I don't need everybody in the chat to agree with me. I mean, hell, me and 2K, we're like 50-50 on stuff, but I love his thoughts on where he's coming from. And if I sense I'm dealing with somebody who's at least thinking through their thought process and they've got a strategy for how they think, then hey, I'm all right with it. But I do as well try, Kyle, when I think or come to a conclusion on a player or where I think or what I think should be done, I do try to think of it by bringing in all the aspects. What does it mean for the cap? What does it mean for where we're at salary cap wise? What does it mean for where the future of the player is and where the future of where our cap's going to be and the position? It's so many things to kind of try to factor in sometimes with these decisions that sometimes go so far beyond just, is the player talented? Is the player productive? It'd be so nice if we could just ask those kind of questions simply. But unfortunately, because of the parity of the NFL, because of the fact the salary cap is so tight compared to other sports franchises, it just forces you to have to start to ask those uncomfortable questions of your roster. And Utero says, and Kyle, yeah, if it doesn't piss off Russ. And I think, Kyle, if you're bringing in Antonio Brown, you bring Josh Gordon, you go draft another wide receiver on the back of trading Tyler Lockett, I think it's a lot more easy for Russell Wilson to smile about the situation versus we're trading Tyler Lockett and we have no replacement for you, Russ. We're going to just go DK and a lot of guys. I think that's the difference of those two situations and how that would play out. UE2K says, I don't want AB. I don't see him as a fit for the new scheme. He would have made more sense last season. We need a big, fast wide receiver at Bulls, wide receiver 3, number 2. I say draft Tommy Tremble and play a lot of 12 personnel. I can't be mad, 2K, if we go with Tommy Tremble, dude. I might not be completely on board with you with the Ohio State running back Sherman, but I am absolutely on the board with you with Tremble. Not utilized correctly at Notre Dame at all, not featured at Notre Dame at all. Multi-skill set guy, probably, maybe even can play some wide receiver for all we know. I like him a lot. Seahawks reign, our division looks crazy good. Toughest in the NFL, laughing out loud. Yeah, and it's like year in and year out. Doesn't it get a little annoying, Seahawks reign? It's like year in and year out. It's always got to be the hardest division in football. Why? Can we get a little reprieve? Can we get 1 year off, you guys? Just don't go for it for 1 year. But you see all these teams in this division, just like Rams don't care about first-round picks. It's all about today. Cardinals are all in on right now maximizing Kyler Murray's rookie cap. And the Niners are just circling like sharks around a quarterback. They're seemingly just a quarterback away from getting themselves where they need to be. It's tough. It's tough. I agree. It's a bummer sometimes how tough this division can be. Seahawks reign. Russ is talking himself out of Seattle. He needs to improve his game and stop talking so much. I agree, Seahawks reign. Hopefully we'll see that this year. And hopefully we'll see it from this offseason. Ian Harper, your Bears video was hilarious. Thank you, Ian. I try to inject some humor when I can. This is sometimes really dry material, and but wherever I can see a mode, even if it's to toe the line of cheesiness, I'm going to try to inject some humor where I can. I'm glad you like it, man. Thank you. UE2K. King Matic, let's go Giants. You got to feel pretty good, King Matic, about where the Giants are this offseason. They got Leonard Williams locked up without having to get him on the franchise tag. I think Golladay is going to be a really good fit. I was speaking to the fact that Daniel Jones last year made as many big-time throws in the NFL as any quarterback in the sport. Now you pair him in there, Evan Ingram. What if you guys go draft another wide receiver, Saquon Barkley? Now you start to have kind of an offense there. Little still worried about King Matic. Little still worried about your offensive line. Is that offensive line going to be able to hold up? And that's where they're going to need to, I think, kind of attack too in this draft. But you guys are up in the upswing. You got some more work to do, but you're on the upswing. Random McDaniel, Geno Atkins come here and find the fountain of youth like Dunlap. They could. And the fountain of youth is the fountain of winning. Winning, it's like they say those players, like when you get hurt and then you win and you're not feeling any pain after the game. It's a little bit like that. It's like, but when you lose, you feel every bump and bruise and ache. And Dunlap and the player that he transformed into this season, coming to a team that was winning, why I maintain it's a new theory I have going. I have some of my own little pet theories. I've got the feast factor theory, and now I've got kind of the Loserville theory. And that is you got a player who's been playing for 10 years with the Loserville team that never gives to the playoffs, that has a bar set of low expectations, and that gets into their head. It's like it infects them. And then suddenly they go to a winning culture. They go to an organization that's being run right, that truly has its eye to trying to win. And suddenly now that player is able to tap back into a level of productivity that they themselves might not even have been aware that they had. This is why I also think Carla Lawson with the Jets is going to show out and play really well this year. Not that the Jets are so much better of an organization than the Bengals, but they are a little bit better of an organization. Randall McDaniel, Jack Rabbits, Janoris Jenkins. Oh, okay. Janoris Jenkins is more of a man-on-man, isn't he? Isn't he more of a man corner guy? He could do some zone stuff, I guess. But I always thought he was more of a man dude. Boom Shakalaka. Always good to see you, Boom Shakalaka. Said, I'm having trouble understanding why every Hawks fan thinks we're going to have the Rams offensive. Why every Hawks fan thinks we're going to have the Rams offense, though. Well, because you signed offensive coordinator Waldron's coming from the Rams. You literally got the offensive coordinator from the Rams offense. So I think it's a pretty easy, logical conclusion to make, Boom Shakalaka, that you got the guy to implement a Rams type offensive scheme here. Certainly there's going to be some things that they'll probably keep that they've always done to a degree, but I don't think it'd make a lot of sense to bring an offensive coordinator like this in here if you weren't going to take on his scheme, if you just wanted to keep doing the things you had been doing prior. Boom Shakalaka says Wilson needs to set his dong aside and take a huge pay cut. Well, I'd like to see him take some pay cut. That'd be great. But just converting his bonus money would be at least at the bottom level I'd hope for. LSDB, how you doing, LS? Boom, have you paid attention? Russ most likely has already restructured, just not came out in public with it. Where else would they have gotten the money for what they've done? $8 million for Reed isn't enough. Could have already happened, Ellis. You might be right on that. And again, they didn't have to ask Russ to do it. They could just convert it on their own at any time. We'll find out a little more on that, I think, in the corresponding weeks. Randall McDaniel says best offseason on paper since the year we signed Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill. Glad we're aggressive and creative. Yes, this has been the best offseason in 7 or 8 off seasons. And there have been some poor off seasons that you knew were poor off seasons as you were going through it. You watched the Legion of Boom slowly drain away, and then all that dead money hit because they prematurely drained away, so you couldn't really do much out in free agency. You had years like the Frank Clark trade deal year where you only had 4 draft picks at that time because of the deals of trying to go for moves at the time. So I'd agree with that, Randall. This has been the best offseason we've had in 8 years. This is the one we should feel most optimistic about in the moves we've made in totality. Randall McDaniel says, St. Brown's brother plays for the Packers. His dad was a 2-time Mr. Universe. Random. That is random. I didn't know he was a 2-time Universe. That's crazy. And he's Amon-Ra St. Brown has got higher upside than Equanimous St. Brown, who plays for the Packers. So that's his brother who plays for the Packers. But yeah, he's got higher upside than he does. He's a little more of a complete player, I think. And I agree, Seahawks Rain. I'd like to see Russ take a pay cut. We'll see if it happened. I'd like to see it. U2K, U2K, how'd Mahomes look with all his weapons and no blocking instead of playing calling? I'll tell you, he looked like Wilson the last 4 years. Randall McDaniel, who are your favorite players who realistically could be available mid to late second round? Well, Dickerson's the guy that jumps out to the forefront of me, Randall, because he upgrades the offensive line and he's got star potential. And when I look in the second round, if I can get a guy with star potential in the second round, that's really going to intrigue me at the position. I think I point to Quinn Miners too, because I think that he's come along. He'll be dinged for his level of competition, but he's a guy that I think showed out in the Senior Bowl enough to believe. Same thing with David Moore. I know I'm picking linemen a little bit, David Randall, but this is where that value is. This is where the better talented players are at. Wide receivers potentially, but you are getting a little into the beginning of the second tier at that point. If it was Kadarius Toney, it'd be great. If it's Rondale Moore, even at 5'7", I'd probably feel great about that. But now you're getting more into the lesser named guys at that point. And then defensively speaking, I guess, I'm kind of thinking through this out loud. So there's the Robinson kid. There's a couple of cornerbacks that I feel good in the second round too, Randall. There's some really intriguing cornerbacks. Seahawks fits. So if it's not an offensive lineman, probably a cornerback fit. I'm sort of thinking about this out loud as we're talking it. So probably go in that direction of it. But I like some of those interior offensive linemen, man, in that second round. And it's just the thought process of it'd make Russ happy. You'd have some depth on the offensive line. Offensive line's been a place where it's been banged up a lot over recent years. Getting some depth, not having to trot out, Jordan Simmons, not having to trot out Cedric Abuji. I'd sure feel a lot better about it. Seahawks Gaming, Lawyer Malloy was the underrated version of Jamal Adams. Probably a good player comp for Jamal Adams. Seahawks Gaming be Lawyer Malloy. Very, very good comp. But yeah, he was an underrated player. Played a lot of his career out in Buffalo. That's what made it hard for him. If he had stayed with New England, he'd probably be more vaulted up into being even a Hall of Fame type player if he had just remained there. And he might still get there with like Veterans Committee stuff. John Robinson says, so dumb to trade all that capital for Adams, paying more than retail, not signing to a long-term deal, and artificially raising his value by blitzing him 10 times a game. Dumb. Agreed with the blitzing. I don't think you want to blitz him to the rate that they were blitzing him last season. And he's got value in coverage. There's a narrative out there that Jamal Adams isn't good in coverage because he had a poor coverage score last year. I think that's overlooking the fact that he was new to a new scheme. He's playing through a myriad of injuries. And his coverage scores through his first couple of years with the Jets were outstanding by Pro Football Focus. One of the reasons why he was an all-pro in this league. You're not just an all-pro through blitzing and being a good tackler in the running game. But I understood why they didn't sign him to an extension, John, initially. You got him on a cheap $3.5 million deal last year. You wanted to do that to fit him into the cap last year, which you really couldn't do by signing him into a contract extension. And I'm not so certain that they don't eventually get it done here, John. They've got some leverage. It's not all in his hands in getting it done here at this point. I think they figure it out one way or another. Why every move is good is for a good player at a position of need and a cap-friendly deal. Even the Everett signing is only $4 million in cap this year. Not one single head-scratching move. I agree. I can't look at any move that they've done and said it's a head-scratcher, because even the moves I haven't loved, like bringing back Jordan Simmons or bringing back Cedric Obuje, those are veteran minimum deals. There's no risk. You can cut them at any time. It's not any money for the now or in the future. It's rounding out depth. But yeah, this has been one off season where there's really not been a lot of places that you can attack them on and say, this didn't work. This wasn't right. This was a bad move. You went back to the dollar store shopping again. Seahawks Gaming, I think Freddie Swain is a better player in a good scheme. I think the scheme fits Freddie a little bit better. He's got a little bit more maybe potential within this scheme. I know there's some folks high on Freddie. I'm not quite there with him. I understand why some people like him, though. He's got the measurables. He's got some physical talent. Retta McDaniel, have we talked about Christian Barmore from Bama? Big dude, 8 sacks from the inside. Haven't seen him going round 1 in mocks. 1-year producer behind all blue chips, 6'5", 300 pounds. Yeah, I watched the tape on him. He's right now graded, of course, as being the best defensive tackle in this draft. The guy who's probably, because of the fact it's so lean with defensive tackles and he's head and shoulders above anybody else around him, he probably gets taken in the first 15 picks because of that. I'm not as certain that he's a guy that's going to really win one-on-one. He's more of, to me, a guy who generates a lot of his pass rush a little bit like a Jarran Reed did, also coming from Alabama, being that he's really more of an effort guy and he's going to use some of his size, some of his freakish size and strength to get himself free. And he really did a lot of his work at times, it seemed like, off of stunts, where he could get back around to the edge and curl around from where that defensive end would be essentially and get it. But it's rare to see a guy at 6'5", 300 pounds that moves like he does. That's really the draw with him, I think, at that point. But I don't think he's going to necessarily be a star. I think that some guys have him a little bit higher, and I think they have him higher as much just because of, like I was aforementioning, just the weakness of the defensive tackle draft behind him. U2K, yes, every move makes sense except Posick unless we draft someone to challenge him for starting center, but they've all made sense so far. Yeah. Jesus Padilla. Or Jesus Padilla, whichever it may be. Do you know what number our first pick is? I want to say it's like 56. He's got it right there. So 56 in the second round, Jesus. UE2K says Gordon's done in the NFL until they allow Mary Jane. Well, the testing has been drawn way back on that, UE. But I think because he's in the program, he still gets tested at a high prevalence. Brandon McDaniel, Keith Taylor from UW had a really nice Senior Bowl, played with a ton of talent at UW, half a dozen NFL players in the defensive back room last 4 years. 6'2", long and skinny. I was watching his tape last night, Randall, Keith Taylor. And again, I come back to it again. I know I've said this ad nauseum, but this draft has more Seahawk cornerbacks than any draft I've ever seen in the last 10 years. There's got to be 15 to 20 long, tall, zone cornerbacks in this draft that all can tackle pretty good. And Keith fits into that mold of things. Now, Keith gets a little bit handsy, but Keith he's got a lot of that same sort of skill set that you even see up in the higher rim of the draft, a guy like Caleb Farley. His ability to stack guys up, pin a defender on his hip, and then push him to the sideline subtly. Play that line between being handsy and using physicality to lean the guy to the sideline and take away the deep routes. You are not going to beat Keith Taylor up over the top. He's going to do that Richard Sherman thing that Richard could do, where Richard's just going to take away that deep ball. You're not getting there with him. I like that aspect of the game of him, and I think he's going to be picked a little bit later on because, unfortunately, he's got a little bit of, not super fluid in the hips. You can beat him on the shorter routes. He tends to really bail out to protecting against that deep ball, so he'll let you hit him in slant routes and in cutting routes. But as far as that skill set and how it fits to what Seattle does, being that Seattle plays the cover 3, and they're going to be asking that cornerback to pin that receiver to the sideline a lot. And the guys that have done it good, historically speaking, being a Brandon Browner, being a Richard Sherman, have been able to take their cornerback game to the next level with really having that skill mastery alone of the cornerback position. So he's absolutely a fit. He'd be a great player for us. He's got some questions with game, stiff hips, little, like I said, you're not going to be surprised with that with the guy that's 6'2". A little bit of questions with him as far as his speed goes. But I think he can get it done. I think he can get it done in the cover 3 look. I don't think he's going to be scheme. I don't think he's going to fit a lot of other types of schemes, which does have him falling 6th, 7th round. A guy that's going to be into that later realm of things. John Robinson says, how much of the outside zone scheme do you think they'll implement with signing Carson and Gabe Jackson? Both better fits at inside zone. They're going to implement some of it. As to how much of a proclivity, I don't know. But you have in Rashad Penny, a guy that fits as a running back to do that role. I would expect them to utilize that. That's been mainly the Rams' bread and butter. But the Rams' running attack is not just outside zone. It's been where they've been maybe most effective. But it's been a scheme fully willing to implement and utilize the inside stuff as well. Randall McDaniel says, draft 5 weeks from today. I'm getting excited, man. Getting stoked. So soon. So close. Someone's saying here that they heard Bobby had restructured, but they haven't heard on Russ. That'd be interesting, Seahawks 54, if that's the case. Good. Thanks for dropping that bit of knowledge in here. But that'd be interesting. You could do that with Bobby. You certainly could do that. He's one of those guys you could. Certainly got it. 49er boy, 559. How you doing, 49er boy? Seahawks reign. Crazy how the Seahawks get Russ all the weapons. A Pro Bowl running back, Pro Bowl wide receiver. Laughing out loud. What more do you need? Stop crying and get your mind right. Well, I think he's gotten more positive now. I think he's a little more on the train now. Brian Myers, Brandon, thanks for being there for all of us. Peace. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you jumping in. You guys are there for me. The least I could do. It's the least I could do. Seahawks Gaming, Dan Quinn bringing in everyone from Atlanta to Dallas. Facts. They signed Ken O'Neal, a good hybrid safety, and they signed their own free safety, DeMonte Casey. They did. They're moving to the Seahawks scheme, so you're going to move to the back to the Seahawks scheme. You got to bring in Seahawks players, and that Dallas scheme was built for a much different scheme last year and what they were running. Dallas is a little schizophrenic, though. They ran Seattle's scheme for a couple of years, and then left Seattle's scheme. Now they're back to Seattle's scheme. They can't make up their mind if they like it or not. UE2K, Clowney and Adams deals were both made out of desperation. Difference is we fleeced the Texans and the Jets fleeced us. True. Very true. Jose Padilla, damn, hopefully we can get a good offensive line or corner with that pick. I think you can get definitely either one of that where you're picking Jesus. You're going to have to make your pick between the two of those at that point, but you could get one of the two where you're picking in the second round at that point. D-Nugget, do you think Ken Norton will be okay for us? I think the defense looks far superior, better, D-Nugget, when it's got a front four that generates pressure. I think this is the best collection of pass rushers we've had since Ken Norton has been declared defensive coordinator for the past 3 years. Watch this become now, henceforth, the best defense that he's put together since he's arrived. It's weird how those things are going to run in conjunction, isn't it? But I would think that, yeah, he's going to be okay with us, not because he's a vastly great X's and O's guy or he's got outside-the-box solutions to problems, but because the defense has fixed its base schematics that needs to be fixed, being that you need to be able to generate pass rush at your origin point, at your beginning point in this defense. D-Nugget, Josh Gordon has hope to return to the NFL. Well, he's posting on Instagram like he does. So if his Instagram's anything that's legit, then he does. Wayne Wilson Jr., what do you think we would do with Taylor and What do you think we would do with Taylor and Robinson? Move Taylor to linebacker and Robinson as a depth piece? I think they're both depth pieces. I still think that right now, Darrell Taylor is technically Wayne Wilson, your Leo of the future. Both with Dunlap and with Hyder, they can play some Leo, but their natural position fit is the 5-tech, the left defensive end. So he is a guy that's unique here in that respect. Alton's probably a little more of a Leo than he is a 5-tech, though he can also play both. But those are probably, they're going to come in and do some rotational snaps. You're going to bring him in on the 40%, 45% level of things and let him get in there and see what they can do. John Robinson says, I'd love to see Taylor at Sam, and I think he could maybe do some Sam. That's the one place for a defensive lineman, as we saw with Bruce Irvin, who made the same type of transition, moving off of just being a defensive end only to moving out to the Sam linebacker role. So you could see him do that, and sure, that would be interesting, man. That'd be a front 5 from hell, wouldn't it, John? I mean, that'd be a front 5 from hell at that point. Darrell at one spot, you got Carlos, Dunlap, Hyder, your 2 defensive tackles on the inside. It could be interesting. John Robinson says, yeah, we've never drafted a corner past the 3rd round. Nope, never have. And I probably wouldn't expect them to do it this draft either, John, because it is so deep. I mean, there are so many people in this draft, cornerback-wise. The 5th, 6th, 7th round, you get multiple guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, you might find 2 starters of the future in that 5th, 6th, 7th round. It's that deep, and it's that talented, and it's that scheme specific to the zone that we run. Randall says, I like Dickerson too. I believe he's had 2, maybe 3 major knee surgeries. That's why I'm hesitant. Round 3 would be better. It would. If you get him in 3rd round, that would be better, especially if you could recoup a 5th rounder back. UE2K says that this offseason is the best that we've had in a decade with little cap space and 4 draft picks is sad and just shows how poorly this team has been managed. John and Pete are fortunate to still have jobs. They definitely are. They benefited from the fact that there's been nobody watching over what they've done over the last 4 or 5 years. There's not really anybody there that's really holding them super accountable in that respect. That's true. Joe Dean, wow, we re-signed Dunlap, and with the free agent signing so far, I think this defense has the potential to be special. Witherspoon really excites me as far as potential. He should. He absolutely should, Joe, because of course you're getting a guy just turning 25 years old. He was the 6th rated cornerback by Pro Football Focus last year with an 80 grade. This is versus Shaquille Griffith, who just got paid $14 million a year off of a 65 grade by Pro Football Focus. So you should feel good about that. You're getting him for much cheaper, and you're getting a guy with some potential upside who played his best football as the year rounded out, as he's just now maybe heading into his prime from an age standpoint. John Robinson says, yeah, I know Adams is better at coverage than people think, but I'm talking about him wasting pass rusher money now that he had 8 sacks and losing leverage by not signing him. I understand what you're saying there. And you lose a little bit, but that's the thing I come back to with that, John, is the fact that, again, you have him on a 1-year, $9 million. You have him on his 5th year option right now of his rookie deal, of his 1st round deal. And he can squawk and he can get mad and he can be upset, but he's stuck on that deal. And it's going to be hard pressed for him to force his way out of town because he's not getting paid, because he's already pulled that card. Hard to pull that card twice. The other thing is with this is that you can go and franchise him twice after this if he's going to be unrealistic. If I can franchise you at $12 million per, and you're sitting here saying I want to be paid $20 million per, well, you can sit there and say you want to be paid $20 million per all day. I'm going to hold you here at the 12. And if it really gets pushed down to it, you can move off of him at that point and recoup a little bit of draft capital. Random says Adams 12 combined sacks and picks this year. Hawks number 1D. Adams defensive player of the year. Whoo! It's got a nice ring to it. That's got a real nice ring to it, Randall. I like it. John says, I think they should play more man coverage to fully take advantage of Adams' strengths. He can lock down tight ends and running backs man to man, and shouldn't be on islands with Diggs. Hell, get way better in zone. Yeah, I think you could run a lot more split looks. That's the new du jour thing, is a little bit of the split safety look. Ask him to do different things on different sides of the field. DJ Reed can certainly do some man-on-man stuff too, John. I'd add him into that mix. Certainly Witherspoon's game's got a lot of man-on-man ability to it as well. So they've got a little more flexibility with that because of that. King Apugo, Ravens fan here. Welcome in, Ravens fan. We welcome in all fans from all places. I'll talk any organization or any team. So everyone's welcome here. Thanks for jumping on in, my man. I like how your team runs their organization, runs their team every year. Whether your guys' moves work out or don't work out, I still think the things that you guys do is smart and how you construct things. And it's smart even right now you stand with Lamar Jackson. You guys haven't given him all the money yet. Where you got these teams like the Rams quick to give Goff money, or you got the Eagles quick to give Wentz money because they were all worried about Mahomes signing his deal and then him having to beat that. You guys have kind of just stood still and said, we're going to get as much of the cheap contract as we can out of Lamar. I like the Ravens are one of the teams that I think are one of the smarter organizations in the NFL. Johnson Robinson says, I heard only a percentage of Posic's salary will count against the cap because he's a team veteran or something like that. Is that true? As I understand it, it's a $2 million deal is what he costs this year. And they put one of those voided years in there, John. They put the voided year on the back year, so it's essentially a little bit of dead money hit next year. Randall McDaniel says, University of Georgia has 3 corners and 2 safeties projected to be drafted. Crazy talent. They do. They do have some crazy talent there at Georgia. There's three college teams that have 2 corners being both picked in this draft. South Carolina's got it with Mukamua and Horn. You got Syracuse over there with Melfanu, and the other guy they've got over there, and then Georgia. Georgia's the least of my I like the other combination of the other guys. I like Stokes and what Robinson I think it is for Georgia, but I just like those other combinations just a little bit better. But crazy how many teams have 2 cornerbacks both going to be picked in this draft. There's a couple of teams that's that way. Kyle Moki, what do you think? Rust restructures for AB, Wagner restructures for Wright, and Dwayne restructures for Sherman. Also, Sherman said he wants to play 2 more years and retire, come home and retire a Hawk. I love it, man. Kyle, I'm on board. Sign me up. Sign me up. I think if you had Rust restructure and Wagner restructure alone, Kyle, that should create the money alone. I mean, Russ's restructure alone should create the money to do those moves you talk about doing, because Sherm's not going to cost a lot. AB's not going to cost a lot. But I'm on board. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. I'll sign that petition. King Apuga says, nice signing, getting Dunlap back. King, it was a big part of this offseason for us. We recognized his impact when he came aboard to us last year. And despite the fact we got a guy like Kerry Hyder back, we signed him over from the Niners, and he was all right. You got Mayoa back, and you got a lot of young guys that are developing. I think all of us were collectively holding our breath, King, going, we need to get Dunlap back here. This thing could really not be good if he does not come back. Come on. And they did it. They did it. I think we all, a big sigh collectively was breathed out by all of us, King. So fantastic move. We love it. Sean Hagen, I think we need an O-lineman and a wide receiver 3, and we good. I'm with it, Sean. I'm with it, man. I agree. I think another offensive lineman, round out that depth, get you a little bit of an insurance policy. Should anything happen to the 36-year-old Dwayne Brown, I'd feel real good about it. And I think that's the direction they're going to go. Wayne Wilson Jr. says, move up in this draft to get someone like Waddle. If he drops after the injury and we trade Lockett, I think Chase is going to be good, so good, but won't drop. I think we end up with St. Brown. St. Brown's probably the more likely, Wayne. I don't think Waddle's really going to drop at the end of the day. I know the injury stuff is a little bit there, maybe with him, but he's going in the first round. You know, he's going in the first round. He's a better player than Henry Ruggs was last year. He's above and beyond Henry Ruggs as a player last year. As far as I think his potential goes. So he goes top 20, I think. The hard part, Wayne Wilson, to move up at all in this draft in any way, shape, or form, the really difficult part being is that you only have so many picks in this draft. Somebody's going to want picks in this draft, which you don't have a lot to give, and you're already missing your first-round pick of next year. Are you going to move off on any draft capital next year to make it work this year? Probably not. I don't think that they make that move. I think they're going to be very hesitant to do something like that. Chris Barker, what else do we need? Chris, I think we need at least 2 wide receivers. One, at least a decent upper level one. One can be maybe a drafted guy. I think you need a little bit of left tackle depth would make me a little happier. Somebody to compete with center would make me good. You need a starting Sam linebacker, and you need a nickel will. But that's about it at that point. Maybe a 3-tech defensive tackle. You know, not star level on any of these positions. You just need to round out depth. UE2K, Shakir Brown from MSU is young and tough and will be available in the 4th round or later. Can play either outside corner spot. I got to look at Shakir, UE2K, so I'll put him on my list. He's one of the corners I'll take a look at. But yeah, I know he's going to be definitely later in the 4th round. So many corners in this draft. So hard to get through them all. John Robinson says, yeah, they run inside zone with a lot of eye candy and split belly concepts with the tight end blocking across the formation and wide receiver fake fly sweeps. Yep, a lot of disguising stuff, a lot of stuff to keep the defense on their heels, guessing right up until the snap, which is the complete opposite of what we've done recently, John. But it's not just an outside zone scheme with this Rams thing they're implementing. John Robinson says, what about signing Aldon Smith to round out the pass rush? Huh? I'd love it if they did it, John. If you announce tomorrow and you're the Seahawks, hey, we're bringing in Alden or we're bringing in a Clowney. I wouldn't hate it, but I think that there's bigger fish to fry. There's bigger needs, and there's only so much cap space right now to spend, and you got to fill out those reads. You need some more pass catchers. You need better pass catching. You need probably another center. You need linebackers. It just becomes a matter of priority and the available money you really do have to spend. Why? Says, man, when you look at guys like Trill Williams, St. Just, John Charles, they just scream Seahawks cornerbacks. Seahawks could draft a guy like St. Just in the 5th and make him the next Sherm. And I know why, you're not alone. A lot of people like St. Just. I watched his tape. The Ohio State tape in particular with Benjamin St. Just was awful. It really turned me off to him as a corner. Now, with that said, it's just a draft loaded with Seahawks cornerbacks. And you're absolutely right. You could go into if they can get another 5th round pick back and go in the 5th round, the 7th round, you potentially could get 2 starting cornerbacks going into the future who are pure scheme fits, have all of the size dimensions that they look for, being 6-foot cornerbacks with 33-inch long arms, who have an ability to tackle, who played in a lot of even single high stuff back into college. I mean, they could. I hope I would be very happy if they went in that direction. Very happy, because that'd be a lot of going for a lot of potential at that point. We did try to trade for Aldon Smith, John Robinson, and the Cowboys were trying to make a long-term contract happen with him. Cowboys should have traded him, in my opinion. And I do think John Robinson getting a full year of acclimated back to the NFL, having another offseason, getting into shape, I think will help him. Alden is a high upside signing that's going to cost a very low amount of money to whatever team goes out there and plucks him. Seahawks Gaming, what's a 5 tech? That's Kerry Hyder's new position. So the way that this works as far as the defensive ends, you call them 4 or 5 tech is what it's essentially called for the left defensive end in Seattle's scheme. 4 to 5 tech, the difference between 4 to 5 tech is really alignment. It's about taking another essentially step out a little bit wider to be what would be considered what would be the 5 tech. Essentially, the 5 tech, as if you were to make a let's sort of, I guess, compare it to the Leo. The Leo is on the other side of the line, right? The Leo is the blind side pass rusher. So with the Seattle scheme, you're going to have the 3 defensive linemen on this side of the scheme. The weak side of the offensive formation are going to be really on their splits aligned up evenly. Really evenly. Where that defensive end, that 5 tech, 4 tech on that side, 5 tech will be a little outside the outside of the shoulder of the offensive lineman. The 4 tech is where the defensive end is going to be standing right, is going to be right up over the top of that tackle at that point. Okay? The Leo over on the other side is actually going to be like 2 steps wider out. So he gets really wide out. He gets into what, like the Niners are in a wide 9 front 4. All of their defensive linemen are spread out really wide. That Leo essentially plays what would be the wide 9 Leo as well in that position, but he's only for Seattle's scheme. So that Leo, he gets a lot of space to operate and do his pass rushing moves. He's a lot of move out there to do what he wants to do, okay? He can go left wide, then cut back wide right. He can round the arc as wide as he wants to round it and really try to challenge that tackle to the edge, challenge the foot speed of that left tackle to the edge. This is why you want the guy that's quick and twitchy at the Leo position versus the 5 tech where you want them a little bit more like Kerry Hyder, LJ Collier, Carlos Dunlap. You want them to be a little bit more able to set the edge because often they're going to have happen, especially if they get into more of the 5 tech where they're off on the shoulder of the tackle, and now they could even be a little bit almost up on top of that tight end. You need them to punish those tight ends on that edge. You need them to be able to set that edge. Why? Because the 5 tech tends to be on the offense's strong side of the formation, and offenses tend to do most of their work to the strong side of the formation, to the right-handed side of the formation. So this makes the onus then upon that 5 tech to be able to take on, let's say, a double block of a tight end and a tackle and be able to hold the point of attack, be able to set that edge. So that's what Kerry Hyder is. He's not your Leo, which will run about 255 to 260 as far as weight. He's more of the 270, 275. They need to be a little bit heavier, a little bit stronger in order to set that edge. He can do some Leo stuff too. There's some tape of him doing some Leo stuff as well. So he's got that in his game. Unknown Beast, did Sherman sign yet? Not as of yet, but we're starting to get some indicators that this might be coming down the pike. John Robinson says, I think they should franchise Jamal anyway. I'm on board with Jamal, John, and I'm not a guy who tends to want to use the franchise tag. I've understood in the recent past why the Seahawks have avoided using the franchise tag, because it doesn't make players usually very happy when you do it. But at the end of the day, when you have such a difference in value of where you see the player and what he should be making and what the market's determined that player should be making versus what he's trying to make happen, well, that's the place when you use a franchise tag at that point. 3 cheap club years of control at that point. Essentially, if you put him on a franchise tag and you factor into this year's contract, you could have Jamal Adams on a 3-year. If he's going to force this, because I don't think Jamal would force this. This is the leverage I was talking about, John. This is the leverage Seahawks still bring into play on this Jamal Adams talk. Hey, you don't like it, Jamal? Well, we can hold you for 3 years, and we'll pay you over that time. We'll pay you 3 years at $37 million. We'll pay you 3 years, $35 million. Jamal's not going to want to have to sit on that. So he'll probably end up signing the 4-year, $65 million deal and call it a day. Get all of his bonus money, which would be about $30 million. Essentially the $30 million that we're talking about having you make over 3 years. Now you get all that money right up front. I think Jamal will eventually come to his senses on that. Randall McDaniel says, draft a smaller, shifty guy to complement DK, even a possession guy like Bateman. Yeah, I think that'd be a good compliment. I agree. I think it should be viewed with trying to find a guy that complements into DK. I agree with that. Chris James, do you see Seattle going after an offensive lineman, Quinn Miners, from the Senior Bowl MVP out of Wisconsin, Whitewater? Very physical player. Yes, he would fit into what Seattle looks for. He tested, his pro day was off the charts, by the way, too. He had a great performance at the Senior Bowl, played phenomenally at the Senior Bowl, then just had a very, very, very good, he's an upper percentile tester at his pro day. Don't know where he's going to fall exactly, but I expect him to be picked somewhere in the second round, and I'd expect his spot to be picked right around where Seattle is picking. If they got Quinn Miners, I'd be very, very happy. This is your left guard of the future now. He can maybe to challenge a little bit at center. I think he played a little bit of center at the Senior Bowl, so maybe he challenges Posick then, gets you some competition there. I like him a bit. I like him quite a bit. Pure scheme fit for what we're going to want guards doing as we move forward. Love it. Kyle Mulkey says, one last question before I go to bed. John Schneider, GM of the year already? Laughing out loud, what he's done already is amazing. I'd hope so, Kyle. He's a guy who's not been voted before in the past despite having some pretty good off seasons and what he's gotten done. But if you don't look at this off season and see what he's been able to bring in value-wise versus what other teams are overpaying for, while improving his roster with one arm essentially tied behind his back in resources that he has to work with, I think you've got to put him up as a front runner, my guy. I do, especially if they have the type of season I think they can have with these type of moves they've made. John Robinson says, yeah, if we can add another talented weapon to our wide receiver core, watch the heck out. With Everett and Uncle Will another year healthier, best in the league. Could very well be. Could very well be if you can add a legitimate guy, a couple wide receivers to the core at that point, John. Absolutely. Sean Hagan, do you think if we make these moves, we can be in the Super Bowl? I do. I think there's a few more moves to be made, Sean. I think adding a Sherman, rounding out this draft just right, bringing in this, getting the linebacker situation figured out. But this is a team now on the pathway of going from coming into this offseason, if they muck this up, if they do what they did last offseason, it's a fringe playoff team, to no, they didn't do what they did at last offseason. No, they didn't do what they've done recently over recent offseasons. They actually knocked it out of the park. And if that's the case, that's a Super Bowl contending team. That's a team that should get up into the conference championship. Paul Manning says Seahawks and Chargers, ? I think the Chargers are still a year away from getting themselves there. They're on a good track, but I think there's too many good AFC teams to get there. I like the Seahawks Bills. I like that as an option. That's got me intrigued. Don't see Kansas City getting back there for a third season, but I would probably go with, I'm thinking right now. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Bills. I'm going to make the Bills my dark horse here. John Robinson says, hey, Brandon, what's a dynamic pass-catching running back we can add in the draft? Gainwell would be the number one guy that would jump out. You'd have to probably take him in the second round, and he's a guy that's got a ton of upside as a running back, John. He's also got a guy with a lot of bust factor because you don't have a lot of tape to go off of with him. But he's absolutely really, really good out of the backfield. I like the way he catches the ball, just a natural pass catcher. Who else would be a good one? Kylan Hill might be okay out of the backfield. He's pretty good as a pass catcher as well. I like his game quite a bit out of the backfield. Another later round guy. I'm trying to think of who else would be out there. UE2K Layla. I don't know. UE, how does Trey Sermon catch the ball? I haven't watched a lot of him catching it. Those are the two names that jump off the top of my head, though. I'll think about it, though. There's somebody I'm not thinking about right now, Randall. Or John. There's somebody I'm not thinking about. UE2K says Miners will not be around at 56. Yeah, he might be off the board by 56. He's the pro day really locked him in testing as well as he did in the pro day, where I think it just put him in a place where it's going to be hard to unseat him from there. Gerard Smart says, got Jordan Brooks breaking out next year. Trust me, next Bobby for us. Gerard, I agree with you on the respect. I think he's the next Bobby for us, but I think Gerard, his best position is at middle linebacker rather than Will. I think he's a little out of position at Will. I don't think he's out of position at Will in stopping the run game. I think he's an upper-level run defender at the Will, just like he's an upper-level run defender at the middle. But I think as a guy in pass coverage, I think he's going to still struggle in pass coverage, Gerard. He's struggled in pass coverage in zone, going back to his junior tape, going back to his senior tape, and going back to last year. I think he will continue to struggle in zone when you ask him to do that a lot. But with that said, he can still be a very useful player for you and a useful player to that defense. Just because he struggles a little bit in that aspect of things doesn't mean you can't find a way to utilize him. Why Dude Y says, with tags, Adams at about 11 per for the next 3 years. All the pressures in the world for Adams to sign 16 and come off. Any thoughts of 18 per? Seattle could tag him 3 years and only pay 20 that year. Yeah, I mean, this is the leverage game that I talk about, wide to wide. And this is why when there's been people that have been insistent that Jamal will not come off of 18 million per, Jamal will not come off of 20 million per. That is his asking price. That's what he asked the Jets. That's what he's going to want. Well, he can ask it. No one's going to pay it in the NFL. There's not a team paying him that amount of money, number one. And number two, you have the leverage of the 3 years of his prime of his career to pay him at a significantly less cost if he wants to choose to go that route. This, to me, makes it much more likely, frankly, that a deal gets done. Because when both sides have leverage, that's, to me, what opens the door to a compromise. And I will watch Shakur Brown. I can't believe I missed checking out Shakur Brown. I don't know why I haven't taken a look at his tape yet. I'm not sure why, but I got to take a look at him. Is it he's like a 5'10" guy? That's probably why I maybe didn't look at him, because he wasn't a 6-foot dude. There's only 6-foot guys in the draft. Wheels, a.k.a. Chucky. How you doing, Wheels? Let's go Seahawks from a fan in the Bay Area. Let's go, Wheels. Is Sherman really back with the Hawks? It does look like we're getting some indications this might just happen, Wheels. You look at it. There was a text. There was a Twitter thing that came out where a local Seattle reporter was asking Sherman, hey, do I need to dust off the jersey? And he says, nothing's happening yet. But he used the word yet, as in it's going to happen, but just hasn't quite gotten there yet. So if that's the case, you feel good about that. And you get the reports that Sherman's open to it and Seahawks management's open to it. I think there's a lot of reasons why, Wheels, it makes sense for Sherman to come back. It makes sense. It makes sense for his legacy. It makes sense for this being a scheme fit for him. It makes sense for a lot of different reasons, in my opinion. Mike Quinn, I appreciate your insight. What is your general schedule for video releases and/or is this type of this type of QA? Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. So here's what I try to do, Mike. I try to go live on Thursdays and Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That tends to be, I'm going to do all 3 days of the draft. So you get to watch me lose my voice by day 3. And that's my marathon sessions. So those are my days for streaming for sure. And then I try to release a video as I get kind of new information and new stuff. So I'll probably be putting together another new video with some of these recent signings, Kerry Hyder and Carlos Dunlap, and being super excited and stoked by that. So I'm going to start working on probably the next videos for that. And of course, I've got my podcast that I do through Apple Podcasts and whatnot. So Thursdays and Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then the videos, I just kind of as I can get the time on them. Seahawks Gaming says, Hyder and Dunlap people, Averill and Bennett. Absolutely. Absolutely. With even a potential of, a potential of a better, there's even maybe some upside to this because you could say maybe they're here with a guy like Averill. I don't think he ever got really over 8 sacks a year with us pass rushing. And I think the same thing was true with Michael Bennett. They were good pressure guys. But I think with a guy like Dunlap, he's a guy to get you 12, 13 sacks next year. He could easily do that. Now, Hyder's probably not that type of guy exactly, but Hyder could be right in the realm of where Averill and Bennett were. So, yeah, I absolutely believe so. Sean Hagan, do we still have Tyler Lockett? We do still have Tyler Lockett. He has remained on the roster, though not yet still signed to a contract extension and going into the final year of his deal. UE2K says, no, Schneider doesn't get credit for working with one hand tied behind his back when he's the one who tied it. Just glad he's making some effort to clean up his own mess. Fair 2K. That's a fair point. John Robinson says, who have we brought in as far as rookies to the facility? They haven't released that information yet, John. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to do it this year as well. But we haven't heard. We do know, John, when they do bring them in, those are guys that they are looking at and they are interested in. John Robinson says, I really loved Antonio Gibson from last year. Badass pass catcher. I'm so mad Procise didn't work out. He was so talented and added so much versatility to our no-huddle, up-tempo game. Yeah, Procise would have been great if he could have just stayed tapped into what he showed in those little glimpses in the Eagles game and the Patriots game back a few years ago. He was a guy with just a very unique skill set, especially with the size he brought to play. Not just an undersized guy who could go out and be like a slot receiver. You could stick him on the outside and he got a little bit of size to him. I like Gibson a lot too. They played him a little out of position at wide receiver. He was a running back. But one of the reasons that they played him at wide receiver so much with Memphis was because of how Gainwell was running the football for them. I mean, he was the guy that made a lot of that happen for them. UE2K says Sherman can catch out of the backfield, but he's no James White, but serviceable. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see a lot in the tape. He could be a 3-down back, but definitely excels more on the ground. And I got to watch a little more of his tape, 2K. You got me sold on watching a little bit more. I watched a couple of his games, but I'll put a little bit more of the tape on and see what I got a little bit more out of him from Oklahoma, too. Why? Brian Nemhauser, great guy to follow, just tweeted that none of the new D-line guys have ever played a home game for Seattle. Fantastic point. All these pass rushers with the deafening noise. Damn. Could be, man. Could be lethal. And you certainly saw offenses be able to operate a lot more comfortably. The Patriots, the Dallas Cowboys, how much more easy they were able to operate when they didn't have any fan noise rocketing down and cascading down from the top levels. I think even if we get 10 to 15,000 people in that stadium, that they cause that, not that level of noise, but they're able to cause a level of noise to make it harder on those offenses. For sure. Randall McDaniel says, if we got Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, I'd be pumped. I just have a feeling Rondale is a great game breaker. I do too, Randall. I mean, the 5'7" gives me pause. It does. It gives me pause. But you watch him on tape, you understand the limitations of the quarterback play that he was dealing with and the electrifying freshman year that he had when he just looked like an absolute difference maker out there on the football field. And you're like, man, maybe this is the one guy that could break the rule of thumb. There's always thumb breakers. There's always thumb breakers that come along, like a mobbed up dude in the 50s. You know, there's those thumb breakers that come along. Why not him? With as well as he's tested, with all that he's bringing to play as far as the skill set goes. Randall McDaniel says, if you have to guess how many draft picks we end up having, I'll put the over-under at 5.5. We're at 3 picks right now. I go over, Randall. I go over. John's not going to operate with that so few. He'll create space. Sean Ogden says, want to know what could be interesting is Dunlap reunion with Atkins. Well, you hope Dunlap is in Atkins' ear right now, saying, come on, dog. Come on, man. You want to come to a real organization? You want to see what a real NFL team looks like? You want to see what a first-class organization comes? You want to see what a team that's playing for Super Bowls and not playing for profit looks like? Come on up over here. I'll show you what's up. Kyle Mulkey says, okay, one last question, I promise. Kyle, ask as many as you like, man. I love doing this. Okay, if we bring in AB and Sherm, is there going to be locker room issues with Russ, Sherm, and AB? Also, do you want to see Witherspoon and DK? Witherspoon was the 49er who hit DK, laughing out loud. And I don't think that'll give any problem between them. I think they'll get along just fine. I do think, Kyle, that there's some validity behind those people that say, what about the locker room thing with Sherman leaving before, his kumbaya comment, telling Russ he sucks on the practice field, reportedly at one point. There's some risks in this upcoming season. And going forward in the now with the voidable years, you're risking future cap space. And in bringing in those guys right now, you may be risking a little bit of locker room potential divide or locker room being upset. Here's the thing about this season, though. I'm going for it this season. I'm not playing out of fear. I'm not playing the what if game. I'm not playing, well, but this is that and this. I'm playing the all in. Let's go. And if something fails out, if you reach midseason and Antonio Brown turns into a head case and goes off the rails, you cut him. And it's not a huge cost to you to do so. Same thing with Richard. He's not going to make a big contract this offseason. So if he truly does the, oh, kumbaya, sure, all right, whatever, Carol, then you cut him. These are not big risky moves. You don't throw multi-years at him and a lot at him in that respect. And I've got to think with Antonio Brown, as much as Russell's gone to bat for him, as much as he's pushed, this will be now the third time that he's gone to bat for bringing Antonio Brown to the team. I have to think that that's got to earn a little bit of trust from Antonio Brown's side. And as we saw with Antonio Brown with Tampa Bay last year, when he needs to keep his head on straight, he can do it. He just needs to be in the situation that's forcing him to keep it in that place, which I think that's where he is. Jeremy Boehm, I think Golden Tate would be a perfect fit for what we need. I think he would be a good fit, Jeremy. Just the only problem is I think he also slept with Russell Wilson's wife his first go-around. John Robinson says, Rondale Moore has a 45-inch vertical and can pluck the ball out of the air. He does. He did one of those jumps at the pro day yesterday where you see him do the jumps that the receivers do. They jump, and then their little feet go like this because it's like they're almost floating. They're like flying in air for a second. I mean, just ridiculous. 45-inch vertical leap off of 4.25 40. Oh, sick. Randall McDaniel says, as a 325, Hawks are the best team in the division. That's right. Seahawks gaming, there's a lot of smoke with Atkins and Sherman to Seattle and maybe AB. Wouldn't you love it, Seahawks? How to feel bad about that, Seahawks gaming? How not to be just completely excited by that? How about, I mean, there should not be a Seahawks fan that isn't jumping up and down if they make those type of moves and put those all together. I know E2K is going to need a little Ilham Marset on top and a Trey Sermon on top, and then he'll get on board at that point. But pretty much everybody else is in. We're in at that point. How can you not be in at that point? Those are the moves that are go-for-it moves. Those are the moves that we're trying to take advantage of the now. We're thinking of the today, the right now. I love it. Ilhan Smith Marset has all the qualities you like in Rondale, but he's bigger. I don't know. I don't know if he's as electrifying with the ball in his hands, 2K, as Moore. Moore almost turns into like a running back with the ball in his hands. I don't know if Marset is exactly as good with the yak after the catch stuff, but certainly explosive score-wise and short area ability, speed is there. Randall says play him in the slot to start. Evans listed at 5'10". He's probably 5'9" after doing those Kyler foot stretches. Probably. Jeremy Boehm says Sherman, even at his advanced age, brings swag to the defense. He does, Jeremy. And of course, let's look at the Pro Football Focus grades, because if he's fallen off, if he's not the player he once was, we should see something in the Pro Football Focus score grades that show that back that up. He was the number 1 rated cornerback by Pro Football Focus 2 years ago. Number 1. And then last year, he was actually an upper level rated cornerback in the short time that he was out there playing on the football field. So he didn't fall off the cliff this year. Is he the same player he once was? No. But do we need him to be that necessarily? No. Randall McDaniel, Tyreek Hill's 5'9". Okay. So, hey, Rondale will have to be an outlier, a big-time outlier to succeed. He'll have to be big-time. But if anybody's coming in with a skill set at 5'7" to do it, he's coming in with that Spud Webb skill set, right? Dunking on folks. Andy Robinette. How you doing, Andy? KJ signing will soon happen after Reed's officially gone tomorrow. $6 million this year with a $2 million deferred to next year. Ooh. That would be a little expensive for me. That would be a little expensive for me, Andy. I mean, I'd be better with him getting $4 million, $6 million. Oh, okay. So he's on the hook for $4 million this year, but then you defer $2 million out. Okay. It's a tiny bit high. It's a tiny bit high, but it's acceptable. And again, he's playing two positions for one. I got to bring that into account. He's your early down starter at Sam, and then you go to nickel. He's going to be your will nickel. So there, you get a lot of production. You get a lot of snaps for that, what you're spending. And then that certainly is at that point as a $4 million hit this year versus what he cost us $6.9 million last year on the cap. So you're nearly saving 40% off of KJ Wright on this year, bringing him back aboard. I think I could get on board with that. I think I can get on board with that. Dom Weirdo, let's get Sammy Watkins or Marquise Goodwin. Both guys get banged up a little bit too much. Both more guys that you fall more in love with their skill set than actually what they get you out on the field as far as production, Dom. I like their talent. I just want to get a little bit more of a certainty out there with the guys I bring into play than those guys. I feel like they spend too much time in the ice bucket, not enough time out on the field. John Robinson, yeah, Rondale Moore is another Tyreek for sure. He can play out of the backfield. He could be Sproles with legitimate top-end speed. Oh, and he could do like the fly option stuff all day, fly sweep stuff all day too. He's an interesting guy, man. He's such an interesting prospect. Randall McDaniel says Tyreek wasn't a refined wide receiver coming out. Even first few years, he was more of a gadget guy and return specialist. Rondale has that upside. He does. He does. Absolutely does. And good point. Solid point on Tyreek. He took him a couple of years to kind of round himself out into a fully rounded wide receiver, able to do every kind of route in the book. Kyle Mulkey says, I thought Percy Harvin was the one that slept with Russ's ex-wife, and that was one of the reasons Golden Tate and Harvin got into a fist fight before our Super Bowl win. No, the fist fight came in to do with film study, practice habits on the field. The wide receivers, in Golden Tate and Doug Baldwin, you had guys that were fighting for everything they could get out on the field, and then Harvin kind of came in as the guy with the silver spoon in his mouth a little bit, and then acted a little bit as the silver spoon. I've already been paid. I don't need to go hard all the time. And they were in that. This was the Legion of Boom era days with the full roster, where everybody was on that edge. Everybody was pushing for Super Bowls. Everybody was grinding as hard as they could grind, getting every last inch out that they could get to maximize their potential. And they were seeing in Percy that he wasn't necessarily doing it, and they confronted him on that. And he didn't react well to it. But no, it was Golden Tate who slept with Russell Wilson's wife. I got this from somebody on the inside on this, that it was almost common knowledge in the VMAC, according to the person that I talked to, that it's a question for those fans out there. Did that happen? I heard that happen. The VMAC was like, oh yeah, that happened. Oh, that stuff happened. Seahawks Gaming, I hope Dunlap makes the 49ers feel like they overpaid for Trent Williams. Me too. I hope so as well. They gave Trent some big time money, man, and he's getting older. He's getting up there now. Now left tackles are able to play longer. We've seen that with Dwayne Brown and Whitworth and a variety. Got Jason Peters, so they can hang out there for a bit. But they gave him a lot. Kyler Mulkey, is it me or does Kyler look like a little kid stealing a toy when he runs? What do you think? A little bit, yeah. He's got the little pitter patter steps, and you can almost hear him giggling as he's running like a kid would. I could see that. Yeah. Why dude why? Faster Lockett who can yak. Maybe I will go to bed laughing out loud. Who's up? Why do wide? Elijah Moore. Sorry, I missed your comment on that. Elijah Moore is a fast Lockett who has yak. He's got a lot of yak. Why do why? He's a very complete wide receiver, despite the fact he's more of a slot guy. He's not just a slot guy that's just like relying on quickness. I'm just going to out quick you and find my way through. He can run routes. He's a more, Kadarius Toney, he's a more refined route runner than Kadarius Toney, also a slot guy. He's a more refined route runner than a Tutu Atwell, another slot guy in this deal. I like Elijah Moore, wide for that aspect of it. I think he could be a competent receiver and maybe even do some stuff for you on the outside despite being a little bit of an undersized guy. But as you said, he's got some of that yak stuff that Tyler doesn't have. John, that is a lot of money for KJ. Though if you do get to $4 million as the first year hit this year, and it's $6 million in total, I can wrap my head around it. You were going to have to do something at the linebacker position. You probably weren't going to find it in the draft. You probably don't have it on the roster, and you weren't going to find it out in free agency, probably. Andy Robinette, you're the freaking man. I appreciate you. Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much. You're super kind. I appreciate you guys. You guys keep me going on this. This is my favorite part of the week, jumping on here and being able to talk Seahawks shop with you guys. I love it. Absolutely love it. Random McDaniel says the fact Rondale is 5'7" wasn't so much of a concern when the consensus was he's 5'10", meaning he's always been that tall and bald. Yeah, it's one that's going to be interesting to see where it falls. I mean, it really varies out where he could go, Randall. Being just 5'7" alone. He goes from a guy who could have maybe just sort of, pecked his way up into the top of the first round if the draft fell out just right for him. There was a run of wide receivers and desperate teams getting in the first round and a team that just fell in love with him. But I could also see him falling deep into the second round with the size limitations. I could see that happening because there isn't a lot of, who's the last 5'7" guy that was a dominant wide receiver? You certainly can't feel like you're going to get him on the outside. I feel like even Steve Smith was over 5'7". Steve Smith was wasn't he a legitimate 5'8", 5'9" guy? It's pretty sure. But you're right. He did ball out in college, and he did it at that size. Videomaker, what do you think about the fenders so far? Top 10? What do you mean by fenders, Videomaker? What do you mean by fenders? Randall McDaniel, I'd rather bring Sherman back than AB. I don't know. I might be more on AB, Randall, just because wide receiver is more of a need position. If it's just about the player themselves and just getting a player, like if we got other wide receiver options, we could fill in as an alternative, who would be nearly as talented as what you get in AB. I'd be okay with that. But I'd probably lean more to AB because of the dearth of what we have at the wide receiver position right now. E2K, Imerto, I can't pronounce his name. I'm going to call him Ima. I'm going to call him Ima 2K because I can't pronounce that last name. He's big and fast, a DK knockoff. He's on my list. I will have him watched before the next live stream, Yui. I promise you I will I'll do a deep dive on him. Dom Weirdo, there were rumors Ryan Kerrigan was getting traded to Seattle. Do you think we have a chance of picking him up in free agency? I think it's very unlikely at this point, Dom, that you go out and get another defensive end at this point. You went and got Kerry Hyder, you brought back Benson Mayowa, and you just got Carlos Dunlap. This is addition to having 4 young cats on the roster already: LJ Collier, Rasheem Green, Alton Robinson, and Darrell Taylor. That's like 7, 8 guys, and you're only going to really keep like 5 defensive ends on any active roster. So it's going to be a bit of a numbers game as we stand even right now, but there's just not the room on the roster to be able to fill another guy out. Videomaker says Seahawks need 1 more offensive lineman, re-sign KJ, cornerback in the draft. Well, Videomaker, somebody just broke some news about. I should give my credit to whoever just broke the news for us. But we had someone just breaking the news in here that KJ is supposed to sign a new contract tomorrow. So 1-year, $4 million deal, but we're also deferring $2 million the next year, so he gets $6 million this year supposedly. So one of your things sounds like it's going to happen. I like where your head's at, Videomaker. You go with the first pick in the draft, the second round, take the best offensive lineman on the board. I would be very happy with that, but provided it's a left guard, center, or left tackle, not a right guard. And then cornerback you get later in the draft. I'd love them doing that too. So I'd be all over that. Donnie Pearson, I may be a Seattle Seahawks fan, but I will always be a Dallas Cowboy fan at heart. Well, you got to feel pretty good about both ways, Donnie. Dallas has got to be viewed as the front runner right now. As you look next season at the NFC East, you could make an argument at this point that the Eagles are going to be a worse team. The Washington football team certainly is going to be tough, but do they have the quarterback there to challenge you guys? I don't know that they do. And when I look at the Giants, I still don't think that they've got it put together yet. I think the Giants are still going to be a team I don't trust Daniel Jones, and I don't know if they're ready to bring it all together. John Robinson says, what about Terrace Marshall? Another guy with a wide variance. Could be picked up high into the second round, maybe sneaks up into the first round, could fall back into the deep second round. A bigger-bodied wide receiver, a longer guy, a guy just creates easy separation. One of the better guys at the draft at creating separation with the ball in the air. That ball's in the air. He gets faster with the ball in the air. A lot like Rashad Bateman, he's got a lot of subtle release techniques in order to get him off the line of scrimmage and get him outside of press very easily, which is impressive. It's hard to quantify because it doesn't always show on the tape where you can see him like, oh, he just knocked that, like DK Metcalf. When somebody tried to press him in college, he would literally slap their hands off of him and literally almost send the guy dropping to the ground when he'd get the guy's hands off of him. With these guys, it's a little bit of a more subtle body manipulation, footwork, that type of thing. He's got that along with Rashad Bateman in very well. Very good hands as well, solid hands. Can adjust to the ball in the air, tracks the ball very well, runs every route in the book. There's just not any wow factor to him, John. There's not anything where you say, oh, he just mosses guys all over the place, or he just outruns everybody. It's just a guy solid all the way down the board, just boring and solid, like Rashad Bateman. And maybe they should be given more value because they don't have as many negatives to them. But sometimes I really want in my second rounder to have certain aspects to them that are wow skills, real plus skills, even if they've got some minuses to their game. Video Maker says, what did you think about the defense so far? Top 10. I would put this defense just into the top 10, just squeaking in the top 10. I don't think we're a top 5 defense as we stand right now, Video Maker, but this is the top 10 defense. The pass rush is there. You've got enough in the secondary, my points. We get KJ Wright brought in the board. I would fall in line with thinking that this is a top 10 defense at that point. Enrique M., is KJ Wright resigning? Somebody broke news here saying that there's a deal that's going to be announced tomorrow after Jarran Reed's cut officially. So that does appear to be maybe the potential case that we are looking at KJ brought back in, which is exciting to see, and I hope that is the case. Jeremy Bohm says, by releasing Reed, does that mean LJ Collier is playing more defensive tackle? It is. It's more of a combination of you're releasing Jarran Reed and you're signing Carlos Dunlap and you're signing Kerry Hyder. So you just signed 2 5-techs, which is LJ's position. He's been an early down 5-tech, a run stuffing 5-tech last year, for instance. Now there's really not that move for him to be there. You're going to have Kerry or you're going to have Carlos there in that spot instead. That really kind of pushes him down the board. And he's got no ability to play any kind of Leo to him, LJ Collier. So probably that means you're going to see him playing more snaps than a defensive tackle, Jeremy. And he's probably a cut candidate at this point. He's probably a guy that they look at and they maybe feel like, he's just not going to develop. He's not going to really give us any kind of real certain production here. John Robinson says, God, I hope we don't draft our wide receiver edition with our 4th rounder. We've whiffed on all of those. Oh, it's been bad. We've been awful in the 4th round at wide receiver over 10 years. God awful. I mean, we just grab guys that don't even make the roster. We don't even see them fail out. So I hope they don't. I hope they don't do that forward. I mean, what have we got? Kevin Norwood, Chris Harper, Amara Darbo, Gary Jennings. Just nothing. Dom Weirdo says, I consider Hyder more a defensive tackle because he's quite slow to come off the edge, so I don't really consider him a defensive end. He did pretty much all of his work last year, and he's done all of his work for the most part of his career, Dom, off the edge, working off the edge. But there's a lot of reason to believe that you could move him inside with his size and abilities and his hand fighting ability. You would think you could move him inside and have him do some 3-tech, especially in some NASCAR situations. Have him line up real wide like you did with Michael Bennett back in the day where he'd be shoulder to shoulder with Averill, and you just got him real wide out on that edge. I think that you could do something like that with him. UE2K, Washington football team will win that division. Sorry, Cowpokes. They could. Videomaker, I just don't trust their quarterback play, and for me, quarterback play does designate a lot of a team's top end for me. Why Dude Why says, I'm willing it into being. Seattle next signs Sherman. I love it, man. Make it happen, Why Do Wide. By the power of positivity, make it happen. Shervins, good to see you in here, Shervins. How do you feel about Devontae Smith and Jamar Chase? Jamar Chase is my favorite wide receiver in this draft. A guy that dominated the competition at 19 years old, had 19 touchdown catches as a 19-year-old guy playing against the toughest competition level in the SEC in the entire college football. There is nothing that he can't do. There's no route that he can't run. There's no yak ability that he doesn't have. He is the complete wide receiver. I expect him to be the next great superstar wide receiver when he gets to the NFL. I don't have a lot of questions to his game, frankly, outside of the fact he didn't play last year and maybe a little bit of size limitations, maybe. But I don't think it's going to hold him back. I love Jamar Chase as a receiver. He's one of my favorite wide receivers to come out actually in the last couple of years, to be honest with you. Devontae Smith is a guy that's very tough to understand. I mean, this is a little bit in the Shervins, the discussion that we're having with Rondale Moore. We've never seen this before. How can we count on it? So in Rondale Moore, we've never seen a 5'7" guy come out and be able to dominate and be a high-level productive receiver, be one of the better receivers in the sport. So it's hard to make that projection. Well, when you take a look at a guy like Devontae Smith, who dominated and was magnificent at the college level, 6'1", he himself said a couple of days ago, I weigh 170 pounds. Go show me the last wide receiver in this sport that went out and dominated at 170 pounds. It hasn't happened. And it makes it right to question. It makes you right to wonder. With that said, when you watch Devontae Smith, effortless speed, he's creating separation all over the football on any kind of route that he runs. You didn't see at any point in time on the film where the size seemed to be a limitation. He wasn't jammed off the line of scrimmage. He was able to clearly get off all the time. He's got great releases. So it didn't hold him up at all. And when I look at him, he's been one of the closest players you could look at, historically speaking, over the last 30 years, to a guy in body style and the way he runs his route, to very complementary to a guy like Jerry Rice. I think he's got a little bit of that to his game. Jerry was probably a little bit bigger, but there's a little bit of that to Devontae. I don't think he's going to tap into that exactly, but I still expect him to be a very effective receiver at the next level. I don't know if I see him as a star, because I just can't see a star at 70 pounds, like I can't see a guy in Rondale Moore, lighting it up at 5'7" either. But still, effective players who can get you some really good production. Randall McDaniel says Michael Brocker's got a pick from the Lions a few weeks ago, 6th or 7th, I think. Reed got to be worth a 4th. We'll see, Randall. We'll see. Come tomorrow, we'll find out on this. I'm landing more on the standpoint of thinking you either get a 7th rounder or he gets released outright at this point in time. I don't think you're going to be able to pull back that kind of draft capital. And if they do, that would be fantastic. Oh, you said 6th or 7th, I think. Yeah, maybe in that realm. Shervins, imagine a secondary with Sherman and Jamal Adams. The shit talking will be legendary. Oh, it never stopped. All you hear is just both of them. That's why you suck. That's why you're going to do shit. Oh, and it'd be awesome, dude. They'd lead the sport in pissing off players on oppositions. Videomaker says Tampa Bay isn't going to the Super Bowl again. Laughing out loud. I don't think so either, Videomaker. And I was one of the people on Tampa Bay's bandwagon last year. I took some heat from him in the chat saying, I think this is a Super Bowl contending team. This is a team that can push for it. I just don't think so next year. I know they've added everybody back. I know this goes against the tide of what we would think, but I don't think they do it. Kobe for Life 24 says, New York Times article, a warrant has been signed for Deshaun Watson. Wow. Wow, that situation has gone sideways like nothing else this offseason. I mean, this is a guy whose career is just holding in the balance now. Holding in the balance. Never ask a woman to, it was too many at this point, I guess. It was when you had it first happen, you went, oh, this is an odd one. And it was a lawyer who was in the same neighborhood as the owner. And you thought, well, maybe the owner's talking to that guy, trying to keep Deshaun here. But when it gets to be this many, when it's this repeated often, and somebody made the point that I thought was a very key one with Deshaun Watson, with these players that get these, and the players that have the happy ending massages. They've got a masseuse who comes over and works the back legitimately, works the rest of the bottom legitimately, and then also tugs one out for them at the end. Even in those cases, those guys are going to go to the same masseuse over and over. You're not going to go through a wide difference of them. You're not going to go through a new one every time. And it seems like he went through a lot of new ones with wanting that happy ending at the end, which isn't going to maybe help his case in this situation. UE2K Hyder lined up very wide on many downs. His get off isn't blazing, but he's savvy and sets up the OT nicely. He is. He gets it done with hand work, and he's not as reliant. Not every player is reliant on really quick get off. And Michael Bennett was able. This is where some of the Michael Bennett comparisons, who had a first quick step get off, but then would become very slow after the first step quickness. And so I think that's a little bit here with this guy is a little bit the same way where, he's a little bit of a plod, but because of his hand uses and his ability to understand the leverage game of things, he's going to win anyway, and he'll win fast. He'll win quick at times. He's more of a second effort level guy, though. That's mainly where he makes that's where he makes his hay. Randall says if DK went after second after the combine. I'm sure Rondale could fall too. Lots of wide receiver talent available. There is. And he could easily fall in this draft because of that 5'7" range of things. Vito Maker says, not a football question, but have you seen the It movie? I have not seen the It movie as of yet. No, I haven't had a chance to check that one out. But at some point I will. I don't know, though. Hollywood did a little bit of for years there with and it was like 6 sequel copies of it's a lot of shots of characters out of Zoom that are super scary or lined up in the background doing the smile thing and a lot of jump scares. And that's always, to me, kind of cheap horror a little bit. That's like the stuff you don't really have to work hard to make people scared in a horror movie for. But I'll catch it at some point. Penquiato, Toys Ramirez. Is Sherman coming back? My 8-ball says yes. My magic 8-ball says signs point to yes. There have been some indicators of this, Penquiato, and I think there's a lot of reasons why it makes a lot of sense. YD Weiss says all those washouts at the wide receiver in the 3rd and 4th were talked up at the time as good picks from what I remember. Absolutely. All the guys get talked up when they're drafted high like that. Like, oh, they're going to be amazing. Amazing. Any chance we take a risk at Melvin Ingram instead of KJ Wright? Probably not. Melvin Ingram's not going to be able to play the will, though he could probably play some Sam. But I think they feel pretty good about where their pass rush is at, Dom. I don't think they're going to look at bringing another guy at that point. And Mel's not going to take any discount. He's trying to be paid at the top of the market. He also has some injury concerns over the last few years. Getting older and not able to stay on the football field made me a little hesitant with him. Jeremy Boehm says, maybe Collier's athleticism at defensive tackle is greater than defensive end, i.e. a good pass rusher at defensive tackle. Well, the times he flashed at his best last year, to me, Jeremy, he flashed at his best from the defensive tackle position. He had a sack in from in there. He caused the safety on the running play against the Dallas Cowboys by blowing up the play from the defensive tackle position. I've seen him do some things there. They didn't give him a lot of run at defensive tackle last year, Jeremy, and maybe that was because they felt like they were pretty solid there. I mean, you had at times Brian Monet and Jarran Reed and Poona Ford and Snacks Harrison. So maybe there wasn't as much of a need for him in there. But I think they're going to make that transition now, and they're going to give him a run there and see what they can do with him there. But he's got a skill set that could fit with it. He certainly does. Shervin says, I'll never forget when Jamar Chase was baptizing A.J. Terrell in the title game. Yeah, he's taken a lot of guys that are playing on Sunday to school. I mean, he's taken a lot of the Sunday. Took the guy out of Alabama this year, 2 years ago. I mean, he just went up and high-pointed him. Patrick Surtain's got him covered down the football field. He just jumps up in front of him and takes the ball away for a touchdown with him. Or not, it wasn't Surtain. It was the other kid, Trayvon Diggs, last year when I was watching Trayvon Diggs tape. He's an amazing receiver. He's got everything you could want in a wide receiver. He's got it. And then he's got that little bit of that it factor to him. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowler for years to come. I love Jamar. UE2K says Rondale's not falling to the 4th round. I agree. He's not getting out of the 3rd round. Not getting out of the 3rd round. And I still think UE2K, somebody's going to like him in the 2nd round. Somebody's going to talk themselves into that one. Just too good of a player. Too many other aspects that come into play to make people think they can put him at a point where he's going to be a much better player at the NFL level with a good quarterback play, running the full route tree and all that. Randall McDaniel, that's true about Watson's story. Story could make the Michael Vickett story look like a traffic ticket. Could very well, man. Very well. Billy Carter says, how about that wide receiver, Tony from Florida? Well, he's my number one. Billy, if I've got a number one guy who maybe could last to that 2nd round pick where we're picking at the wide receiver position, who's like realistic, feasible, he'd be my number one guy to pick, Billy. I really like Kadarius Toney's game, his suddenness, his jukey, he plays bigger than he is with the ball in his hands. I think he's just starting to kind of tap into his potential. I like a lot of Kadarius Toney's game. Maybe I shouldn't like him as much. He probably will be picked before we pick in the 2nd round, but boy, he is electrifying. When you look in the dictionary under electrifying, it's Kadarius Toney's picture right there. John Robinson says, yeah, do you sense any foul play with ownership in the Watson accusations? I did at first, John, but not now. Not now when it's come out to be this many people, When it gets out to be 15, 16 people, I know people will jump on top and dogpile and all that stuff, but it gets worrisome at that number. It gets worrisome. And there's a one or two in there that are predominantly maybe really, really bad, where there's some, like, he texted them saying, like, sorry for whatever, and that maybe there's some guilt there. So it's, yeah, I thought so at first, but I think less of it now, John. I think there's more of a legitimacy to the stuff, maybe. Seahawks Gaming, I hope that just because he said he's 170 pounds, he drops to us at like 56, like DK, who we got at 64. Oh, I see what you're saying. Probably not Seahawks Gaming. He comes from too good of a program, played against too high level of competition, dominated that competition level. I think at the end of the day, there's no way he's getting out of the first round. So somebody would, Kansas City wouldn't let him get out of the first round, I wouldn't think. How much he weighs or not. But if he fell to us, I'd love it, man. He's a fantastic receiver. I'll tell you, he can play on my team all day long. Insanity Mixes, I am still going live. The chat's keeping me going. They're doing it. They're keeping me there, though I'm probably winding down. Deshaun Jackson dominated at 160. There we go, John. Fantastic comp. We do have a guy that did dominate at that weight. So that is a guy that did it. Devontae Smith's wiry strong, high cut, long legged, long strider. Yep. It's kind of part of where I go with the Jerry Rice comparison, where he just seems to just eat up turf, eat up grass, and he's just running by guys, and he doesn't look to be doing it at the, he doesn't be like some of the like Tyreek Hill just looks like he's just tearing ground up when he runs. But this guy's it is effortless. Absolutely effortless. Great, not necessarily comparison. They're very different players, but great pick there. That is a guy that did do it. Why? What do you think DK signs at 23 to 24 million next year? I think you get him at $23 million a year on a multi-year deal. I think that's what he signs for next. He'd be the next guy up. That's right in the range of where it would cost that. That's about right. Randall, John Robinson. No, you're seeing the John. Insanity Mixes. Love the D-line. I think we need another one more D-line to add to the fold, another cornerback. We need another defensive tackle. We need a 3-tech defensive tackle right now at Sandy Mixes. I feel good about the edge rush. I feel good about the run-stuffing defensive tackles. I'm good there, but a 3-tech, yeah. Titus Holt, pick up Richard. We need that fear on the defense again. I like Richard coming here, man. Titus, let's do it. And there's some rumors of him being connected with Seattle. So there's some indicators that this might just happen. UE2K, I love DK and think he's special, but teams were right about some of his game. He doesn't have a lot of short space separation. He's got the best hand. He's not the best hands catcher. And he had a neck injury plus one-dimensional usage. I think they've widened out a little bit more of his game, Huey. Seattle has, much more than what he was operating off of in college. I don't know. I don't have as many of those same questions you do as far as his game goes. I don't know if I see the same kind of things going on. I think he's become a better route runner and he's improved over his time. I think he gets hit and I think he gets knocked, which is really weird for me to watch, Huey. You got a guy starts out his career at 1,000 yards, coming as the last pick in the second round, then betters that in his second year, going over 1,300 yards. And yet there's a lot of people out there that pick his game apart, and you would think he didn't put up the stats, I didn't put up the level of production that he's put up. I don't know, man. I'm not there in that respect. Randall McDaniel says, I remember Chris Harper dropping an easy touchdown in preseason and knew it wasn't going to happen. John loved Kansas State wide receivers, trying to find the next Jordy Nelson. Facts, man. Absolute facts. I don't know. Must have loved their wide receiver coach or something there at that time. Video Maker says, Niners lost a ton of people, so I wouldn't call them Super Bowl contenders. Plus, Deshaun Watson is out of the question for them in a trade. That's the one nice part about these allegations is it does fully remove them, and now we're getting them connected with guys like Gardner Minshew. But yeah, I don't think that the Niners are in a place right now where they're Super Bowl contending. And as I've got them sitting right now, I think that they're probably at the bottom of the division right now. I do. So they've got some more work to do. They can still turn it around, but that's where I've got them. Kyle Mulkey says, Yo, Adams and Russ shouted out Dunlap on Twitter. The media tomorrow. Shouted out Dunlap on Twitter. The media tomorrow. Well, Russ didn't say go Hawks, so he still wants out. The F. No, I don't think he means that. He doesn't usually do go Hawks in his Twitter posts. What do you think about Carson and Fournette as a 1-2 punch? I'm okay with it. You'd move on from Penny at that point. You would save $1 million from moving on from Penny, and then it would give you more of two guys that fit in the same mold of each other, a lot like he had last year with Carlos Hyde and Chris Carson. But I'm probably more on board at this point with just holding on to Carson and Penny and riding with them. Ken Bjor is a changed man. Jollywood, how you doing, Ken Bjor? Can we trade Reed for some O-line? I think they're going to try to trade. They're going to try to trade Jarran Reed tonight and see what they can get for him. I don't think they're going to get much draft compensation back for him, Ken Bjor. So you're probably not getting much in return, really. He's probably just going to get released at this point in time, unfortunately. Seahawks Gaming, boy, whatever happened to Greedy Williams? I'm glad we drafted Blair over him, even though Blair missed a year. Yeah, I'm glad to have Blair over Greedy. Greedy wouldn't have been a fit for us, and he's a guy with some off-the-field stuff that had you hesitant even when he was going to be drafted. So I'm still happier with Blair than I would have been if I had to pick between those two potential guys. Tyus Hole says, just pick up KJ and Sherman and we're good. Agreed. I think we're pretty solid at that point. Pretty solid. And UE2K, you're right. DK was absolutely one-dimensionally used at Ole Miss. I think that though he's run a much wider route tree on the NFL level. I've seen him do a variety of different things. There's still other routes that he's better at than certain other routes, but I still think I think he's rounded out his game. I think he's only expanded upon the player he was in college. Nathaniel Park says idea on DK's contract extension. Trade DK because Wilson has proven he only needs a slot receiver to succeed. Look back at 2017, for example. He only had Baldwin, plus you could get 2 firsts for DK. You could get a lot of draft return back for DK. That is no doubt. I would say, though, that the wide receiver position is becoming one that is more valued in the NFL than ever before. And having one of the top 5 guys in the NFL, you probably want to hold on to those type of guys. Now, there's a lot of history in having those top-end wide receivers, the number one wide receivers. When you look at NFL history and Super Bowl winning teams, there's not been a lot of them over the last 10 years, let's say. But if we look at the last 2 Super Bowl winners, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, they have had that frontline number 1 guy. Russell's been able to get it done with slot guys, but I don't know if I want to lean back and put Russ just because he's made it work with slot guys and he's been able to flourish with slot guys before. Does that not mean he can't flourish even more so having a great slot guy and a DK? I think the answer is yes, especially if he's got an offensive line really pass protecting well in front of him. But I it's a potential idea, Nathaniel, and you certainly save a lot of money by going in that route. Get a lot of players with those 2 first-round picks. Get a lot of players with that $23 million that you save then off the cap. Shervin's thoughts on Penny Sewell and Javon Holland. I'm an Oregon's fan. You should be a fan about both of those 2 guys. Penny Sewell's a guy getting picked apart in this draft process. And so now the same guys that want to put Zach Wilson as the number 1 quarterback on the board against Trevor Lawrence are the same guys that now are going to take Rashawn Slater and try to put him above Penny Sewell, which is idiocracy to me. Slater's a very good player, and I get where they're at with him because he's more technically sound at this point than Penny Sewell. But we've never seen a player at this size move as well as he is, as strong as he is. Absolute freak show from a physical measurable standpoint. And also a guy who was 19 years old, again, 20 years old. It's been a year since we've seen him on the college film. When you look at him and you start picking his film apart, you have to keep in mind he was such a young player and you didn't get to see that extra year of film on him, essentially. Sewell is going to be the next great left tackle in this sport. I don't necessarily think I can say the same thing about Slater, though I think Slater could be the next very good left tackle in the sport. I think he's going to be a star 100%, Shervins. Javon Holland is a guy that I think is getting sold on by a lot of people when they measure him up against the other safeties in this draft. Travis Morrig, for instance, is a guy a lot of people love. And his tape is good, does everything well. Not a lot of weaknesses to his game. Okay, fast as hell, flies are all over the football field. I get it, okay, I do get it. But there's something about Javon Holland that's got some special aspects to his game. There's some twitchiness to him. There's some suddenness to him. He pops off the tape, whereas Mooring is just always in the right place at the right time. There's a couple of those guys in this draft for the safety position that just to me are like that, just guys that are they're there, they do their job, whereas Holland actually does jump off the tape to me. I think I'd be a lot higher on Holland than where he's going to be selected, and I like him quite a bit. So I expect both of those players to be valuable players in the NFL. Sewell's going to be a star. I don't think Holland's going to be quite a star, but Holland's got a lot of upside. He's got star upside potential to him. I don't know if he's going to hit it, but he absolutely has it to him. I think he's another one of those guys with some questions about the final year of his. I think he sat out the final year, so you don't have a lot of tape to go off of with him, but I like him better than Paris Ford. I think I might like him better than Morrig too, as a safety. One of my higher rated safeties in this draft, Shervin. And I'm not an Oregon homer. I just like him. Videomaker says Deshaun's career went from being bright to being covered in shit and having maggots in it. Yeah, overnight, man. This thing just came overnight, and it gathered a lot of momentum real fast. Real fast. EO2K, why are we even discussing Tony? Might as well be talking about Pitts. We'll never get a whiff of him. He's a fun player to talk. He's a fun player to talk about. But you're right. You're probably right. Dom Weirdo, I think we should have Brandon Shell at right tackle, Gabe Jackson at right guard, Damian Lewis at center, Dwayne Brown at left guard, and I think we should get Trey Turner or Kelechi Osemele for the left guard. Well, Osemele can play left guard. That's of those guys, he's the one guy that's a natural fit of the guys you just mentioned at the left guard. Thing that I go back to time and time again on this Dom Weirdo is that there's a difference between right guards and left guards, just like there's a difference between right tackles to left tackle, right? There's a difference between Brandon Shell and his skill set and his ability versus Dwayne Brown. Just like there was a difference back in the day in Locklear at right tackle than there was in Walter Jones at left tackle. So the right to left guard is the same thing. And I think that the one thing you got to consider with this Dom Weirdo is it's been a year since you've drafted a good young offensive lineman who has upside. You've drafted guys that you hoped who didn't develop and get anything for you. James Carpenter type that kind of was what he was when he walked in the door, and that's what he was. This guy gives you maybe Pro Bowl level potential, all pro potential there at the right guard position. And after giving you that first season, the first thing you're going to do is then move him to a new position. And Dom, you're doing this on the heels of having done that recently with other offensive linemen. Your Luke Jokels and your Justin Britts and your Jermaine Ifedis, and not getting good success by moving them along that offensive line, having that hurt and harm their development and growth. So why do that again now? Why potentially take Lewis out of a position that's a strength, a position where he's got all the upside in the world, to other positions where he could play at league average to below league average, which is where I would project him to play at center and left guard if you move him to those positions. Why? DK and Lockett, the only two wide receivers draft picks that were ever starter level. Same could be said for O-line. That's whiffing a lot. And yet here we are hoping they draft an offensive line and wide receivers with high picks, laughing out loud. In the second round is where I'm targeting for them to do that. Why? I'm saying in the second round, target a wide receiver. Because when you look at the wide receivers that we missed, we talk about it, you missed them all basically in the fourth round. That's where you miss wide receivers. You didn't mention, I saw in there as well, Paul Richardson, who rounded out into a pretty good wide receiver and got a pretty big contract after having a really good year here, who was also a second-round pick. Was he a star? No. But was he a very productive player who, went on to have another contract after the team? Yeah. So they've whiffed a decent amount. They've whiffed on guys when they've picked later. But when they've picked higher, they've hit pretty well. Even a guy like Golden Tate gave you production in the second round, gave you good production in the second round. Not a star, not upper level maybe, but again, another guy still playing in this league, still playing in this sport. It's about where they pick for me. Chiefs are taking a hard look at Bebe. Who's Bebe? I don't know that. I know not these nicknames. Trey Turner or Kelechi at left guard, Dom says. Oh, it'd be Kelechi for me if I've got to pick. But you've got Gabe there now. John, maybe ownership was paying to keep these women quiet and pulled the protection when Watson demanded the trade. Maybe, but you wouldn't be paying the women ongoing like that, John, because what you would do is you'd go to the women and you'd have them sign a non-disclosure agreement, being that they won't go out here. You're going to get this money and you can never again come back and ask for money, and you can never again come out and go out to the media and report this as having happened. You wouldn't have just given the money in perpetuity. Nobody would have done that. So I don't think that would have been what they did. UGK, I feel like why, but everyone can't be a free agent. We have to draft some players, and that requires hoping they get it right despite their past failures. Agreed. I think you can't always operate off of, we just don't pick this that way, so we can't pick it. You got to take your swings. And the draft's a crapshoot, man. It just is. That's the nature of the beast for all teams. Donnie Pearson at the Hawks Nest, Hawks Nest. Well, Brandon, I must go now, but thank you for your great live stream. Till we meet next. Go Hawks. Till we see you again, my brother. Thank you so much. Nathaniel Parks says, according to Ian Rappaport earlier on the NFL Network, 5 teams still have interest in Watson despite those allegations. Wasn't confirmed who those teams were, though. Well, they may have interest in him at this point, Nathaniel, but with the number of allegations and how serious this potentially could go, the commissioner's office is going to put him on the exemption list for a year. So, man, that makes it hard for me to see how you make a trade happen. Number one, how does the compensation work? Because teams are not going to want to give up all the compensation that the Texans are going to ask for, being that they might have this quarterback sitting on the bench now for a full year before they get him onto the football team. It's going to be hard to pull that trade off, man. It's going to be an uphill battle trying to get that to work. 2K, Penny Sewell is the man. Unfortunately, he's a duck. But he's smart enough to sit out this season and ensure himself a top 5 selection. A mountain of a man. A no-miss pick. 100% agree with you, E2K. I mean, this is Walter Jones coming out. This is Orlando Pace coming out. This is the Baltimore Ravens tackle coming out, who I should remember his name, that I can't remember it from years ago. This is a guy who should have Hall of Fame type potential right out the gate that he's able to come in and tap into. I like him quite a bit. Might take a little time to develop, but that's just because he's so young. And I agree, Shervins. I think they're just overthinking it. I think, too, is Rashawn Slater, what happens is Rashawn Slater is like really exciting. He's got this amazing footwork, and his hand placement is second to none in this class. He can take one hand and place it on a defensive end and completely lock a defensive end out on his pass rush, just neutralize him right where he stands, just on his placement and his play strength. He's also a couple of years older than Penny Sewell. He's also got a little bit more time to be able to develop to that point and where he's put his skill set at with that. So there's some reason why he looks a little bit more refined, but he looks really, really refined. And I think it is tricking a little bit of some of the talent evaluators as it concerns what they're seeing in this guy. Penny Sewell is the next Walt, says Why Do Wide. Go watch his game if you love watching a 330-pound man fly around and just wreck people. Agreed. Nobody at this type of size has moved like this at the left tackle position since Walt. Just a guy with movement skills that are amazing for his size. And then he adds in the power, because that was the thing with Walt, is he moved well and then he had the power. That made him one of the best, if not the best, all time in that respect. Videomaker, what's my power rankings for this coming season? My power rankings, I would still put Tampa Bay up there right now. I can't knock them off when they haven't lost anybody and they've been able to bring everybody back into the fold. So I'm gonna put them at number 1. I'm going to put number 2, I'm going to put the Buffalo Bills as we stand right now. And number 3, I'll probably put it as a tie between, let's put a tie between Seattle and Green Bay. I think we're pretty close to each other. Green Bay may have us just by a little bit of a hair, but we're probably like fourth or so, somewhere in there. And I think the Ravens are probably just behind us. Shervin says, Outland Trophy Award winner for Penny Sewell at 19 years old. Rare to see for a guy who can move like him. Yeah, absolutely rare. Absolutely rare. Just a great player and really fun to watch. Flag Sabbath, do you think John Snyder got a little more control with his new contract? This doesn't feel like a Pete Carroll offseason. Does it, Flag? Something feels a little bit unique to this. It feels a little bit like a change in direction, like a course correction. Ooh, I just did a little rhyme. Like a change in direction, like a course correction. Boom, boom, boom. Dropping bars over here, folks. Dropping bars 6 hours into the stream. I think with the fact that it looks a little bit different than it has in the past, that does point to me to the fact that John got a little bit more control. Maybe in the free agency side of it and Pete got to maintain control in the draft. Maybe that's where Pete gave up a little bit of that. I hope so. I'd like to see John be able to operate a little bit more unbridled, a little bit more without that Carroll riding him. Dom Weirdo, so you said don't move Damian Lewis, so what are we going to do about Gabe Jackson because he is a right guard? This was some of the worry that I had initially with bringing in Gabe Jackson, Dom, so I like you, was on that worry train as well, because of course he played right tackle for the Oakland Raiders. He actually played his best football with the Oakland Raiders at the left guard position. He played his first couple of years with the Raiders at left guard, and if you go back to his old Miss days, he played all of his college days, all of his pro day, all of the snaps in college were played at left guard. So he has a high level of familiarity with playing left guard, whereas Damian Lewis has never played left guard. And I think the reason that they have, eventually moved Gabe Jackson to right guard, as I understand it, was because Kelechi Osemele was in there, and he was so good for them at left guard that they felt like he couldn't maybe play right guard, and they liked him better at left guard, I think, for that reason at that time. But that's why he was moved, so he's got a pretty rich history playing left guard. I think he'll be pretty fluent in it overall. Videomaker says, poor Joe Burrow is going to get gangbanged behind that line. He's going to get turned into a bitch boy, and his nickname will probably be Tinkerbell. Well, I remember the Bengals did have a quarterback back in the day with one of the most unfortunate last names, but one of the most funniest one of the most funniest nicknames that you'd ever seen in your life. They had Ken Anderson there back in the 80s. I think it got him to a Super Bowl, actually. And they called him, I think his nickname was the Candlestick, because one blow and he was out. So hopefully it's not that way with Burrow. He had a fantastic rookie year. They've got the one right tackle there already. They just need the left tackle. If they can get Penei Sewell in this draft, they're going to be in really, really fine shape. There's a lot of reason to believe they can maybe grab him in that realm because of the fact that the quarterbacks will be picked so high. It could be 1, 2, 3 maybe even with where the quarterbacks go. There's no telling in that respect. So hopefully they can get that. I'd sure like to see that for Burrow's benefit because he just got the hell beat out of him last year. Wide says, good point on the drafting of wide receivers, but I'm 100% Snyder trades out of the second. I could see Seattle trading down to the low third. I could as well. Wide. I do agree that Schneider's going to want more picks. He's going to want to expand. He's not going to want to sit on 3 picks. He's not going to want to sit on 4 picks. He ain't going to want to sit on 5 picks. That's not going to make him feel satisfied or happy. He's going to want more swings. 2K, are you really 6 hours into the stream going to make me try to pronounce this guy's name? I mean, it doesn't even make sense when you look at it after you phonetically put it out. But I'll do it. I'll give it a try. Amateur bebe. It still doesn't make sense to me phonetically out. I'm going to try to remember it, man, but you're going to have to phonetically it out for me probably every single stream up until the draft. Jerry Matty, Gabe was playing well there too, but Kelechi was playing at an all-pro level at left guard at the time. Okay, so I was remembering that right, Jerry. That's how I remembered it as well, was Kelechi was just playing out of his mind at that point, moved Gabe over to the right guard. So it wasn't a matter of Gabe was just playing horribly. No, it's just that you had 2 left guards, so you move one to right guard, and it's easier to have 2 left guards and move one to right guard as opposed to having 2 right guards and needing to move one of them to left guard. Jonathan Ogden, that's what it was, Seahawks Gaming. I always remember, he's the one I forget. I can always remember Pace. I can always remember Walter, but he was the third head of that great tackle beast that I forgot. Man, that was a great era for left tackles at that time. John Robinson says, speaking about crapshoot, you being armchair GM wouldn't have worked well with Isaiah Wilson. What the hell happened with that guy? Oh, it would have been horrible, John. That's one of my biggest misses of moves I would have liked to seen Seattle make over the last couple of years. I mean, I completely whiffed on that one. I will say I don't have the background reports that the front offices have league-wide. I don't have a private investigator to look into a kid. I'm talking to the coach and his teammates, so we didn't know necessarily what was going on upstairs. All I could go off of was the tape that I saw with him, of the physical ability, really. I'm always going to be a little bit of a victim of that unless I've got the reports at hand or something. No excuse. I still completely whiffed on this guy. I mean, he's out. He's going to be out of the league in a year. So absolutely awful on my stance. Just didn't love the game. You know, a guy's been talented since he's 12 years old. He's been the most talented, the biggest, the baddest guy. Gets the NFL level now where you got to start to work. You can't just rely on your physical dominance, your natural ability. And I don't really want to work that hard. This is really tough. Not everybody loves being a football player. Not everybody's got it in them to work that hard. And I just don't think he had that work ethic. He wanted to go out there and, enjoy himself. Jerry O'Malley, in Brandon's defense, we never got to interview the dude, but yeah, holy smokes, he washed out fast. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the other thing. I don't know if I'm making a guess that the background reports said he was bad, but I don't know if that was their due because I've heard reports that he did clean interviewing, that he wasn't a guy with any sort of character, necessarily any character flags. But boy, he went sideways quick. He certainly did. And it drives you crazy when you watch, especially for, I'm sure many of you folks in the chat like myself that were people that love playing football but had like no natural talent really, or not enough natural talent to do anything out there. You get a guy like that that's so freakish and isn't even willing to do the bare minimum to tap into it. EV2K says, I hate the idea of trading out of 56. We need 2 starters at minimum in this draft. I'm not sure we can do that without a pick in the top 2 rounds. I'm not as much on board as either, EV2K. I'm falling back in line with thinking that Snyder's going to want extra picks, but like you, I think there is a little bit of a drop-off where you pick to where you're going to get in the 3rd round, because to get another pick, it's going to have to be pretty deep in the 3rd round. It's not like you get a lot back in for flipping back there. This ain't in the 1st round where you flip back from 21 overall to 27 and pick up an extra 3rd round pick. You're looking to pick up an extra 5th round pick, and you're looking to only pick up that extra 5th round pick by drop. You're going to have to drop like 20 spots to do so, which is fairly significant. Flag, you don't like my bars? Dropping bars, yo. Dropping bars over here. Nathaniel says, my fear is that even though we killed it this offseason, any Seahawks games can't end without causing fans multiple 4th quarter heart attacks, and we could come out one game a year and just suck it up. It's maybe a concern. I think when you fill out the roster better than you filled it out in other years, when you've also been able to take care of business and things that you've not been able to take care of recently, you got things knocked out now early on this offseason. It lays the groundwork maybe to be able to open the door to blowing more teams out and being more dominant amongst other teams. So, that's hopefully is going to be the case with it. We'll see how that plays out. I'm not sure on that, but I'm open so. Why? Thank you so much. You have yourself a good night. Appreciate you. John Robinson says, what about Ifatu Melifonwu? I thought his brother Obi was going to be a beast. Why was he not good at all? The talent in the world. I was way wrong on him. I think he could have been a money backer. What you really liked with Obi, didn't you, John, is that he seemed like the modern NFL day secondary player, defensive player, a jack of all trades guy, a guy you could move around like you could with a honey badger, but then they gave you the length and size to go with it as well. The word and the reports that we get out of Obi now, and I've got a little bit of this as I've been looking into Afante, because I was getting pretty deep on the film with him, because every bit of game tape I watched on Afante Melifonwu, I liked better than the last. I just kept liking him more and more and more as a player. I'll grab my book because I want to get my notes right on him. So I call Afante the long arm of the law, and he's the no yak guy. You might make a catch on this guy, but he's pulling you right to the ground as soon as you make the catch. I like that aspect of it, especially a guy that's going to be a zone corner who would fit into Seattle's zone scheme. That fits really nicely, because that tells me that he'll protect against the deep ball, but when he gives up something in front of him, he's right on it to make that tackle. He is a zone corner. I see a lot of the similar Brandon Browner skill set to him. Him and Israel Mukamua are 2 guys that have a lot of Brandon Browner to their game. Maybe even Taylor a little bit from Washington. Not as much as the physical guy, but just in the way that their length overcomes a little bit sometimes the speed. The length is almost their makeup speed, and it really shows up on the tape. He's big, he's long, he's strong. He's just kind of bullying receivers by leaning on him, which is pretty awesome to watch. And again, he's a little handsy at times, but he's pretty good with his technique, staying on that line of being able to lean and wear guys out. Again, very similar to Taylor of the University of Washington in that respect. He can come up and lay a lick. He's a hitter. I mean, he's gonna come up and he'll hit you. Definitely doesn't mind tackling. Pretty sure tackler. His one INT this year came when his one interception this year came when he was playing actually almost a single high safety role. So on pre-snap, they had to move to single high safety, and they've got him in safety Walter football, which does make me wonder a little bit about his potential of maybe, I know when we're talking about his brother Obi could do theoretically some stuff. This guy's got maybe an ability to play a little corner and maybe play a little bit of safety. His hips can get a little stiff. He's not always sudden. He still moves pretty well with the smaller guys because he's got good instincts. He kind of knows where he needs to be and knows how to overcome a little bit of the length stuff. Understands zone very, very well. He keeps his eyes on the quarterback in zone, which I really liked. He doesn't have to watch the receiver. He can feel the receiver and watch the quarterback, which eventually leads to interceptions. Eventually leads to you being able to have an ability to jump a route, even if jumping a route isn't necessarily your forte out the gate in college. So I like that. My bottom line on him is I call him, he's kind of a bully corner. He's the kind of bully corner that Seattle used to covet. He can press, he can hit, he can tackle. He doesn't have the greatest ball skills. His hips are a little stiff, but they will be for a man that's that size. He's legitimately like a 6'2" kind of guy. So I like his game a lot. He'll be out there probably in that 5th round range, I would think. 6th, 7th round, maybe even falls into that. Such a deep wide receiver class, my goodness. And Stokes, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. It's such a deep cornerback class. He could really be pushed down, but that's not being pushed down because of lack of talent. He's got a lot of talent, pure scheme fit, all the size and length that the Seattle Seahawks look for, and he's got that attitude that they like. The difference between him and Obi, and this is the part I was reading on, is there were people that, and this was up on the chat board of YouTube I was reading on, that would talk about Obi a little bit. There were people that went to Syracuse. They were pointing to the fact that it was pretty much common knowledge that Obi was a real freakish guy, but not a guy that loved the game, not in love with playing football. Ifeanyi Melifonwu is a guy who loves football. And this shows up too in some of the refinement of his game, where it's less of the rough edges that you saw in Obi. He's got some rough edges, but there's some things that he's worked on. The tackling, his ability to play zone while keeping his eyes on the quarterback, his ability to be physical without getting too handsy. So I like him a lot. A high upside guy to me, John. High upside guy to me. Why? Just call him baby. I'm just going to have to start calling him baby. Why do I 100% agree with Jackson finding his way at left guard? Yeah, I think he'll be fine. M-Web, Dunlap, let's go. Let's go, M-Web. We got hyped. The news broke here as we were live, and we were just super stoked. There was a lot of fist pumping, a lot of hand clapping, a lot of let's effing go. Epic stream, Brandon. Thanks, Brandon. Hey, thank you, John. I'll give you a call in the next couple of days too, John. I saw you. You hit me up on the phone. I'm back on. I got to do another move here soon, and then I'm looking for some job stuff, so my time is just being eaten up off stream. M-Web, we pretty much got Hyder and Mayoa with the money we saved on Dunlap. Crazy moves by Johnny. Hey, he had to take that risk, right? You had to take the risk to cut Dunlap, to bring them in, and to maybe hopefully bring Dunlap back. Risky. But it was an educated guess, and one that's going to maybe pay out in a big time way for us as we go forward. UE2K, from now on, he's called Bebe. He's Bebe from here on out. Forevermore. Forevermore. Shervins, do you know anything about Thomas Graham from Oregon? I haven't, Shervins, but I'll take a look at him. I'm just starting to get into more of the second, third tier guys in the draft now. So I'm starting to dive into them. Every day I'm adding a couple more prospects in on the thing. So I will take a look at him. But I like the prospects coming out of Oregon so far, I'll tell you that. Hard to see the Chiefs fall off, says Video Maker, but it's possible. The Bills kind of remind me of 2018 Chargers. I think the Chiefs, here's the issue with me of the Chiefs. I think their receiving room gets a little bit weaker. Some of their guys get a little bit older. I mean, Kelsey's not a young guy there at tight end anymore. You look at them with the tackle situation, that's the big one. Fisher's not back. Schwartz isn't back. What are they going to do on their tackle situation? I think they did get maybe a tackle Ezra Cleveland last year. Maybe they got some guys they can maybe do something in this draft with, but they're going to be going long there, and they're not going to have the same sort of protection there at the tackle position they did prior. And that's helped Mahomes out quite a bit. That's allowed him to develop at the level that he's been able to develop. Now, they got Joe Thuney, who's very good and helps them out there. Certainly that's going to be a benefit to them. But I think that they get a little bit of a slight backup. I think they take a little bit of a slight step back. And I think that division starts to get a little bit tougher on them for the first time in a few years as well. I will say this, Nathaniel says, I will say this, though, as bad as LJ is, I can't knock John for taking him over Isaiah Wilson because at least LJ's on the field. It's true, man. It's true. Hey, at least LJ is on the field. Though it wasn't a choice at that time between them because they were on different drafts. But at least you got that out of him. You got at least a sack of LJ. Isaiah's been not even on the football field past a single snap in the victory formation. Ethan Dex World. Now I'm very interested to see how this pass rush can complement the cornerbacks. Also, how Shane Waldron can utilize this offensive line. It will be very fun to watch what they do with that. And I think you're going to see our corners play a lot better this year than they did last year, having that full complement of a pass rush throughout the whole year. Watch us be one of the top 5 pass rushing teams, and watch us have multiple corners with over 70 grades by Pro Football Focus at the end of the year. I expect Ugo Amadi to be above that. I'd expect DJ Reed to be over that. And I'd expect I'd expect even Witherspoon, if he's the other guy that we put out there. Certainly Sherm as well. So They're going to be marketably improved. Iwi says, in your defense, no one was critical of Isaiah Wilson draft. He just lost all interest in football after getting drafted. Couldn't see that coming from the old armchair. It's true. It's true. I just don't, the one thing I don't want to make excuses for myself on UE2K, because I think that there's people that like myself, you get the position of, I get them all right. I get them all. I'm hitting them out of the park left and right. Called it. I just want to make sure I am owning, no one's perfect at this. You got to own your mistakes. And that was certainly one where I pounded the table. I mean, John's right for bringing it up. I pounded the table for Isaiah Wilson. And this was after we signed Brandon Shell. I was like, I don't care about Brandon Shell. I don't give a shit. It's like, give me Isaiah Wilson. Because I really thought he was a pure fit for us, especially with the way we wanted our offensive linemen to be big maulers prior to bringing in Waldron. But it is a miss. It is a miss. Dom Weirdo. Anyway, Eric Stokes drops to the second round. Not saying Seahawks need him, but yep. Eric Stokes absolutely should drop to the second round. I'd expect his other running mate to get drafted ahead of him. I know he ran the fast 4.2, 5.40 on his pro day, but he's not quite as refined as the other cornerback. I did watch some tape on him, and I do have notes on him. Let me get to my notes with him here. Stoke. Did I? Thought I did. Yeah, here we go. Eric Stokes. So again, another one of these guys. You're going to see this about this over and over again with our Seahawks potential corners. Another one of those guys, 6 foot plus corner, plays in zone cover scheme with Georgia. Absolutely a fit with his length. Ran a 4.2, 5.40. He's got easy speed. The 40 time is not just a track thing. He's not just a guy fast on the track, slow on the field. Now, he's got football speed. It shows up, and it's easy speed. He's got not a lot of wasted motion in his effort in when he's covering out there. He can press and quickly transition to opening his hips and staying tight on the receiver, so he's not just a straight line guy. He's got some ability to be fluid. He's an athlete. He's okay as a tackler. He's willing, but he can struggle. Kind of going to hold on to a guy and just hold on for dear life, wait for help to come. One of those kind of guys. He can get blocked by a receiver. He struggles to get off blocks, so if you get him in the bubble screen game, he's going to get locked up, and the bubble guy who receives the bubble screen is going to run past him on a play where he probably should be back in the field making that play more often. He is more of a finesse corner, in my estimation on things, despite the fact he's a 6'1" cornerback. My bottom line on him is he has the speed and natural cover instincts to stay draped on anyone. I saw no one create separation from him, except when a wide receiver dropped a nasty crossover type of release. So whenever anybody set him out outside and then crossed him over back across his face on like a slant route, or get him up the field and then get him on a post back across, that was really the only thing that he could sometimes struggle with. And again, not great as a tackler. I didn't love that. I do see him, because of the fact he's not a great tackler, I see him as a left cornerback on the next level. So he's not going to play to the strong side of the offensive formation, which could be a benefit for him because he's not going to be taking on the best wide receiver week in and week out by playing that left cornerback role. So like him a lot. He's a good player. And yeah, I expect him to be a third rounder, Dom. That's where I've got Eric slotted at right now for me. Videomaker says, what's the one game on the schedule that gives you a bad feeling? For example, the Bills game last year. That was the one game on the schedule that gave me a bad feeling. I got a bad feeling. Let me look at this. Seahawks opponents next season. Let me see who we're playing here. Who we playing? Okay. So if I was to look at one of the teams we play, we've got the Cardinals, the Rams, the 49ers, the Bears, the Detroit Lions, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Wow, our schedule's actually a little easier than I thought. Man, we get the Bears at home, we get the Lions at home, we get the Jacksonville Jaguars at home, we get the Tennessee Titans at home. I think the Titans are going to fall off big time next year. They have just bled talent this offseason. And you get the Saints, who I don't think is going to be hard. Man, our home slate schedule next year is easy. That is an easy slate of home games. Oh my gosh. Our schedule is way easier than I thought. We got the Texans. I'm going to go with the Colts on the road. That's my game. The Colts on the road is the one that's probably, I'll put an L on that one right now. I'll put an L on that one in July, and I'll put an L on that one in September. So that's probably my one. But my goodness, we get to play next year the Lions, the Bears, the Jaguars, the Titans, the Texans, the Vikings, and the Washington football team's, I guess, a tough one. But that schedule is way easier than I thought at first blush. We might have as easy a schedule next offseason as we did this last season. That home schedule is nothing. That ain't nothing. Tom Weirdo says first game against the Cardinals only because of that defensive line. That might be the truth, man. Video maker, do you use a camera or a webcam? I use a webcam. I want to get a camera though eventually. I do. I think it'll help when we eventually, sometimes we get the mic cutting out issues. I think that would help with getting a new cam because I could run the mic through the video camera. And I don't think I've got the greatest mic camera quality here with this webcam I'm using. Oh, we do play Green Bay. Green Bay and the Colts game would be the two that I don't have a great feeling about. And again, and the fact you got to play it in Green Bay. You know the NFL is going to schedule that thing in December. You know it. You and I know it. The NFL is going to put us back in the middle of freaking December when I was playing that game. John Robinson says, every time I try to donate money, it resets my phone. Why? I don't know, John. I don't know. People were having some issues today on the donation deal. I'm not sure. Maybe YouTube's having some issues today on the donation front. So I don't know. That's odd. I'm not doing anything on my side, that's for sure. But I'll maybe reset my alert box or something like that if that's causing the issues next stream. But thanks for trying to donate, John. Should do, John. Go over to my Patreon because I'm going to start doing some film breakdown. If you guys want to. My next kind of deal for it is it's not just to build up my Patreon page, but I want to go over to my Patreon page. I'm going to be doing film breakdown on college prospects because I can't do it on YouTube. If I do my breakdown on YouTube, they're gonna copyright me and then they'll just kill it. You know, I would only be able to get like 20 minutes of footage at any one time, where I can pop over to Patreon and I can live stream through Patreon and I could just do like whole hog full film sessions for a long period of time. So that'd be the place to maybe go over to, John, because I'm going to be doing that soon, just for the Patreon folks, because I wish I could do it on YouTube. They're sort of Nazis about that type of stuff on YouTube. I don't know why. Shervin's, what's my thoughts on J.C. Horn? He's my favorite defensive back in the draft. He's now become my favorite defensive back in the draft when you factor in, it was Caleb Farley, but he's had this back surgery. I never trust back surgeries. That's going to drop Caleb down just a little bit for me. J.C. Horn now jumps up to the top of the fray. I have never understood what it is people see with Patrick Surtain. I just don't. I don't see a guy that's got any kind of refinement. He leans all on his physical ability. I don't think he's going to be able to do that at the pro level. He's a guy that reminds me a lot, not just because he played at Alabama and Trayvon Diggs played at Alabama as well, but just very similar players. 5-star guys that just sort of rely on their ability, rely on that to get them by. I think of the guy, J.C. Horn. I think he's got all the coverage ability in the world. He can press. He can be sticky in coverage. He can do the zone. He can do man. He's multifaceted in that way as a cornerback. Maybe some slight questions with his abilities to get off blocks and as a tackler. But again, I'm not going to let that hold me back for how impressive he is as a cornerback. For what he brings to the room, for the base cornerback skills I need, he delivers. YDY, one thing I'm very interested in this draft is cornerback type Seattle gets. Interviews with Pete this season, he highly praised DJ Reed, and he said he's now open to shorter, quicker defensive backs. We'll see. We'll see. We will, YDY. And certainly a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. would be a guy that, if they want to go outside their comfort zone, but who is a pure corner fit, a great tackler, tenacious, brings that Seahawk kind of mentality to play at the cornerback role, he'd be that guy. I will say, YDY, this is the one draft in the last 4 or 5 years where you don't have to do that. There are, I'm not overstating it, there are 15 Seahawk cornerbacks in this draft. They hit the 6-foot mark, 33-inch long arms, played zone cover corner predominantly in college, and have a little bit of a nasty edge to them, a little bit of an ability to get dirty out there. There's about 15 guys in this draft. It's amazing to see, frankly. I wasn't ready for it. Got me off guard, but it's awesome. John Robinson says, how come you don't see as many guys in our scheme that press every play like Sherman used to? Why can't Flowers manhandle receivers like Sherm with that size and length? Fantastic question, John. And it comes back to speed, quickness, opening up the hips. So we get up into cut. We get up. Let's say I'm a 6'3". Just squint your eyes for a second and imagine I'm 6'3" and I'm coming up to play press. Okay. What that's going to require me to do is to have not just the ability to land the press and be able to hit that press enough to stop the receiver's momentum, but I need to also now move my big ass frame around at 6'3", flip my hips back around, and then trust my speed to be able to get deep. And what you had with Richard Sherman is that he showed a pretty good ability to be fluid with his hips and to flip those hips over to get back. And he comboed that with actually some relatively decent long speed. Not a quick guy, but he could get back up to his build-up speed. He could make up speed as you went along. And this is what made it almost virtually impossible for quarterbacks to still beat him then over the top, make him pay the price for putting up the press. I think these other guys like a Trey Flowers doesn't have the deep speed, doesn't have the ability to flip his hips in the same kind of way. I'd say even a guy like Shaquille Griffin couldn't really do it to that realm. Shaquille was a bigger 6'1" kind of cornerback, kind of struggled in that realm. As well as those guys haven't shown an ability that just because you're big and long doesn't mean you're a good presser. It's a feel thing. You know, you're feeling the press, knowing when to pull off, knowing when to flip your hips, knowing when you've got enough of that press to jam the receiver and hold him off of his initial momentum. It's a very tricky thing to be able to do. And even in college right now, I see a lot of these guys that are zone cover corners for Seattle's scheme who will come up into press, but they don't ever really press. They just come up and then they slide it. They come in and they slide and lean technique. So they'll come up right in press off the snap. Instead of landing the press, they keep both arms at their sides and then just flip their hips and then just turn, and then they try to nestle themselves up against the receiver. This is a little bit of the Taylor from Washington and pressing them to the boundaries, trying to get them into out of bounds. You see a little bit of that going on. So I just think that there's guys that just don't have that ability to do it, and you either have it or you don't have it. I don't know that it's something that you can really develop, the press ability. Shervin's FO, are you buying the Chargers this season? Herbert in year 2 on a rookie deal. He could have a monster season. I do like the moves they're making. They've rebuilt. They look to go back to rebuilding that offensive line this offseason. If they hammer that again in the draft, that's going to make me feel even more better about it because I want to see Herbert protected. I want to see him better protected. He was under a lot of duress last season. I don't like watching young quarterbacks get the hell beat out of him, much less watch Russell Wilson getting the hell beat out of him because you're not putting the line in front of him. With a young quarterback, you've got to get the line in front of them. We saw this with Goff. We saw this with Carson Wentz. They come in the door, you give them an upper level, top 10, top 5 offensive line in the sport. They can look like almost damn near an MVP. You remove that offensive line, you're watching their performance drop off wholly. And I think that that's something that you would see with a guy like Herbert, where I don't think he's as reliant on an upper level offensive line. He's so freak show talented, he can get above that. He can work around that. But why make him work around that? Get him some more offensive line help. Get him some more playmakers. I'll feel a lot better about where they're at. I think they're still a year away from truly being up in that upper crust of Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore. They're not quite in that range as of yet, but I expect them to be a playoff team next year. I do. Shervin's Brandon Staley is there too. They got some talent on the roster. Yep, and very smart defensive coach there too, Shervin's. That's true. And they do have some talent. They've also let go of some talent. You're losing Ingram. You're losing, you lost Desmond King in a trade last year. You just moved on from the Hayward, one of their starting cornerbacks. They're definitely going to have to put some things together here. Oh, you can mess with me, John. It's valid, dude. It's valid. It was definitely a miss, Isaiah Wilson, and that was a big miss. I couldn't have swung at that one and whiffed anything bigger. Why, if they play 17 games this year, 3 of those games Seattle would have to play different from the rest of the division. Washington football team, New Orleans, and Pitt, not that scary for 2021. No. I would have felt way worse having to play we are playing Green Bay, but Tampa Bay and Green Bay, what if you'd gotten both of them on your schedule? Or if you had gone into the AFC and you had to play Baltimore or Buffalo again. No, we got a way better draw on that. Kobina Ensua. How you doing, Kobina? Thank you for jumping on in. Nathaniel Park says, to make Russ happier, I suggest releasing Brandon Shell, converting Russ's base salary to bonus, a.k.a. $14 million in cap space, and going out and getting a Mitchell Schwartz at right tackle for like $10 to $12 million per year. The only thing with that, Nathaniel, is I'm not so certain he's going to be able to play again. I think there were some reports coming out and some worries coming out of the Chiefs camp when he got that injury. This thing's going to be a thing that's really a career-ending injury. He's not going to really be able to tap back into his top end once again. If he is able to, I'm open to it, man. If they've got their medical reports that say he's healthy and they could do it, then I certainly would be open to it. And you do free up a little bit of money, just a tiny bit of money, by moving on from Shell if you went that direction. UE2K, we're playing a first place schedule, so we play all the other division winners in the NFC in the 17th game versus the number one AFC Central team, which is the Steelers. We do. It's just not a first place schedule, and the New Orleans Saints aren't going to be, to me, the same team they were last year. The Packers game is going to be legitimately tough, but I don't think the Steelers are going to be as good as they were. I think that they're a team that's going to fall back. John says, I love that schedule, all those weak quarterbacks. Yeah, that's not a good, that's not as hard as I thought that schedule. That's we can work with that. Seahawks Gaming, what's the difference between Shell and Schwartz? Well, Schwartz gives you a guy who's very close in run blocking to what Shell is, but he is a vastly far superior player in pass protection. He's one of the better pass blocking right tackles in the sport when he's going, if not the best pass blocking right tackle in the sport when Schwartz is really rolling. Shell is always going to be a little bit limited in the pass protection game of things. As 2K said, I think Schwartz is broken. Kansas City broke their toy. Videomaker has the Saints going 10-6. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can get them at 10 wins. I think that roster finally gets, they're going to lose a few guys this offseason, not just one or two. They're losing a few different guys. And I don't think that they're going to have enough there to make it work. Now, they do still have a good offensive line, but I mean, we're trusting Taysom Hill to win them 10 games. I don't put that trust in Taysom. 2K says Saints will win the South. Jameis will be good and will stretch the field again for the Saints. Maybe, but then the other part of that 2K is they don't have the receivers to stretch the field. You got to have the guys that can get deep. Michael Thomas is a possession guy. I mean, the Norwood guy is a possession guy, kind of. Seahawks Gaming, damn, you're right about the cornerbacks of this draft. I guess that's why we see a lot of cornerbacks get cut this off season. Oh, it's amazing, Seahawks Gaming. I mean, it's on the heels of, go back and watch my video if you get a chance, of me and D-Mac talking about the top 10 cornerbacks coming out of the last draft last year. And both me and him were just lamenting the fact that, man, all these guys are just man-on-man corners, and they're all 5'10", and they all got baby T-Rex arms. They're not going to fit the Seattle specifications for what they look for. And we just were, it was frustrating because you're like, yeah. But this year's the complete opposite. It is turned on its ear. There's so many, and it's amazing to watch. It's part of me why there's a bit of me that feels like we really should come out of this draft with two corners. One way or another, be one of them an undrafted free agent who somebody thought was going to get drafted who didn't, like a Paulson Acebo, and then draft another guy. But I sure would like to come away from this with two of them. Jerry, 3rd and 4th. Saints will probably go 10-7. Okay, we got a few folks in here thinking the Saints got 10 wins in them. They do still have a fairly complete roster. I'll give them that. I just don't trust the quarterback play right now. That's the part that's got me a little bit wondering. Videomaker, I'd probably get a Canon M50 with a wide angle lens. I do photography with Sony RL. Okay, is that a good one for video maker? Because that's what I want to make sure on is the next one I want to have is a really good quality. That's going to be my probably the next purchase on the channel will be to get a little bit of a better video camera. Though currently this camera does kind of block out the ugly face a little bit. I'm doing you guys getting a little bit of a favor with a little bit of a artificial filter there. It may, sometimes you get the movies with the HD and you can see a little bit more than you really want to see. Jerry, the 3rd and 4th, Bucks winning the South this year, bro. Yeah, Jerry, hard to see them. How can you not say they're going to win it? I mean, the New Orleans are the only team that's going to give them even somewhat of a test. They're bringing everybody back. Yeah, I think so. Wide dude wide for the opening the hips thing. The best way of thinking about it for some is the difference between running in a circle to change direction and changing in a direction in a straight line. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. That is a good way of thinking about it. Because it's kind of two different things. Because you have a guy that might not be good in kind of going side to side, but he's got the lower core strength that's more reliant on the flipping of the hips. UE2K, we don't play the Chiefs. We play NFC North and AFC South plus first place NFC teams. Washington football team and the Saints. That's right. Jerry says Chiefs are first in the AFC West and we are first in the NFC West. It's either them or the Steelers because we're both 3rd seeds. That's right. Luckily, we get the Steelers rather than the Chiefs. I'll take Steelers over the Chiefs on that matchup. Though I think we have to go into Pittsburgh. So I think we are on the road on that game. Oh, Dunbar. Okay, Mike. I think Dunbar is a possibility, Mike. Sherman's getting connected to us. And if you bring in Sherman, Mike Thon, you're looking at not bringing in Dunbar. But if you can get Dunbar, if there's no chance to bring in Sherman and you can bring Dunbar in on a 1 year, $1 million deal, I would bring him in on a flyer like that. I don't think he's going to get paid a lot. John Robinson says, how about signing Eric Fisher on a long-term deal, all back in, so when Dwayne Brown retires, he can take over and after he recovers, and we get above average left tackle play. I'm not sure that he's going to play next year, John. He tore his Achilles really, really deep in the playoffs. And Achilles takes a while to come back from. Late in the season, you're probably not getting him back around to the time of a lot of the way through the year next year. So you're not going to want to really put those kind of resources to a player you don't get to really long back in the process. Probably can be able to recover from the Achilles, being he's a tackle guy, but just he's going to probably need a year to get himself right. Why says, I saw a post from Schwartz yesterday that he's happy to be out of bed now and still can't bend over to tie his shoes. Yikes. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's what we call a concern. Adrian D. How you doing, Adrian? Didn't Tom Brady keep restructuring his contract so he can get good offensive linemen? I don't think Russ wants to restructure. No, you're absolutely right. Tom, again, did restructure this offseason. Adrian, this has been something that I have hammered. I think to a lot of people that subbed on the channel and people in the chat have gotten tired of me hammering Russ for this. But I've certainly pushed on to Russ and said, Russ, you need to look at restructuring. You've made your generational wealth. You've made more money than you can ever spend, and your children's can ever spend. What you need to do right now is try to maximize this team out. Try to take a little bit less money so we can add more players. I hope he's looked to do that this offseason. I hope Seattle's looked at maybe broaching the subject with him. When you look at this last year, go to it, Adrian. Look at the two teams that made the Super Bowl. Is it any coincidence that the only two teams that made the Super Bowl were the two teams that had the two quarterbacks were the only two quarterbacks who agreed to take less money than they absolutely could have taken last year? I don't think that that's a coincidence. Ian Harper, your Bears video was hilarious. Glad you like it, Ian. Glad you like it. I try to inject that humor where I can, man. I know this is some dry stuff sometimes, so I got to put that humor in where I can to try to make you guys laugh. U2K, we're going to have to draft the offensive line of the future in this draft, but we're hopefully short of the needed draft, woefully short of the needed draft capital. Could end up being that way, Yui. End up being that way. You're right. It could shake out that way. But one of the reasons why I think you and I both like the thought of potentially just sitting there with our second rounder and taking the best offensive lineman on the board for that very reason. Jerry Third, John Fourth, can you give me your NFC West order for 2021 and who will win and who will be bottom of the bucket? And will the entire division be 500 or higher? I don't have the division as being all 500 or higher. I think right now the Niners have questions at quarterback. I think they've lost enough of a little bit of talent this offseason. I know they get Bosa back. I know they get Ford back. I know they're picking 12th overall in this draft. I'm not sold with their quarterback position. I'm not sold with their playmakers. I don't think that their defense is going to be as dominant as it's been somewhat recently. They're, to me, the bottom team. The next team behind them I've got is the Cardinals, but I have them as a 9-7 team, potentially 10-6. Or I guess I got to go 10-7, I've then got the Rams ahead of them with 11 wins, and I'd put us at 12 or 13 wins on the season as we stand right now, Jerry. But I got us just winning the division. Seahawks Gaming, Todd Gurley even going to get paid? He might play for free. Teams watch the film on him. He's done. He's cooked. He ran last year with 2 forks sticking out of his back. Gotta let the guy go, unfortunately. It's bad, but the cartilage, the knee, the bone on bone going on in his knee, the lack of explosion, the fact that you have to manage it. This is the nature of the beast for running backs. They just don't last. Video maker, Jameis Winston should be decent. Look, Jameis Winston should fit well with Peyton, and Peyton should be able to get the most out of Jameis Winston. But Jameis was with 2 quarterback-friendly head coaches prior. Dirk Cutter's supposed to be a quarterback whisperer. Bruce Arians is supposed to be a quarterback whisperer. And both of those 2 guys were not able to top the guy out. Both of those 2 guys were not able to get the guy to cut down his interceptions. And that's the thing with him, is he can make all the throws, he can make the wild throws, but he has a very hard time with the decision-making. And sometimes decision-making just lasts. It doesn't just suddenly get better. Drew Brees had fantastic decision-making playing for the Chargers, and he brought that decision-making with him to the New Orleans Saints. Jameis Winston, with that decision-making, I'm not so certain that that's going to be able to maintain and continue. I'm definitely a little pessimistic with him. I think he'll always be a little bit of a turnover machine. And it's not just interceptions with him. He's also a little bit of a fumble rooski. UE2K, yeah, no offense, big dog, but don't want 6 hours of UNHD unless you rock that Magnum stash. I can't, hey, man, I got it. I understand. Might need to keep that filter on. You know what I mean, man? I need to keep that filter on. Mike Thon, when are they going to give Jamal Adams an extension? If they wait, the price keeps going up with safeties re-signing. I don't know if it goes up as much, Mike. Part of my contention on this stream has been that you've got him on a one-year deal right now for $10 million on the 5th-year option of his rookie deal, and you could franchise him twice. You could spend on Jamal Adams over the course of the next 3 years, and approximately about $34 million, $35 million. So he can squawk all day about wanting to be paid $18-20 million. He can squawk all day about how the safety market's going to get pushed through the roof. Marcus May couldn't get a contract. Williams of the New Orleans Saints couldn't get a contract. Minka Fitzpatrick still hasn't gotten a contract. There's only been one safety this offseason that's even been paid. It's still not a position, Mike, that a lot of people are opening up their wallets for. And it's going to be very hard for him to break the bank at the position. If he wants to be realistic, if he wants to lock back into that $16 million per year range, he can probably be re-signed. He can probably be brought back, but he's going to have to make his peace with that. UE2K says Bucks avoided any significant injuries last year. That kind of lightning doesn't strike twice unless they draft Najee Harris. True. They don't tend to keep that health year in and year out. It tends to be an outlier. Adrian D, yeah, I agree. We can't rebuild now. Our coaches are old. Our star players are getting up there in age, and Russ is keeping all the money. I see no reason to trade Russ for draft picks if we can't rebuild. Certainly not this year, Adrian. Potentially the door is open to it next year. You've got $95 million to spend next year, or even a little, maybe $90 million with some of the voidable deals that they put in place. But you could do that if you want. They want to go that route next year. You could move off Bobby, move off Russ, clear a whole bunch of money at that point. But I do think that the best thing for this team is to try to keep going forward in the now like they have. I'm glad that they are going forward today. Videomaker, Canon M50 is a good mid-range video camera with 4K and a good autofocus in 1080. What's your budget? Oh, I'm not buying a new one right now at the moment, Videomaker, so I got to wait to buy. But basically, eventually, I'm going to want to probably stay hundreds of dollars rather than up at around the $1,000 realm. So hundreds of dollars will be around where I'll want to probably be. Wide is it not? It's not just cornerbacks. There are so many good players that fit Seattle needs in the 3rd, 4th, 5th O-line, receiver, quarterback, defensive line. JS could still have a good draft. He could. That is a potential. That is, if he trades back, which I'm expecting him to collect more picks for this reason. Why is he going to collect picks? Because he's going to want to try to get some swings at these guys. He's going to be enticed by them. There's no doubt about that. And I expect him to do so. Videomaker, you could even use your iPhone and get a mic for it. I've been looking into doing that, Videomaker. The only thing is I've got to run the iPhone running through PC is a problem right at the gate because iPhone talking to PC isn't the greatest of interactions. You have two sort of different products going against each other, and then it's got to go through Streamlabs. So I looked a little into that, but maybe I got to look a little deeper because I do have a backup iPhone that I'm not using. The more safeties signing for 11 to 12, the more safety signing for 11 to 12 million, the lower Adams' cost could be. Maybe. There was one safety sign this offseason to a bigger deal, being Justin Simmons of Denver. He pushed up the market just a little bit past what Buda Baker set it at last year. So he didn't vault it past millions of dollars. It was like a $500,000 increase in average year per at the end of the day. I would expect Adams to be able to push it up an additional $500,000, but I don't expect him to be able to push it up an additional couple million per season. I don't see that. Mike Thon, can't Seattle restructure Russ's deal without asking him? I heard teams can do that. Yes, with this deal right now, Mike, what they can do for this upcoming season's contract, what they can do is they can convert his base money to bonus and save $10 million off the cap this season by doing so. We don't know if they've done that yet. We have not heard that they've done that yet. I think we would have heard if they would do that, but I don't think they're going to do it until they absolutely have to, because they may want to keep the flexibility of not converting that money to bonus so that then you have his money hit for the bonus this year. That then lowers potentially his cap hit moving on to next year if this is going in the realm of being a divorce, which I'm not hoping for, but if it does go that direction. Adrian says, do you think we should sign a wide receiver or draft one? Adrian, I'd like to go two different places. So what I'd like to do at wide receiver is I think Antonio Brown's a great guy to go out there and target and then draft a guy. I'd like to bring in something like that. So I'd like to hit it in two different realms. I didn't like having throughout a lot of the season last year, David Moore and then Freddie Swain as your 3 and your 4. I feel like you've got to improve that a little bit. I want to get a little bit better than that there, in my opinion. James Bond, how you doing, James? Do you want KJ back? Also, how you feeling tonight, man? James, I'm riding on cloud 9 tonight. I was very worried Carlos Dunlap was not going to come back to this team. Guys that you tend to cut like that and tell them that you're trying to renegotiate him, time to take less, and then you're going to cut him away, don't tend to come back to those teams. Sometimes they do. It just doesn't tend to happen. So I was very worried we were going to lose him. I was very worried with the signing of Mayowa and Hyder happening on the same day that it was going to be shades of last year and the Mayowa and Irvin signing, saying, okay, we were going to let Clowney walk, but we're going to bring in Mayowa and Irvin. And if you add up their sack numbers, it was more than Clowney last year. So essentially, we've upgraded our pass rush. No, you didn't. So that's where I was worried for that. Now I don't have those worries. We've solidified our pass rush. We have an upper level end, a top 5, top 10 pass rush in this league, and that is absolutely vital to make our defensive scheme work at its best. So I'm super happy, man. I am absolutely encouraged by it. Absolutely encouraged by it. JD Kidd, aka, do you think Sherm will pair well with DJ Reed? Yeah, he'd be great with DJ Reed. Absolutely. I think that they would work well in tandem to it. I think you'd have Reed fighting it out there with Witherspoon. Let the best man win. Let the best man win. And they may lean back to Juan Witherspoon because he does have a little bit of that length they do look for historically. But yeah, Sherman would work fine. He would work fine with whoever we got over there. Daniel W., would you take Tua, Khalil Mack, and 2 first rounds for Russell? Bears trade 2 1s for Tua in that scenario. I would take it. Bears trade 2 wide number 1s for Tua. Would I take Tua? No. Daniel, I need to get the equivalency of 5 first-round picks back in returns for Russell Wilson. Tua, based off of the first-year tape that he showed with his injury history, with the questions that came out of him coming out of college, he really, at the end of the day, is not going to carry much more than a late second-round value at this point in any kind of trade compensation. Certainly, the Bears with Khalil Mack would be a 1 first-round pick. That's his equivalency that he would be. So when you're talking about that, at that point, you're talking about 3 first-round picks and a second. That's not 5 first-round picks to me, Daniel. So that would fall short. That would fall short of what I need in a return. Why for 5 first-round picks? Why am I asking for that much? Because you're not just trading for Russell Wilson. You're trading for Russell Wilson, and you're also trading for us to have to take the right of eating $39 million on our cap hit this year. If you're going to ask me to take a record-breaking amount of dead money hit on my cap and also handing you a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his damn prime, you better give me a haul like we've never seen. Like we've never seen. As in never in NFL history. And that's my going rate, and I ain't taking anything less. And James Bond, I would feel okay about bringing KJ right back. We had heard some indications that they may be bringing him back on a 1-year, $6 million deal, but you take the first-year cap hit down to $4 million, and it's a $2 million dead money after this season. I'd be okay with that because he fills 2 positions in one. He's your starting Sam linebacker, and then you go to nickel, and he is your coverage nickel linebacker. So I think that there's some value on that, and I'm willing to pay that kind of value for him, especially because you're voiding a year and you're not taking the big hit this year on it. Videomaker, for us, restructures his contract. We get a star O lineman. I think we could have gotten one if he had restructured at the start of the season, off-season Videomaker. I think there's not a lot of star O linemen out there available anymore. You'd have to make a trade for him, and then you don't really have the draft capital to make the trade for him. Yami7947, thanks for doing this, man. Your voice sounds like my dad's old V8. I'm going to watch from the beginning. Have a good one. Yeah, it's definitely getting up there, man. It's definitely getting up there. James Bond, think you can give a record prediction? Also, how would the defensive line rotation work? Yeah, sure. I've got us right now. Let's go 13-4 as we stand right now. I've got us at 13-4 next year because we've got the extra game on our schedule, and I think that does get you the number 1 seed next year. I think the rotation of the defensive line will work like this as we stand right now. I think early downs, Carlos Hyde's going to be your Leo. I think Kerry Hyder is going to be your 5 tech. And then you got, of course, Poona Ford and Brian Monet as your early down defensive tackles. Then when you go into a NASCAR-like package, I think then you're going to see Darrell Taylor out there. I think you see Alt Robinson rotated with Hyder over on the other side of the 5-tech, that they'll kind of rotate their snaps in a bit. I think the same thing with Taylor and Dunlap, that there'll be some rotation of those pass rushing downs on that edge where you'll lower down Dunlap. You're not going to ask him to play 70, 80% of the snaps. You're trying to lower these guys down to a place where they can still stay nice and fresh. And then you have Mayoa as the fill-in guy to fill in around those guys. The only other place you've got to attack, James, is you need a 3-tech. So you still need to find probably a 3-tech out there. Maybe Hamilton, who's on the roster right now, might be okay for that role. But you've got to find another guy somewhere in that respect. But it's a damn good defensive line as it stands with that. Washington Fish Quest, any chance you think Jason Meyer gets cut or restructured? I hope not, but I know he's a pricey kicker. Potentially you could restructure him. I don't see him getting cut. Seattle had too many years prior to him arriving with the Blair Walshes and whatnot, with the Sebastian Janikowskis, where you are really searching and scuttling for a good kicker. I don't even think really Hauschka was really a guy that they loved. They just kind of stayed with him for a while. He had some limitations as well. Now you have a kicker that can essentially do it all. I think they're going to be pretty happy to stick with him. I had an amazing year last year, an absolutely amazing season last year. I think they just stand pat and call it a day there. Mike Thon, would I sign Golden Tate? I'd be open to signing Golden Tate, Mike Thon. He doesn't get me super excited, but you know, if you're talking about bringing in a Golden Tate, Josh Gordon, and then getting a rookie wide receiver, I feel pretty good about that wide receiver core at that point. I do. I do think, Mike, though, there's the issue with him that sits above, and I think is on point and correct, is the rumors of him sleeping with Russell Wilson's ex-wife, I think, are probably true. John Robinson says, your face in HD is dead sexy. Thank you, John. Old man appreciates that over here. Adrian D, would you cut Geno Would Geno Atkins be a good player to go after if the price is right, or should we cycle our defensive line? He would be a good player, Adrian, because he's a pure 3-tech, and you need a 3-tech right now, and he's probably one of the best veteran 3-techs that are available out there on the market. So from all that standpoint, it certainly would be a fit. Wide do wide. The only way I see a trade is Russ opening up to teams like the Jets, Miami. Miami offers all 4 first rounders and 2 second-round picks this year, plus a first and a third next year. Can Seattle turn that down? It'd probably be pretty hard to turn that down. Probably pretty hard to turn that down. I mean, that's coming close to the value at that point. Wide do wide. That comes close to the value. Maybe. Videomaker, Colts could be a dark horse since Wentz was literally the best quarterback in 2017, and he had an amazing offensive line. And he's going to have an amazing offensive line again this season. So I think it's a solid point on your part, Videomaker, in that he worked well with it last time. He's going back to a coach that he's worked with before in Frank Reich, who I think he was with in the 2017 season, who's got a familiarity with him, a good line now with him. Sure would like to see them get a few more playmakers, but he's got a good running back in Jonathan Taylor, who's solid. Like to see them get a little bit more talented at the tight end position. But I think it's a solid team up and down. This head scratcher for me with the Colts is they had a ton of money to spend this offseason, and they're still being very conservative about how they dole out that money. They're not exactly going for it like I thought they would. Noam Ronan, should we go after Mitchell Schwartz? I don't think, Noam. Number one, you got Brandon Shell there. Number two, as somebody just spoke about, Schwartz just was able to literally start to tie his shoes. He's not been able to move around at all. He's not at a point of being ready to play. He's not training. I don't think that I think he's a guy that very likely could be looking at retirement when it's all said and done here. You know, that's where I really see him on this. Last question. What new uniforms would you love to see? Are you saying from which team would I like to see change their uniforms, James? Or are you saying which from the Seahawks? Because from the Seahawks, I want to see the 80s silver stuff. I want to see 80s silver streak all day. I want to see Russ in the silver stuff. I want to see Bobby in the silver stuff. I think that with the old school helmets and everything, I think that would be super tight to see. I'd love every year at least one game like that, and I would take it over the I take it over the lime green, frankly. I take it over the limesicle uniforms. Mike Thon, rumor maybe Al Woods. Al Woods could be a possibility, Mike. I mean, when he was one of the 3 most good pass rushers for you 2 years ago. It was Jadeveon Clowney, Quentin Jefferson, and Al Woods, and nobody else was getting you any pass rush past Shaquem Griffin at the end of the year. So he was a guy that did give you some pass rush, Got popped last year, I think, for some stuff as far as PED kind of stuff. But he's a guy that would fit as a 3-tech, could do some 1-tech as well. He's a big boy. But he gave you some pretty good pass rush when he was here. He'd be interesting. Maxwell Russell says blackout uniforms. Those are tight too, Maxwell. I saw those. People did those uniforms on Reddit last year. Those look pretty good too. I like those too. I'd be happy with either one. I just want to see the throwback old school silver though. That goes back to my old school childhood. To see all the players in the old school uniforms which would be cool. Especially if it wasn't the old school uniform style where you got the arm thing draping over it. It's all tight and cut and it's looked cool. I think it'd be sweet. Daniel W. Do we trade Rasheem Green? I don't think we have 3-5 techs unless Hyder is going to play defensive tackle, but LJ probably will play defensive tackle. Daniel W. One of those guys is going to have to do it, or it is a trade or a cut. It does make it more likely, I think, that there's going to be one of the odd men out. And I think that it's between LJ Collier and Rasheem Green. And I think it could come down to a competition of who comes into camp ready to take that step forward and actually give us and supply some quality snaps and who has still remained into what he is. But both in Rasheem and both in LJ, you have guys that can play defensive tackle and have played some defensive tackle snaps. They've not been dominant over there, but they've been all right. So we'll see. I think it's too early to predict, Daniel, and I think it could come down to really being a game of let them battle it out, and we'll let the best man win. And then we got 3 youngsters, and we roll from there. Hawks 808, I say bring back Sherman. Hawks, wait, I'm with you. I say bring him back. Not going to cost a lot. I think he'll be an upgrade over what you had out of Shaquille Griffin last year. I think he'll be rated at the end of the day, even with his supposed slowness. Now, I think he'll be a better rated player than what Shaquille Griffin gave you this last year. So I'm on board. I'm on board. Adrian D says, I think the 80s uniforms looked better back then, but I would love it if we used the 2000 uniforms. I don't know. I didn't love the 2000 uniforms. I was kind of just like, they're kind of like the last Sonic uniforms for me. Just a lot of busyness going on, you know, a lot of colors and things here. Just didn't have that kind of tough look to it. There's a very finessey look to those uniforms. James Bond, how do I feel about letting Shaquem Griffin go? Even though he wasn't the best pass rusher, he was a tremendous spy. I wonder how he'd take over that role. I always wondered why they couldn't kind of find him that role, why they couldn't find him a spot on the field and let him work. And it was really odd is when you look at his 2018-19 year there where we had Jadeveon Clowney and he came in at the end of the year, he had one of the best pass rush win percentages of anybody on the team. He was up at around 10%. He wasn't a guy that was perfect. He wasn't creating a lot of pressure, but he was doing a lot better than guys around us. They never really seemed to get him much out there anymore past that point into last year as far as giving him some consistent opportunities. Indeed, there were games where he was inactive. They seemed to be pretty happy with him as just being a special teams role kind of player. But I think at the end of the day, it kind of holds you back when you're missing a hand. I think it makes it hard to train, hard to really get the most out of your abilities at that point. But hey, he's going to probably play another 3 or 4 years in this league with just his special teams ability. And props to that guy for being able to pull that off with the limitations that he's fighting up against. Videomaker says, which team do I think is going to be the most improved? What a great question. I'm going to go with the New York Jets. I've liked what Judge has done there for a few years. Going back, I like them bringing in Robert Saleh. I think they've got a lot of flexibility. I like the moves that they made in free agency. They just have a lot of flexibility to do some things, and I think that they're going to be a team that's going to improve their win rate as much as any team next year, even playing in a pretty tough division. So they would probably be the team that jumps out to me in the AFC. If I was looking at the NFC, which teams improved the most? I mean, goodness, if you're talking about improvement, adding players, who's added more than Seattle has? I'm not trying to be a homer here, but who has? A lot of teams have kind of treaded water, and a lot of teams have lost a little bit more cumulatively, but we've added, you know. U2K says, no throwback Seahawks uniform, especially that awful helmet. Maybe the old colors in the current style, and never put that silver bucket on anyone ever again. Just reminds me of Ground Chuck. Understandable, man. I like them. I like the uniforms. Maxwell Russell says, should Seattle go after Antonio Brown? Yeah, they should. He's the most talented wide receiver out there, not going to cost a lot of money. Russell Wilson wants him. You're going to make Russell Wilson happy. It seems that this front office is interested in making Russell Wilson happy with some of these moves they've made this offseason. So it all makes a lot of sense to me in that respect. Daniel W., our defense isn't creative enough to use Shaquem Griffin. I think it's best for Shaquem to go to a 3-4 team that can use him creatively. Probably. I could see that argument being made, Daniel. Solid comment. Smart. I agree. U2K Patriots should go back to their old uniforms and Dolphins should bring back the Dolphin wearing the football helmet. I agree with you there, 2K. I like the older Patriots. It's a little cheesy, but I like the old musket man hiking the football. And I like the old Dolphins uniform as well. I prefer the old one on that as too. We're of like mind there, man. We're of like mind. Okay, I am 7.5 hours into the stream. The voice is going, the stomach is rumbling. It has been really a good time, though. I've enjoyed the hell out of doing this stream again. You guys, this is my favorite time of the week, always is. So let's bounce in. We'll get the last of the questions in, wrap this one on up. But thank you for making this stream so awesome, you guys. It was fantastic. James Bond, Giants D fitting to be scary. Love their zone and the new secondary. One thing I wonder, James, I would be interested to hear what you think on this. So the thing with the Dory Jackson coming out is he was really a slot corner at the next level. That's where he was going to be best suited. That's where he plays. That's where I thought he was at his best when he was playing at his best with the Tennessee Titans. I know he can do a little outside stuff. They go out and they give him big money right on the heels of giving Logan Ryan big money. And Logan Ryan's also really a slot cornerback. So did they just sign 2 slot cornerbacks, or is it that they think Adoree' going to be able to play on the outside? I'm not sure on that one. They're going to have a very good defense. Probably will even add on to it in the draft. They've got to take a step forward offensively to get get the true potential out of that team. Daniel Jones has got to take another step forward, which he very may well do. But they certainly are on the upswing. I think they're certainly getting better over the last couple of years, and they're making smarter moves. Mike Thon says, is there enough balls for Antonio Brown? I think so. Certainly was last year with Tampa Bay, where he went to. He could have chosen probably a couple teams, and he went to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay had Godwin, Mike Evans. He was the third option there. You had the small slot guy there as well that he was having to compete with on snaps there too. So, it didn't stop him last year. Don't think it would hold him back this year necessarily. UE2K, record-wise, the Jags will be the most improved. Patriots will make the playoffs, and the Washington football team will win the NFC East again. I'm not so sure I'm on board with necessarily the Patriots making the playoffs. They might. It's a very competitive division, and that's a very competitive conference. I do think the Jaguars will be right with the Jets as far as improvement. I do think that. They've got a lot that they've been able to do this offseason, do a lot of work. They do have some parts and pieces. So I think that they are a team that is on the upswing as well. I do, for sure. So, yeah, I think Patriots will be improved, but they still got... They don't have a lot of playmakers. They don't have a lot of skill position guys, which you usually do need the NFL to win, and especially get in the playoffs. Daniel W., would you be okay trading Lockett if we sign AB? That's another way to add a draft pick or two while saving cap. Yeah, Daniel W., I would. Because, again, I think AB is going to cost you a couple $1 million. It could be 20% of the cost of what Lockett costs you, but I think it gives you a lot of what Lockett gives you in production on the football field. And then you could use that draft pick to grab another receiver at that point. I would be okay with that, Daniel, especially it's all in the consideration for me long-term as it concerns Lockett, Daniel, is that I'm not going to give him a contract extension, not when I got to pay DK Metcalf. So that being the case, it just kind of opens that door to a trade being more of a possibility for me. I get mad making Russ happy, but I'm guessing that's what led to the ending of Super Bowl 49. Just my opinion. And thanks for your time to talk. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I waffled on this in a lot of different places this offseason. But where I've landed on this, Adrian, is this in the making Russ happy. Russell Wilson's never had, for a full complement of a whole season, an offensive line pass protecting at an upper level throughout the whole year. He did for half a year last year, and then they really kind of fell completely back. So what I've thought with this is this. Let's give Russell the chance to give him what he's never had throughout the course of his career here in Seattle, and see what happens. See if you get the performance of the first 8 games when he had that offensive line for the course of a whole season, if you can keep that line in that way together. Let's see if it happens, because if it happens, then you've learned your lesson, and now you're under the realization that we just need to give Russell Wilson a great upper-level offensive line every single season, bar none. That makes it easier for you to then operate forward, as opposed to You didn't make Russell Wilson happy this offseason. You moved him down the an offensive-minded team that built that offense around him, built an offensive line around him, and he goes out there and he wins MVPs and he wins Super Bowls. That would be a bitter pill for us to swallow if we had the opportunity to reverse course, change our direction, try a different philosophy, even if it's just a 1 year off. Even if 1 year from now you go, didn't work, we tried it, we gave it a shot, he wasn't able to ball out like he told us he would if we were to give him that. That's why I land more and more to it's okay to try to make him happy this season. I'm not tending to be the guy that I need to just make my quarterback happy no matter what, even if because he's a franchise guy. I would never say that. It's the circumstances at play here and looking at it back through the lens of the recent 10-year history. Seahawks Gaming, we still got to fix Gabe Jackson's contract. They might still be willing to end up doing that. Seahawks Gaming, there's room and there's time to do it. So it's not necessarily a rush, but there's time to do it. Mike Thong, Jags will find a way to stink. They always do. I remember a few years ago, they had a ton of talent and they did nothing. Yeah, they did. It comes back to quarterback, Mike. That's the problem with the Mac then. They hitched their wagons to Blake Bortles. They're hitching their wagons now to Trevor Lawrence. I think that's a wide difference in quarterback play now, and I think that's going to get them a lot better returns. Patriots making the playoffs is based on replacing Cam at quarterbacks as UE2K. So, Uwe, do you think Mac Jones is going to be able to take up to the playoffs in that division that's gotten tougher in that conference, which is the tougher conference in the league? I don't know if I'm on board with thinking that necessarily, because that's who they're going to be picking at 15 unless they vault up in the draft. And even if they vault up in the draft, they're going to have to get up to a guy like probably Justin Fields to really get a guy that gets them production on the football field as far as a difference maker is concerned. Trey Lance is probably going to take a year to develop. And Lance is not really a fit for what they want to do offensively anyway. So I'm not sure. Boy, if the Patriots could launch up with the Jets to get Wilson, they'd never trade with the Patriots to do that in the division, but he'd be an ideal for them and what they want to do in their offense. Adrian D, agree. Do you think the spotlights are going to be on Russell with the offensive line help? Absolutely. Because that's what you do with this as well, Adrian, from the front office standpoint. Because if Russell goes out and wins that Super Bowl, wins those MVPs, and does it on the back of having an upper-level offensive line to do so, guess who looks pretty bad in retrospect? Coach Carroll and Schneider. They look like they're wearing dum-dum hats. So you go out there and you give it a try this year, and you truly give it a shot. You don't just sort of half measure it, but full measure it. Then you go back in retrospect and say, hey, we tried it. We gave him everything we wanted. We still weren't able to top out any further. Now we've got to reverse course and do something different. So it opens the door to them being able to change gears at that point, switch directions, change strategies, all that. And I'm in favor of it for that reason. Drunk Squidward. With David Moore out, who's wide receiver number 3? Well, as we stand right now, Drunk Squidward, unfortunately, it's Freddie Swain. But I do not think Seattle is necessarily done in this respect, Drunk. This is a really deep wide receiver class. If you're taking the top 2 positional groups in this draft, I don't know, you could make the argument it's offensive line and offensive line and wide receiver. So there's a lot of talent in this draft to get the wide receiver. They could probably still go out and make a move for a guy like Antonio Brown that's out there drunk. Josh Gordon maybe comes back if the commissioner's office can take him out of his dungeon. So there's still some opportunities there. There's still some opportunities there, Drunk. We're not held up against the wall. This is not where we stop. There's some places for them to improve. James Bond says, peace, man. Have a fantastic night. Go Hawks. But trade Lockett. He's a top 15 in my book. Makes amazing catches and tremendous scramble drill wide receiver. Not sure what else he need to work on. Well, the one thing he needs to work on, James, and thanks, man, for the positive comments. And I broke it down a couple times. It's a quick breakdown with Tyler Lockett, James. When you say Tyler Lockett, you got to say DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf in a year from now, James, is going to be paid $23 million per year. Lockett's due for a new contract. You could let Lockett play out this next season and just walk, which I'm open to if that's what you want to do. But if the thought process is keeping Lockett here long term, you're looking to have to pay him $14-15 million per year. 14-15 for him, 23-24 for DK. By that point, Russell Wilson's on the books for $40 million per year. Can you afford to roster build by paying 3 offensive players $80 million? I don't know if you can do that. That's a hard one for me to get. And the 2 other aspects that come into play on this, James, because you ask about what he needs to work on. Number 1, he's one of the worst yak guys in the entire NFL. Lockett is literally, I'm going to catch it and I'm going to fall down. There's advanced metrics that show what a guy should have as far as what you would think his yak is on the catch. They do these kind of advanced stats versus what he actually gets as yak. And Lockett far underperforms what he should get as far as yak is concerned. Now, this is important because the new scheme you're building in is going to build in short completions and ask the wide receiver to show some yak. I think DK Metcalf's got yak. Tyler's got no yak. The other aspect of this is you're going to ask the slot receivers to block defensive linemen. You're going to ask them to block outside linebackers in a 3-4 scheme, down blocking. Tyler Lockett can't do that. He doesn't have that in his game. So he's going to get blown off the line. You're not going to be able to do elements of your scheme with Tyler Lockett on the roster playing that role. These are the things that has me hesitant to him long-term and more willing to move along long-term. This narrative that the Super Bowl loss was an attempt to make Russ happy or look good is ridiculous and comes from anger and jealousy. Seahawks tried to get cute and catch the Pats off guard. Oops. I agree with you, 2K. I never thought that this was Seattle trying to make Russell Wilson a star in that moment. And again, a lot of this is the word that I go to oftentimes, 2K. You know this. It's about the nuance of things and looking at the depth of things and not trying to make things simplistic, which is what this argument tends to try to do. And what you have to look at in that look at the data of the year recently. Seattle was down on the goal line on the 1 or the 2 yard line with an opportunity to run Marshawn Lynch that season multiple times. They were not successful one time running Marshawn on the goal line in those situations. They had also run that same pick play on the goal line in those situations, and every single time it had worked. So that was the information that Bevel had to operate off of in making that play call. He also was under the understanding, and he saw that the Patriots went out and they brought big, heavy formation out. They were essentially bringing one extra defensive tackle out there in the formation to specifically stop the run. All indicators from an offensive coordinator in that standpoint are going to be that you're going to want to pass, you're going to try to run a throw there. Now, do I like the fact that they run a pick play on the goal line? No, not with Brandon Browner being the guy that I got to run a pick through. I'm not really big on that. I would have more liked, something like either a read option or a read option rollout, look to the sideline, where if it's not there, Russ can just throw it away. But it's in the past, it's done. It is what it is, Adrian D, both DK and Lockett are great, but it's a toss-up, heads or tails on who Russ passes to. Do you think Russ should keep doing this, or would that change if we get a good wide receiver number 3? I think Russ is always the guy that's going to try to, rather than work a single guy and get a big volume passer guy to a guy, he's going to want to try to work the ball all around the football field. That's always been his nature going back to college. I think that's just kind of who he is. James Bond, fantastic. Fantastic take. Hopefully he won't be stubborn and will take less money, but not sure if he'll be cool with taking less bread, just so that a younger receiver can get more money. Yep, it's possible. It certainly is possible. And again, James, I do like Tyler Lockett. He's not a useless receiver in this league. His 100 catches last year, his times he shines. He's a legitimate upper-level wide receiver in this league. It's just the new scheme, the yak, the cost. The other thing here, James, is the draft capital. You don't have any draft capital, right, James? You could bring a second-round pick in. You could flip that second-round pick back up into the third round, turn it into a third and a fifth and a sixth maybe. You could get some more draft capital back just off of that single Tyler Lockett move alone, which has me very interested in that respect. All right, I got 7.5 hours in. My voice is done. I can no longer speak anymore. I've hit all the questions. You guys were amazing in the chat today. The donations came fast and furious. We had a bunch of new subscribers. I really do appreciate that, man. We whipped right around 4,000. We're right on the road now to 4,100, just cooking with gas here. I really appreciate all of your guys' support. Thank you for hanging in with me. We had a lot of guys hanging in with the full stream. Thank you for hanging in here and listening to me yap along, man. I love this. Be excited by this team. These are fantastic moves. It's not a perfect offseason, but this is as close to as perfect like an offseason we could ask for, especially when we consider the tumultuous nature of what was writhing in the background not a month and a half ago with the Russell Wilson talks. This could be in a lot darker territory than we are right now. We addressed the offensive line. We've addressed the pass rush. These are the top 2 items I asked us to address this offseason, and the Seattle Seahawks have done it with still some more room, some more work to potentially get it done. This is encouraging for me to see. We're back up on potentially our Super Bowl rise. More work to be done, not fixed yet. I'm still hopeful they've got a couple other big moves here to make. But man, it feels good to feel good about an offseason. Man, it feels good to finally have a little bit of hopeful, true optimism. Not I'm having to force the glass to be half full when it's down near the bottom of the edge, but it's truly half full as it does appear now. Great to see. You guys should be encouraged. You guys should be hyped. Dunlap is that guy. He is that piece. Thank you so much for watching. And please don't you ever forget,